But apples, let's talk. We have a $30 million. I've been That's it. Yeah. Go outside. Going home. Add here. I like.
Dreams to come true. So friendly.
Doug, I forget his name, but he might be the funniest bucket pull they've ever had. He's the guy who's hauling horses and causing.
It's like the best kind of guitar. The guy who had like that blues, epic blues.
Not that guy.
Solo.
That was somebody.
Just,
that was different.
I watched him on Instagram and congratulations. I was so proud of him. So I had a lot of people who were like fans. So.
I like the guy who says, "I'm hauling horses and causing divorces." That guy's hilarious.
He had to say everything. He was the funniest. Yeah, he was very funny.
Yeah, he absolutely did.
Yeah.
Very, very funny. Yeah, but I'm a big. I've watched them all. It took me like 3 months to watch all 700 and whatever episodes, but it was fun. It was worth it.
I really don't like the stadium shows.
Yeah, nobody does. I don't like the stadium shows. I don't like. I don't think David Lucas is very funny. I don't think that.
He's hit or miss. When he's roasting, he's good.
Yeah.
I don't like Constant.
You're not a woman. There are a lot of people who don't.
But I don't love Rick or whatever.
Yeah, no, I know who you're talking about. Rick. Yeah.
He's always Chef and Soda or whatever, the Japanese guy.
I think that guy. So I don't think he's the same.
Isn't he funny?
No. It could just be personal preference, but I don't think he's funny. I think that guy from Houston, the newest bucket pull, or maybe second newest bucket pull after that guy from Japan.
Yeah.
He has been on
There was
the.
a real quiet, new golden ticket guy. Everyone thinks he's autistic and hits the piano.
Yeah, I think
He's
he's.
a great guy.
I think he's pretty funny. I think that Cam can be funny, but he also can. He can be hit and miss.
See, that's the thing. Like, it's just like some characters, like, just are funny characters, right?
Yeah, William
So,
Montgomery.
that's what, like, people are laughing about the Japanese stuff, type shit, you have to just kind of agree on it, but.
I mean, I'm not saying I don't think he's like completely funny. Like they did that thing at that poke restaurant or whatever, like sushi restaurant, like a couple weeks ago, and that was okay. I think that I think William Montgomery is fucking hilarious. He's the highlight of the show.
He's made the show go on and continue on, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
But he's insane.
I think that Artie Matty is pretty funny.
Oh yeah, he's a prodigy. I mean, Artie Matty is incredible. You know,
I think that. Who else do I think is funny?
Really a good question.
I think he's not funny at all. He sucks. Doug, I'm in his subreddit just to see people rip on his ass. He sucks.
I read a post of mine that got at least like 1,000 votes on Stan when he flipped off Matt and Shane after they did not vote for him during that stadium thing.
Dude, he lost. He lost that stadium thing. And, it's rigged because if you, I'm sure you're aware, like, whenever they do any of those, like, do you think number one won? And then people cheer, or number two. It's always number two. It's like that for the.
He said I wouldn't let me have it.
It's like that for, if you've ever seen the drum offs. Exactly. And did you watch the ones when they did it in LA?
Was that when the crowd was like terrible?
No. I mean, like, when did you start watching? Like, just when they've been in Austin?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, did you watch? Have you seen the ones, like, in LA?
Yeah, with the original band.
Yeah, exactly. It was a different kind of show then. And when I first saw the ones, like, I only had seen the ones that were, like, more recent. But then I saw the ones where they did at, when the band would do things, and then I actually thought they were really funny. And did you ever see, like, these are real old, where they had the Iron Patriot?
Oh yeah, I've heard about the lore of that weirdo.
Yeah, exactly. Those ones are fucking deep cuts, but they're hilarious. And the Iron Patriot actually came on stage, like he rushed the stage at episode like 200 something, and it like freaked Tony out like crazy. It was just really funny. And yeah, so he rushes
like standing outside the stage forever.
Yeah, he rushes the stage and then just does this little wave, and Tony is literally like, I just saw my life flash before my eyes. Like he thought he was like gonna have a gun or something, and he pretty easily could have. I very much enjoyed, believe it or not, the Iron Patriot because he gave like a little background on the guests. So he'd be like, he would read their Wikipedias and then ask them really awkward things about their Wikipedias, which I kind of thought was funny. Like, because nobody else is going to press you on your Wikipedia, but this guy did, and he was really creepy too. I'm not saying he wasn't creepy, but there was just something about him that like I just thought was really interesting that he would, he would just.
He would just stream. I love Kill stuff.
Yeah, and he promotes Kill Tony, even though they want nothing to do with him. And like he promoted the most recent Nashville show. I don't know. I'd like him to come back. Actually, he's weird though. He's weird. And if you so the lore of him was this: he was at the first episode, and if you've ever seen the first episode, it's like really bare bones. And he offered, he said like, hey, I've got this suit that I'd like to wear that cost $6,000. I imported it from Norway. Would you let me come on? And they're like, okay, well, we guess you could be like security or something like that, like whatever. And so he was on the first like 50 episodes or something, and he would read. He really was like a third part of the show. He was the band before the band, and he would read the people's Wikipedias and then ask them about like weird things on their Wikipedias. And sometimes the people didn't want to answer or whatever. It was kind of funny. So he couldn't. He had this suit that was like $6,000 that would like smell because he couldn't like wash it. It was like a plastic Iron Man suit, and it couldn't be the Iron Man suit because if it was the Iron Man suit, it was a copyright infringement. So basically, he had to like be the Iron Patriot instead of Iron Man. And the reason why he lost his job was he was annoying. Like he would annoy people and he would chime in when he shouldn't have chimed in or whatever. But that's fine. He was just kind of feeling out.
You can make Tony hate you real quickly if you don't know or shut up.
Right. So they brought him on another podcast. Have you ever seen Getting Doug with High with Doug Benson? So they were on that show, and the Iron Patriot didn't smoke pot, or like he did at one time, but he didn't anymore. And then they like got him high, or like it was just like I don't know if they got him high purposefully. If I recall, it was like just secondhand, but he just kept talking and like interrupting the show. And then after the show, he went up to Doug and he was like, hey, I could drop Kill Tony and just be a full-time sidekick to you. And Doug was like, yeah, no, like, thanks, but no thanks. And then Doug, of course, told Tony about that. And then Tony was like, wait a second. You mean to tell me that you felt that you told Doug that we were holding you back and that you could be a lot bigger than you currently were? You're like, basically, I don't want you on the show if you think we're holding you back. So then he booted him, and that's kind of the end of that.
It sounds like he's being a little disrespectful. And
yeah, definitely. He was.
The opportunities that the shows are giving him.
Right, and he could have been really, really big. He could be like a multi-millionaire, like Red Band or Tony, if he would have just played along with. I don't know if they would have let. I don't know if they. Yeah, do you see it now? Exactly. I don't know if necessarily he'd be a millionaire, but he'd be probably quite a wealthy individual. If they would have let him continue, if they would have let him continue, because there's the question, like, they fired kind of a lot of people, um, or got, I don't know if they fired them, but like they got rid of the old band. They just said that, you know, it wasn't working out, and they didn't take them to Austin with them. Although they've allowed some people to come, like Jet Ski, um, Johnson.
Jet is one of my beyond favorites. I love Jet Ski.
Yeah, you know, I think she's pretty cool. Um, she had a she had a really big she had a really big episode, like where she said a bunch of funny stuff, like 3 episodes ago or something. Like
Yeah,
she
yeah.
just is knocking it out of the park.
When she came back.
I think it's cool that she plays an instrument, and she's a girl, and girls are just rare in comedy, so I get why they're they they basically bring her on. Um, I think that the old band, I think, had to get really creative because they would wear like different costumes every episode, which cost some money and time and everything. And they were doing other things too. I mean, like nobody made Kill Tony like their full-time job. They all had other stuff going, and you know, like now they can, but and then they had, well, in the really early days, they had, this is what I thought, they had regulars, but they were only women, and they had um, Kim Congdon, they had this other girl, I forget her name, the last name starts with an M, I think, Mikhailsky or something, and then they had this other girl on who just never could get comedy right. She was just really scared and just couldn't do it. And then they had this one girl. You can look her up on Instagram. This girl's hot as fuck. Her name is Violet Jones on Instagram. And she actually got too big for Kill Tony and started working full time at HBO. So she kind of was like, you know, she got big time. And a very attractive woman. Even like Joe Rogan, who normally wouldn't make comments about like chicks like that. I don't think, you know, he was already pretty big and like he didn't want to get Me Too or whatever. He was like, you are hot as fuck. And she's a very pretty woman. So her name was Vanessa Johnston or something like that. And but she goes by Violet Jones on Instagram. Anyway, and then they had this other guy, this guy from North Carolina, who was maybe the funniest person they've ever had on the show. Unfortunately, what happened, and they never talk about him anymore, but what happened with him was he moved from North Carolina and he was living in his car. And it was really sad because all his guys' stories were about being homeless, basically. But he was very, very, very funny. I mean, I'm like, you watch his old stuff, he comes through and he's very, very funny. And they loved him. He was the first male regular. And he started doing tours with Tony a little bit and like opening up for people. And he actually got into video game. He was starting to become big. But the saddest thing happened. He was living in his car, and he was like living in a gym parking lot, and always having to dodge cops and stuff. And one night he was out and about, and he got jumped. And they got him good to the point where he had like brain damage, and he was never the same. He was never as funny as he was. And then he went back to being homeless, and apparently like he moved out of LA. I mean, it was just like a really sad story. And there was it's like not talked about a lot, but he was on like maybe maybe like 50 episodes or so. He was on like episodes 100 through 150, but he was so funny that I remember Red Band saying, you know, we've had a lot of people on here, and no one aside from you has ever come up and killed every single time. He's like, you've never not killed. I remember that it was like 25 in a row. He just killed. and he was really, really funny. He was before William Montgomery, even.
Yeah, Michael Lair.
Dude, the GOAT, man. So funny. So funny. What a tragic story. But his memory lives on.
It's so sad to think that's what's going to happen to the new redhead girl. Oh, guys.
It is really sad. Yeah. She's pretty hot. She's pretty hot and pretty funny. And
watching that with Michael Lair like last few months is like, on stage was just like,
yeah, it's sad. It is sad, no doubt about that. You know, Michael Lair was.
But that's like also showed like type of person Tony is, and like Tony's relationship with Michael Lair is pretty intense, and like you get to see like how real and like good of a human Tony is.
Right. You know, when I first started watching the show, I watched it was just the way that it came on, where it was like a bunch of people with like brain injuries or autism or MS, and I thought the show was like, hey, let's bring people on here who have developmental disabilities and make fun of them. And I was like, this is terrible. Like, I can't believe that this is allowed. But then I pretty quickly saw like, oh no, he's giving people who normally wouldn't get an opportunity to be funny, and that's pretty cool. And Michael Lair,
like sometimes when he's so too mean and people apart too much.
Exactly. And I understand that, but at least with Michael Lair, I don't know a lot of other people who would have given him such an opportunity, and he just would tear the place apart. The only issue is you couldn't understand what he was saying sometimes, but if you understood what he was saying, his jokes were so funny. I mean, I'll never forget his first joke, which is, what the fuck happened to all that ice bucket challenge money? That is just a killer joke. And, you know, like, he's just a very funny individual. And if you've ever seen, they showed it one time. They showed a clip of him before MS, and it was like, oh, dude, this guy was not only really funny in improv and stand-up, he was a good-looking dude, too. And just, like, it makes you think, like, this could happen to anybody. Yeah. So I watched all of them from episode 1 through episode 700 or whatever. And now let's talk about guests. Who your favorite guests are? For the longest time, Tony wouldn't always be able to fill the guest spot, so they would have Dom Irera on, who was quite funny. But he's got, yeah. They also had Doug Benson on a lot. Dude, somebody who I didn't.
Some guy who was on mushrooms and bought
oh, yeah. Yeah. Are you talking about the episode where that guy rushes the stage on mushrooms?
Yeah, he was a rush. He was just doing a minute, but like he didn't like Jeremiah's reaction to him, and he pulled Jeremiah's cord out of his mic and tried to start to fight Jeremiah, and Jay took over.
That's right. That's what happened. That's right. That's right. And could sense something was going to happen. There was Brody Stevens, who I actually appreciated a lot more after his death. All his positivity and all that. And just like...
I never listened to Brody. I just knew he was just a wild guy. I've seen a video of him freaking out at Tony at the Comedy Store.
And yeah, he's from LA, and living in LA, he a lot of his humor was like LA based. So if you're here, you like. He had all kinds of issues. He wasn't that though. He just had like severe depression, and he was just like one of those guys who could never. Like he played baseball at Arizona State and like wasn't good enough to make the major leagues and was always trying to make these teams and like he got into stand up and then started doing. He was the opening comic for. He was like the warm up guy for Chelsea Lately, and he was in The Hangover, and he was just a funny person, and he had a lot of catchphrases. The biggest one is 818 Till I Die, which is the area code for the Valley, and kind of sad that he did die. And he was just a really funny person, I think. Not really funny, but there were aspects of him that I thought were funny. Now,
one of those for me is Greg Giraldo.
Yeah, definitely. Who was a lawyer and then became a stand-up comedian. Yeah, definitely. He would be so big today. He would be big today, and what's his name?
His joke about I was telling people this joke because this thing's so great. It was like describing the letters between the men who were in war back in like Civil War time and the letters between dudes nowadays. And my dear Sydney, as I fight the forces of tyranny out in these sweet molasses fields. Dear Marie, it is hot out here in the desert.
It's very funny. Patrice O'Neill would be huge today too. They even say, and I've even heard them say, Patrice O'Neill, if he was alive today, he'd have the biggest podcast in the world. And I don't know if that's true. I don't know if it'd be bigger than the Joe Rogan Experience, but I think it would be very big. And I also think that it would be. He would have had other roles as well. He was on The Office as a warehouse worker. He was on Chappelle's Show. Just gone too soon. Another guy who's gone too soon.
I got a question about the Dave Chappelle thing. So, just maybe I'm not thought about this, but consider Dave Chappelle and stand-ups when he shows out and before and after the league, and the Dave Chappelle coming back after Africa and he's back for destroying.
It's like it's a different person. Yeah, dog. I thought the same thing. So I've looked into this one pretty deeply, and allegedly, didn't he say that they killed him? Exactly. Yeah. And I've heard they killed his wife and kids as well, and did the same. Whether that's true or not, it would be the perfect person to test out that kind of technology, because he does not look this.
They've been doing it for a long time. It's just the way it is wild. And like this is like the secret space program stuff and like
right.
Reptilian stuff.
Exactly. Like this is deep on the iceberg chart.
Supposedly Nazis successfully figured out James Connie before the World War II was even over. And they're pumping out a bunch of funds to fight the war. They were supposedly the Nazis made contact with the negative power flux from terrestrials or anyone else, and they traded human bodies for technology. And
Yeah, dog, that's the 1954 Edwards Air Force Base and Holloman Air Force Base alien treaties, basically allowing for alien abductions in exchange for advanced technology.
you listen to Admiral Byrd and what
Fuck yeah.
they said happened when he showed up with the naval fleet to Yugoslavia.
Oh, no. I thought you were talking about when he was in Australia, or Antarctica.
Yeah, it's Antarctica. Yugoslavia land is
The German name for it, yeah.
Antarctica.
So, yeah, he made it over the North Pole, and then all of a sudden, like, some crafts, like, basically guided him down one day, and it started to be green and lush, and they...
But that was after the attack happened.
All right, tell me about it.
Screen it. I'm going to show you. Well, you just sent me the photo. So they're getting word from Navy spies that are making their ways into these deep underground ice caves that are coming back with various reports to the highest heads of naval intelligence saying that there are Nazis down in those caves, cloning people, making anti-gravity, working with lizard people. So, they're like, okay, it's saying that just in case, we'll send a naval fleet to go, and that's what Admiral Byrd's first whole reason to go into Antarctica was. And so why he brought an entire naval fleet with him. His naval fleet was decimated within 15 minutes when they got to there because about 2 or 3 multiple saucers came out of the waters and with plasma weaponry just decimated the ships and killed many people very quickly. And what happened to Admiral Byrd after we described seeing after was after that attack.
Okay.
Those people described him in the whole other lands and everything.
Yeah, it's back to Dave Chappelle. That story. There's somebody else who talks about it. Oh, it's Jim Brewer. If you've ever seen Jim Brewer talk about it, he's kind of made. He's kind of.
I can't tell you for sure, but he's a disclosure. He's trying to open the truth to everyone. I've seen, so Jim Brewer is another one that I think maybe it was the original comedian when he grew up, but I don't think it's the same Jim Brewer.
Okay, well, the Jim Brewer that they discuss, or he discusses Dave Chappelle, and he's like, yeah, it's not the same person. Like, he's not the same guy that it was when we did what movie did they do? Half Baked, yeah.
Half Baked was a big thing in my life.
I'm gonna look at this Jim Brewer. Jim Brewer. Dave Chappelle.
Jim Brewer trips me out. He is a bizarre individual, but we believe he is a good, on the good side.
Comedian Jim Brewer has questioned whether Dave Chappelle, who returned from Africa, is a real one or a clone. The speculation began after Chappelle's trip to Africa, which Brewer believes might have changed Chappelle shit significantly. There's no doubt about that. Brewer's comments were made in the YouTube video published April 29, 2024, so just like a year ago. Some people think that suggests that Chappelle had a crisis of conscience and wanted to preserve his integrity. Okay, so I'm just gonna go to that April 29th video and see what he has to say. Jim Brewer. What happened to Dave Chappelle? Here it is. Yeah. So I mean, he says that he has doubts that they're the same person. So does Roseanne, and whether that's true or not, I'm not sure. All I know is that he came back jacked, and nobody talked about it. And it was like, why don't people? Oh, this is Paul.
Yeah, we had those ships.
That's some weird shit, man.
I'm trying to understand why the heck the Nazis had supposedly had spaceships inside and bases on them. John Lear was showing some Nazi bases.
He talks about it, and then he had pictures of it, allegedly, whatever. Yeah, you.
Yeah. You know, sir.
Say one more time.
Super great. Was written claiming to be a retired senior official for the Jew like a face and military. About the military and non or rock site later.
The sheriff 7 days. Reindeer Army. Army protecting Iowa established communications. So that's
The other human being, which
the greatest special. So every long time cheers off emails and cheer hope and us. I need y'all to set your single elements. Really mean that. I'll redirect. Anyways, everyone. Who's this?
ship declare because he can't. I probably but this is feedback.
You guys big thing. Is there in front of us? Is it we're the only yeah, everyone right in front.
So, so I'm gonna check him. It's just we'll just go.
Review.
Bad joke. Someone who recognizes
So, I'm trying to translate.
computer.
There's right now.
Very.
Hey, how big? It's the guy. Oh my God. Here. Uh, um, it's ready to go on. All right. He's really unnecessary. Right?
47. Robert and he had no. He also spoke to him. Green. So talking.
What do you? Hey, how's it going? Music. The items and button playing it. The music. Nobody got
Williams, we can't.
go.
Shut. Go out of. Continue to. Pictures of
No great answer.
and true version.
Either fall apart and said the book.
And the side stop. It would say military. And shame.
Train.
Approval. Two leaders. Personnel. Prepare to adventure. The are dead parts. Go. Vicious.
We're leaving. We're gonna get going.
But
There's some 30 things are full of fake.
there's that. Swing pet. Art. A large present. Really peculiar.
Crazy. Where's that? Give it back. Hands up. Please. Dark. There's other. And you could eat other ways for species. Astronaut. It seemed even transportation.
Years. The oh, already. That. That is interesting. How many people on Florida? People who that
I mean, the well, intelligent. fire down. So good. The most good. So, is this a
Americans do so much. Forward to the entire don't they had housing paid a lot. The last since 19 so did Truth.
reflex? Things is this. Yellow ball. Just
It also in this day
the red magnetics. It contains volume and your life forms. People that started real even from so there's the some I would like to see the yellow books.
was very intriguing.
Reading the history, reading about I think there's something like a yellow book about a different species and a different I would love to learn everything about them. Everything.
Because we are aliens, so like that part of it.
Yeah. The history. Really good. The eight. Was like born adults. All we used to swear we were in 60. My
That is needed. Those are higher than Jesus. You have to just follow the rule.
But I think I only have is that how deep it is. only was
had a secret provided Reagan. Reagan. He was I know we talked about they were interested.
was one
So
the secret meeting that he mentioned it. What was of the movie? It was a very after president. He told his so all felt like being right. Aliens mainstream that fine as it is, right? Uh, even any
but if you're like, or your phone said, New York, and
and the Susan and South and I think I'm fun. I mean,
I don't think that's the
we need to go together. Adventure. What do you want to add? Any theory?
that I think that was Connor's people and anyone who that they should do on this and the
Story. Watch it.
Favorite the podcast. So happy that we have more consistent. I love that. I'm really happy here. I was hoping I need to do that. So mostly
Love the consistent. 11-2.
green over here. White going right green. What? That topic. Yeah, honey.
Alright, so move that
Hi. We are full that you guys past come to life. Through life and we'll open our love you guys. If you guys could eat things that there are the alien hot touch. That I have in what I've seen.
it's I'm sorry. But thank you for the voice novel, both of you. Alien impregnation.
Well, it'll be a learning experience.
Thank you. One thing. Right from we're gonna read it all at once, I guess. We'll be like an honest voice. Well, got all it's like it releases all the support. Anyway, it's pretty useful. My next, it lets you back. And go. But yeah. Actually, that place does suck. I just left it. It's like Corona. I'm up in there. Yeah. I just want you to step me up.
You're not short. Recipe. We loved it.
Definitely sure. Thank you. It was very loud. Trying to stay sexy. Nice. That's what makes it like to me. This voicemail for this week is from an individual named Nick. I don't know if you've ever gotten a voicemail from this person, but I've listened to this voicemail almost 100 times. So we're going to play that one right.
There's a massive outside, so when I got up to it happened once I got there. I didn't just look big for that, I was big. You did deep shit for me today. You did. This is never got my ass beat, never in my day. Ooh, baby. Hot right here. I gotta go. I gotta go back to work. Love the podcast. Bye-bye.
He was like a mix of Leslie Jordan and Herbert or whatever from Family Guy.
That's exactly what I thought.
I got some popsicles down on the bike.
Come on over, Chris.
Well, I'm sorry about what I don't know if you want to be sorry. It sounded like you enjoyed it, but that's what Bigfoot is all about. You know, he's all about just being there for you when you need him.
Creating pleasure in any avenue of desire.
Any. Nick, awesome voicemail, man. Love you. But you're going to have to contact me because I'm going to have you sign on a confidentiality forms. You know, for certain reasons. Yeah.
We want Bigfoot to have a good image going in this campaign.
Yeah, but he sounds like it though. You know, he has helped his people. You know, definitely doing what he can for you. So, yeah.
Thank you, dude.
Yes, thank you, Nick. Leave more voicemails.
We really appreciate it.
That's all the voicemails for this week. Now we're going to move on to ratings and reviews. So, let's see. All right, so the first review we have this week comes from Susie Q872. It was left on May 16th. It is 5 stars. The subject line that reads, "This podcast is awesome." She goes on to say, "This podcast is awesome." No, you're awesome, Susie Q. Thank you for the 5 stars and for the love. We love you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
This next one is from George X3 Cool. It was left on May 17th, 5 stars, titled Nice. I started this podcast yesterday in the morning. It's great. Gave us 100%. Thank you. Appreciate that, George X3 Cool.
Yes, thank you. We love you. And you're 100%.
100%. That's right. The next one we have is from Abs Powers from the U.S. left on May 17th. Titled Awesome with 5 stars. I love each and every one of the hosts, the commentary, Q&A, and the whole vibe of the group. Please don't ever stop doing podcasts, great topics, and a lot of info.
Thank you, Abs.
Thank you so much.
All right, the next one is from Mamba3355. It was left on May 18th. It is 5 stars and the subject line that reads review. They go on to say, great show. I feel the vibes from it, and it's relaxing to listen to. Y'all all got good personalities and great with the info, with also a little joking. Love from Texas. Well, I just came from Texas, so I hope you're doing down there. Thank you for the review, and stay safe away from the corona as the second wave flows through the entire state. I love you. Be careful.
Thank you so much. This next one is from C2 the Rona from Australia. On May 19th, it's titled Ripple. Hello, Great podcast. I've tried a few conspiracy paranormal podcasts. It just gave me a headache. I find you all to be very factual, non-opinionated, and fun to listen to. I'd imagine a lot of effort goes into one episode that you all do. Effort goes into one episode that you all do for the love of it. Great work, and keep them coming, Dan. Keep them coming, Dan.
Awesome.
Thank you so much. Appreciate the love. Gotta love Australia. Hope you guys are doing okay. Inspired.
Thank you for the review. This next review, I'm sorry if I mispronounced this. I have no clue how to pronounce this at all. And I know I'm going to get lost for it. Better essay from the U.S. left on May 19th. Titled Great Show with 5 stars. I usually like single host podcasts because they're more organized, but I listen to everything these guys have in one week. They let each other talk, stay respectful with each other's opinion, so it's not a mess like many multi-host shows. I like all of the topics that are covered, and that the hosts offer their own ideas regarding the conspiracy after the topic has been covered. Thanks for the good show. I'll shoot for that.
Thank you, Rusty.
I appreciate your kind words. Thank you.
Love you. Okay. All right, this next review is from DTBNC from Canada, left on May 20th. They give us 5 stars with the subject line that reads Batman for Canada. They go on to say, love you guys. My eyes are open a little more now. Keep doing what you guys do and smoke weed every day. Nice. I like that. I like that. DTBNC, thank you for the 5 stars. You love you, Batman from Canada.
Smoke weed every day. Thank you. You know that ain't changing. Appreciate the love, Batman. So this next one comes in from Suicide BPTS from the United States on May 20th. Titled Amazing, gave us 5 stars. I love this podcast. I first started listening to this when Ghost Stories 3 came out, and I loved it. I went back and listened to every single episode. I love this show. SM. What's that?
So much.
Oh, thanks. I'm apparently getting on it. I love the show so much. I'm good. Sometimes they click that with the mouth, but thank you, Suicide BPTS. We appreciate the love. We'll definitely have more ghost stories coming because there's never ending.
Yes, thank you, and we love you.
Yes, thank you very much. Much love. All right, the next one is a very extremely long review from Man DJ DNSME in the US, left on May 21st, titled Love the Show, 5 stars. And it says, wish you guys the best.
Nice. Thank you, man, DJDNSNA. We love you, and I wish you the best.
Thank you.
Okay, so the last review for this week is from Sad Pixel Racer Pro. It's left on May 21st. It is 5 stars with a subject line that reads, Wonder Why. They go on to say, my reviews don't show up. Crying emoji. But you wouldn't be the first one that the reviews, it took them submitting them multiple times for the review to show up. For some reason, Apple Podcast doesn't like us, but yeah, what can you do? But thank you for the review, and I love you.
Yeah, we appreciate all the reviews you guys send in. They help us so much and give us great feedback. And you guys know that we are all about hearing what you have to say to try to better each and every week. If you're listening, you're holders.
Thank you for all the report ratings and reviews. It does mean a lot, like I said. I'm glad we did this. Alright, so shout outs this week.
Oh, yeah. So I'm going to shout out my girl, Leanne. She's just awesome. Has this special type of energy about her. She's a good soul on this planet. I super appreciate meeting her. And very recently I met my new friend Caitlin, who is my first Murderino friend. For those of you who don't listen to my favorite murder, shame on you. But if you know, you know. So stay sexy and don't get murdered, Caitlin.
Yeah, I got a few people on Instagram I want to shout out. I want to shout out Wyatt Kneecaps. I want to shout out Haley F. Super cool. Love chatting with you. Also, Kelly G. She lives up near New Hampshire. She's pretty awesome. Ricardo Aon. Super cool dude. Let me shout you out. Another guy named Aaron, who has a really great name, you know. And that's it. That's all I have for this week. If you want to shout out, just holler at me on Instagram, please. Shout me out, and tell me something cool, or say this, and I'll do it. You know? But thank you for all the love on Instagram. Thank you for all the messages. I love every single one of you.
I do have a few for Facebook. Actually, not much. I tried to get his name. Let's see. I have a from Nick P. You know, man, awesome talking to you on Facebook. Let's see. Then we have Brandon H. Called up. You got a shirt. He said thanks for the shirt. And you told me you were gonna send poses in this shirt. I'm still waiting on those pictures. But please make sure you wear more than just the shirt.
No,
He was just gonna have the speedo on.
I'll be gone. It's okay.
Sabrina B. She hasn't left an actual review yet, but she did type it up. She's like, hi, triple awesomeness of theories of the third kind, despite a start by saying, I wish that it were possible for there to be a new episode every day because your topic materials are fucking amazing. I can't stop listening. Jesus, I love all of it. Best thing that I've come across in I don't know how long. I have the attention span of a 2-year-old and I have my entire life. Still today in my early 40s, I had a terrible time remembering to take a pill on a daily basis and trying to see a prescription of medication. But your podcast, on the other hand, I get it. So excited, I almost can't sleep the night before the movie air. I cannot get enough. Love your brilliant question, everything Jesus minds. I hope your podcast airs for years to come. And a little bit more, but she says, since she hasn't listened on iTunes, that you can use it. So I just wanted to give her a shout out for her kind words and pretty much encouragement.
Yeah, thank you. If you know anybody that will pay for us a full-time editor, you can kick out an episode every day. You know, or you just give it to the full-time editor and let him edit it and then publish it. That would be awesome, right?
Could be a girl, not just a he. It would be more inclusive.
Sorry, it's automatic. I'm sorry, it could be the they.
Never it.
They.
It's.
Aliens could be the
Have you
aliens.
ever read a book called A Child Called It?
Yes, I have. It's the saddest book ever. Did you read the sequel to it?
I own all of them. I love them. Let's see. Where is that? Okay. Sorry.
Let's see, the next one I'll give a shout out to our buddy Jake P. You know who you are, Jake. You know, dude, you always hitting me up on Facebook, sending me stuff. I do like the meditating Bigfoot picture that you sent me. That shit was funny. I want it. But it's always good talking to you on there, and always sending us links and stuff to some crazy shit to talk about. And Amanda Sweets, she did leave us a Facebook message as well. With Theories of the Third Kind is a podcast that is smart, fun, and mind-expanding. My husband found you guys around the first of the year. You guys carried us through the COVID crisis. Thanks so much for keeping our minds occupied instead of in fear as the media wants us to be. I would highly recommend this podcast to anyone and everyone. We super love each of the casts as if they were our own friends. Keep doing what you guys do. You are important and needed in these days. Love, light, love, sweet.
Thank you, Lola. I love you.
Yeah, that's pretty much it for me. For someone.
Yeah, there are, like, trying to look through my screen. I always forget to write them down. I wanted to shout out Rachel Peterson on Facebook. I appreciate your message and talking to me about your experience becoming aware of astral traveling and the scenario that led to you feeling like you had to explore into it more. I always find that when you meet random people, you're meant to meet everybody for a reason, but sometimes you meet somebody that says one thing to you that completely changes everything for you. And so I love that you had that moment. Appreciate the conversation. Keep sending messages. Jackie, you're awesome. The Illuminati Pizzagate card that you sent me was really good. I wish I didn't show that to you, boys. The address and that. Yeah, I didn't remember that one from the episode, but she really liked that episode. I apologize if I missed anybody, but you guys have been giving me loads of love on Twitter. Super appreciate it. try to remember to go to Facebook. To be honest, guys, I don't even use Facebook personally, so I just don't get on there. But I'm making the effort to go there to respond as much as I can to people messaging on there. For me, everything else is damn. If you specifically say something to me, then I respond, but everything else is damn on Facebook.
I usually let her know, or she finds it herself.
I be creeping. I like seeing what's going on Facebook. I hear like tumbleweeds going by on Twitter. No one likes Twitter. I don't even use Twitter.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for all your support and love. Do you have any corrections on the last episode before we roll off?
Few things I almost forgot. So I noticed that I missaid two names in the Columbine episode, and I felt horrible for it because I didn't catch it. One, I just remember mistakenly saying Eric's name instead of, was it Richard or Ricardo? Richard. Castology. I said that Eric said Richard, and then later on, I accidentally called Craig Scott. Yeah, I just wanted to apologize for that. I never want to be a victim or anything like that. I'm sorry I didn't catch it, but I ended up to it. My bad, you guys.
Alright. That's the end of today's episode. If you haven't, check out our merch, check out our Patreon if you want more episodes. I want to thank you for listening to us today. And again, thank you for your support. You are all amazing. So with that being said, Dan and Allie, you want to roll us out?
It's okay to be out of this world. It's a good thing.
Because you're not alone.
Want your healthiest year yet? Start with cleaner skincare. Primary Pure uses natural, farm-sourced ingredients to help you glow. No chemicals, fragrances, or fillers. Just pure beauty backed by science. From skincare to deodorants to tele-based products, they harness nature's healing power for real results. Thousands of 5-star reviews agree. This is beauty that works. Ready to glow? Head to primarypure.com to make the switch. That's PRIMALLYPURE.com and experience skincare that nourishes you within.
In the small town of Gilmer, Texas, nothing could prepare them for the disappearance of a 7-year-old girl named Kelly Day Wilson. What began on January 5th, 1992, would lead investigators down a rabbit hole of satanic rituals, acts of murder, and even cannibalism. Join us as we discuss the disappearance of Kelly Day Wilson and the Texas Satanic Cannibal Cult.
Welcome to Theories
Of the third kind.
Welcome to Theories of the Third Kind. I am Aaron, one of your hosts today, and the other one joining me is Danielson. Today's episode is the disappearance of Kelly Day, Texas Satanic Cannibal Cult. But before we hop into it, like always, let me do a quick announcement. We don't run any ads or take any money from corporations. So if you'd like to help us out, a written review on iTunes helps the show tremendously. If you don't want to leave one though, that's fine. We just want you guys, girls, aliens, reptilians, Bigfoot, Sasquatches, chupacabras, ghosts, Illuminati members, whoever or whatever you are, to enjoy the show. Also, if any of you would like to reach out to us, you can shoot us a message on Instagram, Twitter, or Facebook. Or you can go to our website and click the contact button, and there you will find our email address. Also, on our website, you can leave us a voicemail. With that being said, today's episode is the disappearance of Kelly Day Wilson and the Texas Satanic Cannibal Cult. So strap in and strap on, Daniel, because this one is going to be crazy. Ready? All right. So to get into this Texas satanic cannibal cult, we have to talk about the disappearance of Kelly Day Wilson first, because it all starts there. So, Dan, let's talk about exactly what happened the night of Kelly Wilson's disappearance.
On the night of January 5th, 1992, 17-year-old Kelly Wilson was working at Northeast Texas Video, which is basically the place where you rent movies at.
Yeah, no streaming videos. It's all you go there, pick up your VHS tape, and go home and watch it.
Sure. So that night, Kelly was working at this video store alongside the store manager, Joe Henry. At 8:30 p.m., Joe and Kelly closed up the video store. Joe locked it, and that's when they supposedly said their goodbyes for the last time.
Real quick here, before we continue, let me explain something. So in case some of you don't know, most small businesses that earn a lot of cash each day, they usually have a worker compile all the money each night when they close. Then that worker takes the cash and puts it into a deposit bag, and then they go and drop it off at a bank. Now these banks aren't open at night, but they do have an area that you can slide that deposit bag in, and then in the morning the bank tellers pick it up, they count the money, and deposit that cash into the person's business account. Okay, now we have that explanation out of the way. Dan, you can continue with the story.
That night, Joe and Kelly left the store at 8:30 p.m. They separated ways. Kelly went to her car and drove to the local bank to make her usual nightly deposit at the video store.
Now, there was surveillance video at this bank that showed Kelly going through the drive-thru to make the deposit, but the video was so grainy because back then it was 120p resolution. It made it hard for any investigators or anybody to actually try to make out if it was actually her in the driver's seat. Also, another side note, the deposit bag was in the bank off the next morning, so she wasn't robbed. So that's out of the question. Anyways, back to the story.
So pretty much the video is like a bunch of images of Bigfoot. It's all grainy and shit. You can't see it.
That is an excellent comparison, Dan. I would have to say yes. Imagine the blurry ass footage of Bigfoot. That is exactly what Kelly Day Wilson's video footage is like.
Alright. So Kelly had told her parents that night that she was going to spend the night at her friend's house. However, early that morning, they got word that she never showed up to that friend's house. So of course, Kelly's parents were kind of pissed, but mostly worried. So they decided to call Kelly's boss, Mr. Henry, at 6 a.m. to see if he knew where Kelly was. Of course, he said he did not know where she was. So Kelly's parents then proceeded to call the Gilmer police to report her missing, and then went to go look for their daughter.
So Kelly's mother, Kathy Carlson, and her stepfather, Robert Carlson, alongside the Gilmer, Texas police, they ended up finding Kelly's car parked in front of her workplace, which was, of course, the video store we talked about. However, Kelly was not inside of it. The police ended up searching her vehicle, and her purse was found inside of her vehicle, but it was untouched. And a bunch of other things were found too, so the rest of her belongings, but they weren't touched either. However, something weird here. The keys to Kelly's vehicle were not inside of it. And also, one of the tires had been slashed. Bunch of assholes. Whoever did that.
So the next morning on January 7th, the Gilmer Police Sergeant James Brown contacted the media, who asked him for help in notifying the public that Kelly was missing, and also stated that anyone with any information to contact the Gilmer Police Department. So over the next few weeks, hundreds of volunteers directed by the sergeant spent thousands of man-hours searching the backwoods of Gilmer, Texas, to see if they could find any clues or even her body, but nothing ever came.
So for the next 2 years, the Gilmer Police Sergeant James Brown made it his mission to find Kelly Wilson. He spent evenings and even vacation time trying to track her down. Like, he took vacation. So this police sergeant in that town was absolutely dedicated to it. He ended up becoming super obsessed with the case and spent hundreds of hours of his own time tracking down leads outside of his regular police duties. It was even said by former Gilmer police, and I quote, "We have never worked harder on any case than we did with that one." 3 people know what happened to Kelly Wilson, and 2 of them are still alive. End quote. By the way, the 2 identities of the individuals were never stated. So this seems like your typical disappearance case, right? I mean, it's your normal person disappears, you never find it, and that's the end of it. Well, this case is unique because it takes a gigantic turn straight out of left field and smacks you right across your conspiracy theory fucking face. So to better understand what happens next in this story, we need to talk about what happened in 1990 first before we move ahead. So let's go ahead and discuss that. Gabe, can you tell us just a little bit about 1990?
So the year is 1990. Kids were playing Nintendo, watching DuckTales, and body slamming each other like, ho, ho,
Let me tell you something, brother.
However, in the backwoods of Gilmore, Texas, lived Wanda Hicks and Wendell Kerr, which, according to court documents, the kids there were having a very terrible time.
Yeah, I know what some of the listeners may be thinking. Okay, we're back at Gilmore, Texas, where Kelly went missing. It's 1990, 2 years previous. But what the hell do Wanda Hicks and Wendell Kerr have to do with anything? And why are kids having a terrible time now? Well, we need to talk about these people because they connect to Kelly Wilson's disappearance. But let's first talk about Wendell Kerr. So it's early 1990. Wendell Kerr was then married to his wife, Loretta Kerr. But Wendell was unhappy with their marriage. He told Loretta that he wanted a divorce. So shortly after telling her this, Wendell started dating a woman named Wanda Hicks. A few weeks later, someone called CPS, which is Child Protective Services, and reported that Wendell had been sexually abusing his own children. I wonder who called. Maybe it was the ex-wife. We aren't going to speculate. Anyways, so what happens next after CPS is called?
Not long after the allegations of sexually abusing children, his own children, Texas opened up a case against Wendell Kerr and assigned 2 state child welfare workers, Ann Goen and Debbie Chu, to investigate the allegations. Back to Wendell and Wanda, they had been dating for some time, and now they're living together in the backwoods of Gilmore, Texas, and it was called a compound. This compound was a plot of land in the middle of the backwoods that had multiple trailers on it. Wendell's parents, Eugene and Geneva Kerr, owned the land, but they all lived on it together, along with his brother Danny and 2 family friends, Roger Don Holman and his wife Kim Jo Smith.
Hey, it's a lot of people, man.
There's a lot of people there.
So, okay, I feel like we need to backtrack a little bit. That is a lot of people. Okay, so I'm going to run through this real quick. We're back in Gilmore, Texas, 1990. Wendell Kerr gets divorced from his wife, Loretta. Wendell ends up meeting Wanda Hicks. Loretta calls CPS on Wendell and said that he was sexually abusing his own children. So the state of Texas opened up the CPS case on Wendell Kerr, and Ann Gore and Debbie Minshew were the investigators that were assigned to Wendell Kerr. And then they talked about the compound, which they all lived on with Wendell's parents, Eugene, Genevieve, and his brother Danny, and 2 family friends, Roger and Roger's wife. So since Wendell and Wanda were dating and living together, Wanda's children from a previous marriage was also included in the questioning by the CPS workers and Debbie. So upon questioning those children, Wendell's children and Wanda's children, they begin to tell the investigators and Debbie that they were being tortured, molested, and sodomized by their parents, grandparents, and various strangers that lived or that came over to the compound. They also told stories of murder, dismemberment, post-mortem rape, and cannibalism of babies and children by the abusing adults. They also told of abuse including satanic rituals involving masks and knives. And also, here's something else. The initial medical examination of the children found genital and anal scarring consistent with sexual molestation. We're now going to go over in more detail of these accounts of what the children said, but I kind of want to warn you ahead of time. This is pretty graphic. If you weren't really comfortable by what was just said, I would kind of not listen to the rest, but this is just a warning. So just let you know now, turn it off. If not, venture forth. So, Dan, can you tell us some more detail of the accounts of what the children said?
So one child said to Ann and Debbie, and I quote, "I collect bones. I collect people's bones, and all kinds of bones, animals and people." The child said that to Linda and Wanda taught them how to collect bones. This child also was quoted as saying, if you hit an animal, then you dig the eyes out and you cook them in the microwave and eat them.
What the hell?
That's just nasty. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that is.
Give me that.
What the hell's wrong with these kids?
He also mentions that Linda and Wanda taught him how to keep animal bones in one box and human bones in another. The boy also said that before he had so many bones that he had different boxes for white people's bones and black people's bones, and one for only animal bones.
How do you tell the...
But he acquired so many bones that he had to put all his people's bones together because he didn't have enough boxes.
No more segregation of bones. Catch me.
This boy then told Ann Gore of how Wendell Kerr said he was going to cut off or cut his own leg and bleed out, to where the child said very matter-of-factly, "Now, if Wendell cut his leg and died, I would have to take the meat off so that I could save the bones, because I would really have to put that in my bone collection." That kid's fucked up now.
Yeah, hold on. Is that the same kid talking about bones?
Yeah.
Okay. So another one of the children told, now this is a different one from the bone boy. He told how he was forced to watch a baby being killed, and later told to kill a baby himself. He then told how he washed the baby's heart and brain, and in detail described how he gutted the baby and removed the brain. The child went on to describe how this was done over the kitchen sink and how the blood was collected. The boy then changed his demeanor and appeared quite frightened, as he had remembered being told by Wanda that if he had told anyone, he would have been killed the same way. The poor kid. So all the children made a reference to a devil's quote-unquote pot in which blood was kept when they were cut. So they told of how Wanda cut their hands and made them bleed into this devil's pot. So that was a
So there was a reference to a pregnant woman and a large hole dug in the ground where they made a large fire. One child had severe panic attacks from bandages were applied. When asked, "Why do you not like bandages?" he replied, "Wanda put two in my mouth. The time I had that." The children referred to sex as making honey, and they also spoke of handcuffs being tied to the floor, white powder being sprinkled on cake, and being served coffee that had something else in it.
white powder sprinkled on cake. You think you're giving kids cocaine?
Oh no, it's just powdered sugar.
Probably. I hope it's powdered sugar. Man, all right, so let's continue. So after hearing all this, what did Ann and Debbie do, the two state workers? Right. So if you got to take a guess, Dan, what do you think they did after they sat down and heard of the bone kid? And then they heard of one kid talking about saw a baby being killed, and he described how he gutted and removed the brain of one baby. What do you think the CPS workers did?
I hope they would have just taken the kids out of there and just did something with the parents or the family.
You would think that, right? You would think that would be the way to go. But instead, they went and recruited two private occult investigators. Yeah, they went and hired additional investigators. These investigators were Brooks Flegg and Steve Baggs, and they were to assist in an investigation of these accounts by the children. You know, just like any normal state worker would do, they just go and hire some private occult investigators, right? Anyways, well, there is some light at the end of the tunnel. So in total, 15 children connected to this family. They would end up being removed from their homes and ended up being placed into foster care. And the county ended up assigning a special prosecutor to this case, Scott Lyford. He participated like super close with this investigation. So let's get into Scott Lyford.
So Prosecutor Lightfoot decided to do a search of the Kerr property to look for evidence and back up the stories of the torture and the human sacrifice that Ann and Debbie had said the children were telling them. He got a search warrant and raided the compound. He found 3 shallow grave-like depressions in the soil, a shovel with blood residue on it, an area matching the children's description of where their abuses occurred, 2 double masks, a blood-stained mattress cover, and 4 knives. That was exactly what the children said had been used to murder and dismember children. Items were retrieved from the Kerr household as well. These were devices used to restrain and torture children. Finally, plastic bags were found buried on the Kerr property, containing bone fragments. Before Lyford took his evidence to the grand jury, the Texas Human Skeletal Identification Laboratory issued a report stating that the remains were most probably human. And then another report from a different laboratory, filed months after the indictment was issued, concluded that the remains were not human.
Some conflicting reports, huh?
Yes.
Well, I mean, conflicting reports about the last part. The top part, I mean, is open and closed case, in my opinion. You find all the shit that all the kids are saying. You go on the property and find devil masks, bloodstained mattresses, knives that the kids were saying they used to murder and dismember other children and babies. You find torture devices. Anyways, this is where the story of Kelly Wilson's disappearance that we spoke about earlier and this Kerr satanic child abuse shit start to overlap and get really weird, if it isn't weird enough yet. So this is where the crossover happens. Do you remember me talking about the Sergeant James Brown that got obsessed with investigating the disappearance of Kelly Wilson when he was doing it in his free time and everything? So while he was taking his vacation and actually doing the investigation of her disappearance, he was obsessed with it. So while he was doing that Scott Lyford guy, the special prosecutor, he was investigating the Kerr case. So they were both investigating at the same time. So just kind of keep that in mind. So in 1993, one of the children taken from the Kerr home and placed into a foster care, who is only identified as RS, as in Romeo Sierra, it claimed that Kelly Wilson had been abducted, raped, and murdered by the Kerrs. So, of course, as a result of this claim that James Brown, his investigation began to overlap the investigation into the Kerrs. He started looking into this satanic cult and this claim that this kid made.
So Sergeant Brown started investigating the Kerrs and their involvement with Kelly Wilson's disappearance. He focused on Wendell Kerr first, a key suspect, but quickly concluded that Wendell was not in the state of Texas at the time of Kelly's disappearance, and that, in fact, he was in New York. Sergeant Brown met with Special Prosecutor Scott Lyford, who had been assigned to the Kerr case to discuss his findings. Sergeant Brown told Lyford about Wendell Kerr being in New York at the time of Kelly Wilson's disappearance and openly expressed his skepticism about the satanic cult story. This pissed off Prosecutor Lyford, to say the least. This Kerr case was Lyford's baby and nobody was paying for it.
Damn right. So Special Prosecutor Lyford decided to tell Sergeant Brown, and I quote, "I am investigating the disappearance of Kelly Wilson now. I don't want you interfering, and if you do, we are going to have a problem." End quote.
Like words.
Oh yeah. So you remember that one kid that we talked about earlier, that RS, Romeo Sierra, the one that claimed Kelly Wilson had been abducted and raped and murdered by his family, right? So a few days after Special Prosecutor Lyford told Sergeant Brown basically to fuck off with that kid RS, he ended up adding additional details to his account of Kelly Wilson. You want to cover those?
Yeah. Mysterious RS kid. So basically that Sergeant Brown was involved with the disappearance of Kelly Wilson. That he saw him come over and help out with torture and murdering. He then went on to say that the police would not help, that they were also bad, and described in general terms a person resembling Brown as having participated in the sexual abuse. Adding more fire to Sergeant Brown, Connie Martin, who had been dating Wendell Kerr's brother Danny Kerr at the time, had also said that Sergeant Brown was involved in the ritual murder of Kelly. She gave a notarized statement which said the following.
I was going to put on a girl voice,
Oh,
but I'm
she's
doing
doing
a regular.
My name is Connie Martin. I live in Gilmore, Texas.
No, I'm just going to go with you.
Do that. Yes.
No, I can't. The people will hate me. I'll get hate from it. I can't do that.
No, I think they think it's
Okay.
My name is Connie Martin. I live in Gilmore, Texas with Danny Kerr. We're not married. I was present when Wendell Kerr and Danny Kerr, Don Holman, Wanda Kerr, and me drove into
Dude, I can't do that too long. And me drove into Gilmer, Texas in Danny's van. We picked up Kelly Wilson at a video store on the square. We drove back out to Eugene and Geneve Kerr's compound. Eugene, Tammy Smith, and her son Raymond, and my two sons, Danny and Daniel, were there. Danny and Wendell led us all back to the woods. They made me and Wanda have sex with Kelly. She didn't want to. They made her. Danny and Wendell made her have sex with him. So did Geneva, Eugene, and Don Holman. Tammy Smith was there. They kept her quiet by putting tape over her mouth. After they were through, they made me and Wanda take the case back to the house. I don't know what they did with her after that.
I gotta say, who the hell names their kids Danny and Danny? Because Danny's like a nickname for Danny.
Yeah, what if?
I feel offended. Yeah. Right. So even though there was no forensic evidence to support the story, and the case hinged entirely on the unreliable eyewitness testimony, murder indictments were handed down to the entire compound. The grandparents, Eugene and Geneva, their son Wendell and his wife Wanda Hicks, Wendell's brother Danny, and the two family friends Roger Don Herman and his wife Hannah Jack Smith, as well as Gilmore Police Sergeant James Brown. All were charged with the murder of Kim Anderson.
You know, it seemed kind of, I don't know, convenient whenever James Brown and Lyford bumped heads that all of a sudden that RS gave an additional statement and said that Sergeant Brown was involved, and then the girlfriend of Danny Curtis at the time gave that notarized statement that said that she was there. I don't know. It seems, anyways, but I guess we'll get to that in a minute. This is the final act. This is the final bit of it. So, what did Special Prosecutor Scott Lyford do after he, quote unquote, solved the case? Well, he went to Robbie Wilson, which is Kelly's father, and said the following to him: I am proud after many years I have finally solved your daughter's disappearance. Now, this turned out really bad for Lyford because Connie Martin ended up recanting her statement and said she made it all up.
I don't know, can you take it back even after you got it notarized? It's like,
I don't know. I don't know. That's a good question.
this last Special Prosecutor Lyford with the only other evidence that he had, which was the social worker's report that the child RS had said that they witnessed the murder. Faced with a shaky street case, the Attorney General's office reversed Lyford and got the court to dismiss all the murder indictments. Recently, Child Protective Services transferred Aaron and Danny to other duties and began an investigation of their conduct in the case. I went too, fucking hiring court investigators. Sergeant Brown was reinstated at his position as a police officer, but ended up quitting and said that he had lost all faith in the justice system.
Rightfully so. I would have done the same thing.
Yeah.
So in 2001, Brown and the Kerrs filed separate civil lawsuits against Scott Lyford, who was the prosecutor, and the CPS workers involved. Their suits were dismissed by a federal district court on what were essentially grounds of qualified immunity, is what they call this. It's basically government officials cannot be sued unless certain grounds can be met, such as the denial of civil rights. What type of bullshit are they running, man?
I'm looking at that qualified immunity.
That's what I want too. Anyways, so that's the case and all that happened, but it doesn't end there. Now we're going to go over strange facts and findings in both of these cases. And then afterwards, we'll go over some suspects, and then we'll wrap it all up with our facts and theories. So, Dan, you want to hit us with the first strange fact?
Of course. So, upon the arrest, one of the killers was given a form to fill out that included a question about annual income. Don't know, she wrote. As her parents' address, another defendant wrote, don't know address, raise children home. Yes, they spelled address with only one D. This shows the level of education.
Yeah, you can kind of speculate if they weren't that educated, obviously they're not going to be that much of a thinker, right? So maybe they could easily influence into a story that somebody wants them to believe. Another strange fact is that Kelly Day Wilson's vehicle, it was never fingerprinted. So
Absolutely. I figure that's like one of the things they should have done.
yeah, I mean, isn't that like the very first thing they do? I don't know.
So, next one is Roger Don Holman. Remember him? He was the family friend of the Kerrs. He was one of the people living in the compound with the Kerrs, was primarily a bus driver, but at one time he had been a reserve police officer in the Big Sandy Police Department. Holman was accused of sexually abusing a child in Gladewater, Texas, but those charges were eventually dropped. Holman was known to be a religious fanatic and would quote scripture while being questioned during his interrogation into Kelly Wilson's disappearance.
You imagine that? If you're sitting down and you're like, so, where were you January 5th, 1992? And the Lord would say, they're like looking out, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? Anyway, I thought that was weird, you know.
Gosh.
All right. Another strange fact is that there is a rumor when you go through the interwebs and you start digging this up, you will find that there's a rumor that Sergeant Brown, he had been dating or quote unquote seeing Kelly Wilson at the time of her disappearance. Now, this is just a rumor, okay? And Sergeant Brown denies ever actually meeting or knowing Kelly Wilson, even though he did say that she may have served him coffee once when she worked at a Golden Corral in Gilroy, Texas. Which is odd because he knew specifically that she served him coffee. This strange little facts like these that make you switch your position on who you feel sorry for, right? Because I felt sorry for him and how Lyford treated him, that special prosecutor. But then it's like, why would Kelly Wilson go with the Kerrs unless Sergeant Brown was with him and she was dating him, trusted him, went with him, they took him to the woods and killed her? I don't know. He was dedicated to the case. Maybe he was dedicated to something else. But we'll go over that at the end. So there's something interesting to add to this theory or this rumor of Sergeant Brown dating Kelly Wilson, was that before Kelly's disappearance, Sergeant Brown put in his resume for a position at the Winsboro Police Department, but he was denied. So when asked about it, the chief of police at Winsboro was quoted saying, and I quote, "We do not want to hire someone who is known to associate with high school girls." Oh, damn.
This business is out there.
What do you think of that?
That's good.
Almost made me spill my water. You got that. All right.
November 16th of 1994, the Gilroy police released a statement that 5 boxes of evidence from the Wilson case were stolen from the police evidence room. The boxes contained copies of the records in the case. The originals were forwarded to the Attorney General's office. And guess what? These are
What happens to this shit? Is there like a bad chain of custody when it comes to most of these cases we come across? Because a lot of these have stuff that are stolen or taken away.
evidence always mysteriously disappearing.
Yeah, kind of pisses me off. Anyways, So those are some strange facts, but all of this still leaves the question of what happened to Kelly Wilson. So let's discuss the suspects. So suspect number one, Chris Denton. Chris Denton was Kelly's boyfriend at the time. He was known for having a hot temper and was seen having an argument with Kelly the night before she disappeared. He sold his car only 1 month after Kelly went missing by traveling to Louisiana and had a dealer ship his car to Mexico. So when investigators tracked down the car, they found strands of hair inside and noticed the truck map was missing. Chris also had a shaky alibi on the night Kelly disappeared, and he took a polygraph test and failed it. But, I mean, none of that really matters now if we're talking about solving a case because he died of cancer in 2004. Yeah, that's the first suspect, Chris Denton. So who's the second one?
The second suspect, Brent Ward. Brent Ward is Chris Denton's cousin, who claimed they were riding around in a pickup truck together on the night Kelly went missing. He also failed the polygraph test. In 1995, was convicted and sentenced to 3 years in prison for perjury after lying to a grand jury about being at work on the day of Kelly's disappearance. Time sheet showed Ward was not at work, and a supervisor testified that Ward had asked him to lie to law enforcement and provide him with a false alibi. Ward supposedly told his supervisor that he and two friends had been at the video store, messing around with Kelly 15 minutes before it closed.
Weird. Alright, let's go over the next guy. Michael Adidi was a 17-year-old high school acquaintance of Kelly's, who was the one who slashed the car. He actually admitted to this tire slashing and served 90 days in jail. But he claimed it was just an act of vandalism and denied all knowledge of Kelly's disappearance. And that's all we have on him, is that he just slashed her tire, and that's it. But that puts him as a suspect. So
That little shit slashing tires.
yeah, what's wrong with you, baby?
Our final suspect, Joe Henry. Y'all remember who Joe Henry is? He's the owner of the Northeast Texas Video, and he was the last person to see Kelly alive. It raised some red flags when he was arrested for possession of child pornography in 2004, but authorities reiterated that he was never considered a serious suspect as he had a pretty solid alibi after he left the store that night. The alibi was that he was taking care of his mother, who was failing health at the time.
Alright, so those are our suspects. But I have my own personal theory about what happened that night. You want me to get into it?
Go for it.
Alright, so after researching this case for hours, for weeks, for months, which seems like sometimes years we're researching it for again. Yeah, we're sitting there, look up at the clock. It's been 32 hours straight of us researching it, right? We call up Gilmer Police Department, tried to get them to answer some questions. They hung up. We got in contact with multiple people involved with the case. They all hung up with us. Nobody wanted to talk to us about it. However, one day we'll be reputable investigational people, right? Investigational journalists. One day we will be, and people will answer our calls. Anyways, alright, so this is my guess of what happens. Okay, are you ready? So it's the night of Kelly's disappearance. She gets out of work, she gets into her car, and she realized her tire is slashed. So she continued on to drop the receipts off at the bank nearby, and at some point ran into her boyfriend, who admitted to driving around with his cousin that night. Possibly offers to help with the tire, but after heading back to the video store parking lot, changes his mind, getting their fight the day before. He was possibly still upset and seized the moment of vulnerability and ended up killing her, which that is my guess. It is the boyfriend who did this, Chris Denton, killed her, ended up discarding her body in Louisiana somewhere in the swamps, shipping the car to Mexico, where the investigators then tracked it down, noticed his mat was missing, and then found strands of hair inside of it that led to nothing. But he failed the polygraph, he had a shaky alibi, but he died of cancer in 2004, so we'll never know the truth. That is my guess.
So, okay. I mean, it kind of makes sense. There was one thing that did catch my attention though, about what Brent Ward said, that Kristen's cousin. He said that they were at the video store 15 minutes before it closed, messing around with Kelly.
Yeah.
Did you let the manager or the owner, Joe Henry, know about that too? But he's never said nothing about it?
You hit a plot hole. Reopen the investigation. Daniel solved it. Reopen it.
All right. So, my theory on it, Joe Henry and Sergeant Brown are in cahoots. Sergeant Brown supposedly was seeing her, and Joe Henry is around the pedophile. He watches child pornography and was charged with possession of it in 2004. So probably back then he probably had some more, or had some back then. Started his collection, who knows? Also, if he is the sole owner and you have a 17-year-old female working for you, wouldn't you want to make sure she actually leaves the parking lot and such before you dip out?
Yeah.
He just straight up buys the car and just leaves. I feel like that is just a lie. The tire was slashed. Only one of them. I'm sorry, but I've driven where I parked in the side of my tire on a storm water drain with the metal lid. Yeah, I got a little too close, but I was able to make it a little ways down the road until, hey, you definitely know you got a flat tire.
Yeah.
So her making it to the bank and back is hard to believe. I feel like she probably dropped off the deposit, went back to let her boss know. He abducted her and convinced little old Dee saw a car all alone and a tire that had just the perfect roundness tire and then it ticked him off. So why do I throw Sergeant Brown Bomber? He was already seeing her. I'm sure he probably stopped by her a few times to check out the underage talent, which with seeing the interest Joe has as well, pretty positive he noticed the same thing Sergeant did. So they ended up having to work together to keep each other from being caught. Sergeant Brown Bomber made sure that the search and the case went away from Joe and focused elsewhere. The other sergeant was charged with the murder, but he knew they didn't have much to go on, and the general attorney was more focused on the satanic cult, so the case was already, well, let's just go ahead and call it as it is. It was totally food.
Yeah, it was. The whole entire case was completely messed up from the very beginning. Absolutely crazy. I mean, that's all we really have on it. That's where it sits right now. But this whole disappearance of her is weird. The Linda and Wanda Kerr and the satanic kids and that whole thing is, you don't even know where to go. That's why I thought this was such a good story for us to cover, right? You don't know where to go in this story. It's so much information. It goes so many different ways. It's weird.
Whatever happened to Kelly, the culprits set it up, I guess you said. Small town, satanic, they're going to get the more attention. Girl goes missing. It's upsetting, but you got to pay attention to one girl or a cult that's eating babies and kids and doing all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, and then at that time, it was kind of like a satanic panic going on. So whoever set it up, like you said, set it up perfect to where they weren't even going to be looked at just this satanic cult would be. But then it makes you question, what were the kids talking about? You know, with all the babies being murdered and all that, isn't that worth looking into?
Yeah, and the one kid knew exactly how to freaking gut kids or like tear meat off of bones to cut the bones.
And yeah, cut kids and take the brain out. So weird. Anyways, that's the disappearance of Kelly Day Wilson and the Texas Satanic Cannibal Cult. Do you have any final things you want to say before we move on from this, Daniel?
All
right. Well, I think it's the boyfriend who did it, but to be continued. We don't know. We don't know what happened. We probably never will know what happened. So all we can do until then is speculate. But write us and let us know who you think did it. We'd love to hear your thoughts and opinions on it.
Yeah, if you find out any more information, of course, let us know.
Yeah. So with that being said, I guess let's move into a couple voicemails we'll go over. Then we'll do the iTunes reviews and ratings. All right, so this first voicemail is from Yeetmaster 6420. So we're going to play that right now.
I'll take the trash out and the shit. I'm trying to clean my room. Oh, sorry guys. You might have known me as Anonymous, aka Big Dipper. And I think Now I'd like to be known as Yeet Master 6420. And, well, I love you guys. People don't say that enough nowadays. Also, kneecaps. Alright. Keep it easy and stay breezy, San Diego.
Oh my god, you nasty 64.
He's right. We don't say kneecaps.
It's exactly right. So, were you here when he called or when he left a voicemail last time?
No, but I've heard about it.
Yeah, so he left a great voicemail a few weeks ago. Little Dipper, Big Dipper. And we can't call him Big Dipper anymore. We gotta call him Yeet Master 6420.
Yeet Master 64.
Thank you for the voicemail, thank you for the love, and stay safe out there and keep playing that Minecraft.
And kneecaps.
Okay. So this next one is from Anonymous. So we'll play that right now.
Yo, I want to see you guys' show best. This is Dale from Canada. I can't leave a written review on iTunes, but here's my support. Have a great one.
Dale, I want to say move on over. I want you to make an extra room for me up there in Canada. Okay? I'm going to come live up there with you, okay? Number one, love your ass. Number two, live Canada. Number three, live there. So thank you for your support. Thank you for your love. It's all right. You can't leave an iTunes review. Totally fine. We'll take the voice of my love just as much. Yeah. Thank you. But tell him, Dale. Oh, yeah. All right. So thank you, Dale. All right. That's the end of the voicemails. Now we go to the ratings and reviews. So the first one we got this week is from Ricky_A. He left a 5-star review on March 13th with a subject line that reads, "A good listen if you don't have a stick up your ass." He goes on to say, "Hey, it's Ricky A. Thanks for putting me on Ghost 3. You guys are awesome. Don't change nothing. But I have a request on a subject. If possible, the Fourth Reich and the camps that they had Nazis living in South America, like Argentina, and did human experiments up until the late 90s. So, first of all, thank you, Ricky A, for the 5 stars. Thank you for the love, and not a problem for putting me in the Ghost 3. If you submitted your story, we put you in, so I just want to thank you for submitting it. But I've heard about the Fourth Reich. I've heard about Nazis living in Argentina. I have not heard about the human experiments up until the late 90s there in that specific area. Have you, Dan? Yeah. So it's something we're going to have to look into. But it's definitely, it's on our list now. So thank you, Ricky, for the love, for the support, and we will add that to our list. All right, this next one is from Strawberry Ragdoll X. It was left on March 15th, and it is 5 stars. With the subject line that reads, "Podcast I've heard." They go on to say, "Hey guys, I love the podcast. Keep up the great work. I love listening while working because it keeps me thinking while unloading merchandise. I love the intros because it shows off everyone's light-hearted personality. I hope that y'all can touch on the topic on the similarities of urban legends and many cultures. I like to think that we're all connected in a way, and specifically in some of the things we fear. Love you all. Thank you, Strawberry Red Dog. Urban legends and many cultures. Yeah, it is something we're going to have to review and go over. It's something we're going to have to go over is urban legends in different lives, but they're all so good. That is definitely added to the list. But thank you for your love and your support. I'm glad we could be right there with you while you have merchandise. And I want you to remember to please lift with your legs. So take a deep breath right now. Use your legs. Go down. And stand up. Bend down. Exactly. Else, but the knees. All right. Well, thank you again, and we love you. Okay, this next one is from Nikki G9314. It was up on March 17th. It's 5 stars and subject line that reads, "Love you guys." They go on to say, "I'm so glad I discovered this podcast. Where can I find a pic of you guys? I need to match your face with your sexy voices, especially Kate's tongue emoji. New girl crush." So, thank you for your love, Nikki. Thank you for your 5 stars. Thank you for your support. Pictures of us, we aren't going to really show actual pictures of ourselves just for privacy reasons, but maybe in the future. Maybe in the future. So, thank you for that. Yeah, just for you.
I don't want no model agency to be calling me, bugging me.
Oh, yeah, you. How many times did they call you that one time?
Oh, man. Dude, all I showed was like the top part of my head and
Just the top part of just the top section of your head. Well, your face wasn't even involved.
No.
You were like, that's a nice fucking top head right there.
Dude, I gotta tell you, my Asian jeans, I got some nice fucking hair.
You do. I have to say, you do have it. Come here, let me touch you. Come here. See, that's some nice hair. That is nice hair. All right, thank you, Nikki, for the love. All right, we're gonna move to the next one. So the next one is Little London, left on March 18th is 5 stars. And the subject line that reads great podcast. They go on to say, just came across this podcast. Love the content and the cast is great as well. Kate's voice is super sexy. Thank you, Little London. You really let Kate know of that, and that seems to be a popular theme. So, is sexy. Oh my god, don't fucking do that. I will unplug this computer. Alright, but thank you, London, for your love, and we'll continue serving you knowledge nuggets in your. Alright, the next one is from City of Angels, left on March 19th. It is 5 stars. The subject line that reads dope. They go on to say, love the show, love the facts and the theories. Keep up the good work. I got a lot of scary stories from my father and mother from when they were young. Hopefully I can share some with you as time goes and they can make it on the show. Well, hey, City of Angels, thank you for your love. Thank you for your 5 star. Go ahead and submit them if you want. You can go to theoriesoftheThirdKind.com/contact or just go to our website, click on the contact button. Excuse me. And you can find our email addresses there, which is or you can go to our social medias, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and you can DM us on there and send your personal stories into there. We'll store them under Post Stories 4, which is, it'll be a few months until we go over that. So just let me know. Unless you have some Ouija board stories, and that would be before that, because we'll cover Ouija board before that. But send them in, and we'll cover them. But thank you again for the love and the 5 stars, and keep doing you. Sure. All right. So this next one is from AKM 19223. It was left on March 19th. It is 4 stars. The subject line that was enjoyable. They go on to say, I really like the content here. Good range of topics and discussion, and 3 personalities, opinions, make for a good combo and interesting listening. I see some hate on the digression in episodes, but what real conversations don't go off track. Thank you, AKM. I agree. I mean, sometimes there is some, we digress in some episodes, but I think it's gotten a lot better here recently. That's what it is. Yeah. So thank you, AKM, for your love, for your support, and for everything. All right. So this next one is from Ellen Swan. It was left on March 21st. It's 5 stars. The subject line is dope. They go on to say, yo, this is awesome. I am obsessed with creepy stuff. And I came across this. It met my expectation. And it is so good. You have to watch this. P.S. Can you guys do an episode on the man from Torrid? Thank you, Ellen, for your 5 stars and your love. And from Torrid. Did we already cover him on our thoughts and theories, Dan? Wasn't that guy who... Okay. Yeah, we covered him on the time traveling episode. He was the guy who arrived at the Japanese airport, and he said he was from the country Florida, but there was like no country there. But I think barely glazed over that. That's like all we said about him, which we could cover him. I mean, I'm down to cover you just make a list. But thank you, Alan, for the suggestion. I love it. All right, this next one is from Kinsey Sway 23. Up to March 21st. It's 5 stars. The subject line reads amazing. They're going to say, I'm a huge conspiracy theorist lover, and I just stumbled across this podcast while searching for new conspiracy podcasts. It's my new favorite podcast. I love you guys. You're funny, and I feel like I'm just listening to some friends talk. I heard on a podcast someone say a bad review about a girl saying get better without her, when actually she is my favorite. Love her voice. Don't listen to the haters and keep up the good work. Thank you for the love, Kinsey Sway, and for the 5 stars. And I'm glad we can be your new favorite conspiracy podcast. Hopefully we can keep up that love. And if you got any suggestions or anything, shoot them our way. All right, the next one is from Gina G7. Left on March 21st. It is 5 stars. And the subject line is Liddy. They go on to say, I really enjoy hearing all y'all. I stumbled upon y'all. I've been binging for 2 days. Thanks for the awesome content. And thank you, Gina G7, for the 5 stars and for the great review. All right, this next one, of course, 1 star. We always gotta have that one person, but it's fine. So this next one is from Bigfoot Stacy. It is left on March 22nd, and it is 1 star. It is a subject line, never get that time back. They go on to say, listen to the allocated rally episode. I assume that Bigfoot Stacy meant Alistair Crowley episode, but hey, it's autocorrect. So anyways, not gonna bash y'all. It takes a lot to get these things going and keep it going. However, the dude who was trying to be funny, stop it. You're very annoying and not actually funny at all. Kate, love the sound of your voice. Do your own show. I listened till the end, but I can't deal with the one dude. Very, very annoying. I mean, dude, just shut your mouth. Kate even had to ask you to get out of the room. Good luck. All right. Not gonna bash you, but give you 1 star. Okay. So she was clearly talking about Donnie in the Alistair Crowley episode. Because Donnie kept chiming in and kind of bickering with Kate, and Kate told him to leave the room. So, we'll pass on the word to Donnie and Kate until Kate started the show. So, just for you, Bigfoot Stacy. But thank you for the review, and we'll pass that forward. I like the name, man. Bigfoot Stacy. I do like it, yeah. All right, next one is from Lal O. It was left on March 23rd, and it is 5 stars. And the subject line means awesome always. They're going to say, great podcast the last few weeks. I'm finally all caught up. And I just want to let you guys know that you guys are doing great. Anytime soon on the Las Vegas shooting, a lot of interesting stuff. Keep being great. Love you all. Take care. Thank you for the 5 stars. Thank you for the love. The Las Vegas shooting is on our episode list, isn't it? It is. And it may seem that when you guys have suggestions that we always say that, but I'm being completely honest. We have a giant list of what episodes are next, and they get moved up and down depending on the suggestion. Like if there's someone's like, hey, I want to listen to that one, then we'll bump it up, and we'll keep bumping it up till it gets to the top. So keep suggesting what you want to suggest, and we'll keep bumping up the ones you guys want, and we'll eventually get to it. Nothing's stopping this train. We're going to keep pumping out episodes, unless the corona gets us first. But we got some people. All right. All right, so this next one is from 46. It was left on March 25th. It is 5 stars. The subject line reads, awesome podcast. They go on to say, hey everyone, I just want to say that I really enjoy the podcast. I love the blend of seriousness and humor. It's really refreshing and entertaining. I'm always looking forward to new episodes. Thank you, 46, for the love, for the 5 stars, for the support. You're awesome. So the next one is from Sweaty Balls. It was left on March 27th. It is 5 stars. With the subject line that reads, picked it on its cover. They're going to say, you guys were my first pick when I searched conspiracy podcasts, and you did not disappoint. Doing a fantastic job. I'd love to listen to an Isaac Cappies. Keep IP the good work. I'm guessing keep up the good work. That's it. So thank you, Sweaty Balls. And so their suggestion, Isaac Cappy. Now, if I recall correctly, don't bash me, listeners, I get this wrong, but Isaac Cappy was an individual who, quote unquote, committed suicide. But before he did, he was outing the elite, saying that they were filled with pedophiles in the industry, and named all these people like Tom Hanks and Oprah and all these individuals, saying that they raped a whole bunch of kids and that stuff. And then he was, quote unquote, suicided. So we'll add him to the list. I don't think he's on the list, but definitely add him. Thank you, Sweet Balls, for the 5 stars and for the love.
Jeffrey, absolutely.
All right. This next one is from P-Walk BH, who's left on March 28th. It is 5 stars. And the subject line that reads great podcast and internet topics. They go on to say, I really love the inside thoughts and humor from you guys that presented in pretty much every episode. Thanks for making my grinding experience on JRPGs on PS4 not feel so monotonous. Keep up the great work. Thank you, P-Rock BHH, for the 5 stars. And I'm glad we could be right there with you as you do your quests on your JRPGs on your PS4.
Finding items to make the ultimate weapon or something like that.
Yeah, you keep farming and you listen to us if you want, no pressure, but it's greatly appreciated. And know that we're always there cheering you on. And you do that. You gather those 4 apples and kill those 5 boars, and you collect that skin. And you collect that nice mace, that new mace to add onto your character. And you level up. Yeah, but thank you, P-Rock. You're awesome. So this next one is from 6 Cents, left on March 29th. It's 5 stars, and the subject line is a radical. They go on to say, this is hands down my favorite podcast. They all have great chemistry and it's constantly evolving. Thank you, 6 Cents. You're amazing. Thank you for the 5 stars and the love. I'm glad we could provide you with some entertainment. Thank you. This next one is from Corey 95, left on April 3rd. It is 5 stars. And the subject line that reads, my favorite new podcast. They're going to say, just found y'all, and I love y'all's podcast. Thank you, Corey 95, for 5 stars. We love you. Much love. Yeah, much love. All right, the last one, the last review is left on April 4th, and it is from iRuben, and it is 5 stars. The subject line is great podcast. They go on to say, I came across this podcast after being caught up with all my paranormal shows, and I took a chance and listened. I was not disappointed. It has been a couple of months, and it's now one of my new favorite shows. I went back and listened to past episodes, and now I look forward to each new episode. Thank you, guys, for all you do. Stay safe, stay healthy. Your faithful follower, Reptilian. Thank you, Reptilian Ruben, for the 5 stars. Thank you for the love. I'm honored to hear that we're one of your favorite podcasts. We'll continue throwing these episodes out, and we'll continue trying to do what we can do. You know, it's not too personal. I like that. Yep, so that's all the ratings, reviews, it's all the voicemails. We'll do some quick shout outs real quick. Let me see. I'll do Instagrams first. I want to give a shout out to Chipper Atlanta, Jessica Cecilia, Hermit, Tex 9, Sydney Leo 4, It's Huff, Lucky Breeze 381, Erica Bone, Danny Gibson, Prometheus Bribe, Jason Likes Tattoos, all my friends are brainwashed, Mackenzie Ray, Brad 0794, Chemical Eva, Zach Attack, Tennille Chapman, Shade Cheser, Jay Bush Chief, and Turlo. I think I'm pronouncing that right, and probably not, but I want to give all you guys a shout out. Thank you for the support, and keep sending your messages on Instagram, and I'll respond as quickly as I can. Right now, I think I've got 30 or 40 new messages I have to review and go over, and all of them for some reason get sent this way. But yeah, thank you everybody for the love and support, and keep sending your good stuff. You got any Twitter shout outs or anything on Twitter?
They get a bunch of followers. I say a bunch, probably like a handful. Nothing too exciting. So I encourage people to tweet at me. say something. So too. Notice me saying hi.
So another thing too, I wanted to say something about the Facebook messaging. We are super backed up on the Facebook messages. Backed up so much that we're 8 months behind in the Facebook messages response. I think right now there's a auto response on Facebook. So if you message us, you've got like this, let us read over this message and we'll get matches with this being. I'll start taking over those messages and start responding to them. So I'm just gonna let you know your message has not fallen on deaf ears. We will respond to your Facebook messages as well. So with that being said, I apologize for my Facebook shout outs this week. I love you. Just know that. I love you all. Yep. So that's the end of the episode. You got anything you want to say before you wrap it up?
Stay safe out there. Keep doing the social distancing. Don't hang out in too big crowds. Don't cough and sneeze on people. Practice good hygiene.
I suggest the same. I want to thank everybody for listening to us today. Practice your social distancing. Practice your love with one another as well. If you want to reach out to us, you can go to our social medias, or you can go to theoriesofthethirdkind.com and leave a voicemail with us. We will review it. And with that being said, Dan, you want to roll us out?
It's okay, guys, to be out of this world with your thoughts.
Because you're not alone.
Welcome to Theories
of the Third Kind.
Welcome to Theories of the Third Kind. My name is Aaron, and I'm one of your hosts today. The other host joining me is Danielson.
What's going on, guys?
Today's episode, of course, is DMT and the Machine Hours. But before we get into it, let me do a quick announcement. We don't run any ads or take any money from any corporations. So if you would like to help us out, you can leave a written review on iTunes, and it helps us out quite a bit. If you don't want to leave one, though, or you can't leave one, that is fine. We just want you guys, girls, aliens, reptilians, Bigfoot, Sasquatches, Chupacabras, ghosts, Illuminati members, whoever or whatever you are, to enjoy the show. Also, if any of you would like to reach out to us, you can shoot us a message on Instagram, Twitter, or Facebook, or you can go to our website, which is theoriesofthethirdkind.com, and click the contact button. There you will find all of our email addresses. Also, on our site, you can leave a voicemail with your phone anonymously, and we will review it. So, with that being said, how this episode will go today is that we will quickly go over what exactly DMT is, a brief history behind it, individuals' experiences and personal stories upon taking it, the machine elves themselves, theories about them, and then we will wrap it all up with our own thoughts and theories behind it all. Are you ready, Daniel?
Let's do it.
All right. Well, with that being said, Danielson, can you tell us what DMT is?
DMT, or dimethyltryptamine, is a naturally occurring chemical compound found in the human body in at least 60 species of plants worldwide that produces a uniquely powerful and short-lived psychedelic effect upon taking it, which it can be smoked, injected, snorted, ingested, stuck up your butt, pretty much any way you can think. Depending on the dosage and the method of administration, the effects of DMT can range from mild psychedelic states to powerful, immersive, life-altering experiences, in which users are placed in a state where they explore spiritual realms, alternate dimensions, and interact with other beings.
So DMT is found in both plants and animals. It is the active hallucinogenic compound in ayahuasca, which is pretty much it's a tea brew, which is used for ritual purposes by the indigenous people in the Amazon. DMT is illegal in 184 out of 195 countries in the world. However, Unlike some illegal substances, DMT is not considered to be addictive or toxic by the scientific community. In no way whatsoever are we telling people they should go out and do DMT. This is just for entertainment purposes, right, Daniel?
Correct.
All right. So now we're going to jump into a brief history behind DMT.
Traditional use of DMT dates back as far as the late 8th century, and like you said earlier, it is naturally occurring in certain plants. One plant in particular, the A. peregrina, also known as Yopo, Kahoka, Eureka, or calcium tree, for during ritual ceremonies, the king, who were the indigenous people of the Caribbean, used to take the seeds of this cahoga tree, grind them up, use this giant Y-shaped pipe to snort them up their noses. When asked why this is done, 10 people responded with just 2 words, which translated to astral travel.
Man, you think that's gotta hurt. You ground up some seeds and you take it right up your nostrils. It's interesting.
Never tried it, so I don't know.
Yeah, well, maybe in the future.
Maybe.
So we talked about the tea brew earlier that was in the Amazon, that was used by the indigenous people of the Amazon, that tea called ayahuasca. So DMT is the psychoactive ingredient in ayahuasca. And evidence of ayahuasca's use dates back to at least 1000 AD. Researchers found a bundle containing the residue of ayahuasca ingredients and various other preserved shamanic substances in a cave in southwestern Bolivia. And that was discovered in 2010, which I thought was pretty interesting.
So all these years, the native people have been using DMT without really anyone ever questioning what it actually was and why. Then in 1956, Stephen Zara, a chemist and psychiatrist living in then communist nation Hungary at the time, read about tribes and them taking a spiritual brew for DMT. So Zara was looking for an alternative to LSD, which was impossible to obtain from a communist chemist once he began experimenting with DMT. And it was then that the psychotropic effects of the drug were realized.
So what are the effects exactly? What does it feel like taking DMT? Well, there's a researcher who suggests that you probably already felt its effects. His theory is that in times of extreme physical stress, some near-death experiences, and even during REM sleep, the body releases DMT. The man behind this theory is Rick Strassman, who we'll cover right now.
From 1990 to 1995, Dr. Strassman led a U.S. government-approved and funded clinical research team at the University of New Mexico studying the effects of DMT on human subjects in experimental conditions. As a result of his research, Strassman came to refer to DMT as the spirit medicine because its effects include many features of religious experience such as visions, voices, powerful emotions, novel insights, and feelings of overwhelming significance. During the project's 5 years, he administered approximately 400 doses of DMT to nearly 5 dozen human volunteers.
Dang, 400 doses?
Yeah, do you really think they were volunteers?
Yeah, well, yeah. So this Strassman, he was legit. He did all of this stuff legit. So yeah, they were actually volunteers. These volunteers, more than half of them, reported profound encounters and interactions with these non-human beings while in this DMT state. So now we're going to hear a few stories from individuals involved with the study and their experiences as they retell what happened almost 20 years ago. All of them said that this was the most profound experience in their life. Now, while you listen to this, I want you to keep in mind that all of these individuals are not the typical people whom the media portray as, and I quote, drug users. These individuals had this experience at a fairly young age. All of them were under the age of 25 and have since had become successful in life, such as doctors, yoga instructors, lawyers, and shaman, just to name a few. Now, this next audio clip is going to be 10 minutes long, but hear me out. It is completely worth the listen. So make sure you listen to it all and then come back and then we'll discuss the machine elves and the entities and what they could possibly be. So we're going to play that right now. I would get a warm, full feeling, a golden feeling in my chest before it went to my head. I feel this warm rod about an inch and a half in diameter start growing up inside my central channel. It would come up and sort of slowly warm up my chest, go up through my head, and slow down and put tremendous pressure in my sinuses behind my eyes, slow down, start to grow and thin the skin behind my forehead about 1 inch and my hairline. And when I was afraid it was going to pop my skin a few times. It was a very physical feeling. About an inch and a half, 2 inches above my skull, when I popped through there, then the psychoelectric started. I thought I died. I saw the white clouds, Renaissance white fluffy clouds, gods and angels, and all that stuff. That's what I saw. I thought I was dying and going out, but I did take a quick look at Cindy and a quick look at Rick. I had my eyes open. They were both there watching, looking very calm. I go, that's really good. My body was
So I didn't know whether it was my birth I was re-experiencing, my death which was yet to come, because I know that time crumbles. The linearity of time is totally useless. You are at a God point where all time folds in on itself.
More and more layers of my humanity start coming in. Finally, the last, almost the last layer, and I can't even describe what it is, but you have, at some reaches way in there is like the last layer of that which defines you as a human being. And it goes, you're no longer a human being. In fact, you're no longer anything you can identify.
There was no concept of time. It was so disorienting. I was so terrified. I have never in my entire life been so terrified to be blasted out of my body, to leave my body behind, to be going at warp speed backwards through my own DNA, out the other end, into the universe.
So I went right into this fight. As soon as I went into it, I lost any sense of being different, any sense of what I was doing, past, any sense of future. It was absolutely blissful and euphoric. I just felt like it wasn't I. I was everything. I was the light. There was no sense of separation, no shadows, no differences, no past, no future. It was all present and white yellow. Then I felt myself falling out of this light, and as I fell out of it, I could feel the light like the glow, like the sun with flames coming out, lapping out. I could already start to feel this tremendous separation.
I reached across, and just suddenly I'm in the universe, in this huge void, with these beings on the other side, and I put out my hands, and this incredible rainbow of pink light went between me and these entities. And I was trying to make it be like a white light, but it was this incredible pink light, this energy of love this capacity of love that we as human beings have, that I was trying to just send to them.
This meteor-like trip through the infinite space of the interior consciousness is up pops the puzzle pattern door. And I'm now whizzing through this sucker like if it was nothing. I'm flying through. But now I know what the picture puzzle pattern door is. The picture puzzle pattern door is the farthest reaches of your humanity. This is the doorway into what defines you as a human being. When you go past that, you stop being human to a degree, and the further you get past this point, the further away you go from being a human being. But right here, this picture puzzle pattern door is everything. It's everything. It's what defines you as a human being. This picture puzzle pattern door is you.
This is like the actual core of where all of reality is emanating from. This is where meaning comes from. Symbols were pouring out. They were intertwined. Every symbol and letter and every language was pouring out at this point.
And I looked around at my environment and I was trying to absorb everything to understand, but there were all of these machines or structures or things that I had never seen before, that I had no idea what they were. I was like a caveman in a computer lab. I didn't have any idea, but I knew in my intellectual awareness that this was a very advanced civilization or life forms or whatever they were. They were so far advanced from what we know here on Earth.
There's one state and I call it the hobby horses, and they're interlocking, reticulating, vibrating hobby horses, and I use that. That's what they seem like to me. They interlock, and they form a visual pattern that seems infinite in state. And then you're on the inside, outside, inside, every side, and so it's less possible to use, words start to escape you.
The texture of the space was very much like an animated Mexican tile. It seemed to be hyper vivid in color, in the Technicolor sense, but also very clay-like in earth, pointing towards earth, but not really being earth.
There was no I, there was just a sense of a witness and suspended in this incredible golden space. Like a cathedral made out of stained glass of all imaginable colors. Unbelievable brilliance and saturation of color. Just this amazing pattern. This dome, this gigantic dome, just felt like this amazing and there were these winged beings. I don't remember exactly what they were, like angels, something like angels, that were majestically coming through space. There was something about the quality of the clouds that you were seeing. It was like a sense of another reality. My sense was that at some point there was this implicit sense, this is the divine right. This is the divine right. And it was not like a thought, it was like this implicit recognition.
It was all very, very impersonal until I got to the space where I realized that I was in the area where souls await rebirth. And I was there, and I had been there so many times before. I recognized it, and this incredible transcendent peace came over me. I had never in my life ever felt such peace. Everything was stripped away. Every hope, every fear, every attachment to the material world was completely stripped out of me. I was free to just be the essence of the soul.
After the medicine wore off, there is that familiar sensation of coming back into the body. That was part of experiences. Coalescing back into sensory awareness and sense of the body without becoming a little more substantial. Oh yeah, I live in the body.
So Laura removes the eye shields, and I ask, not really with my eyes open quite yet, I ask, how long was I gone? I needed to know. And Rick chimes in like 15 minutes. for a moment, I'm shocked. I'm like, you know, mind, has to try to catch up because now the whole cognitive dissonance of the experience has to catch up. 1,000 years of experience in 15 minutes. Well, to say the least, it is profound.
All of those accounts that you just heard, those individuals were part of Rick Strassman's study. All of them got injected with DMT and were observed by Dr. Rick Strassman and the nurse there, and they studied them. All those stories were completely interesting. That one guy, 1,000 years of experiences in 15 minutes. What do you think of that? It's kind of scary.
Scary, or someone's very good or very bad at keeping track of time. The big thing is, why is DMT illegal? Well, Dr. Strassman hypothesized that DMT originated inside the brain, coming from a small gland about the size of one nuts, which is called the pineal gland, otherwise known by some as the third eye. This pineal gland is responsible for regulating our sense of time and is found in practically every vertebrate species.
But despite DMT being naturally produced in the body, sadly, it is classified as a Schedule I drug, which by law makes it equivalent of magic mushrooms, which is also bullshit, peyote cactus, which is bullshit, and opiates like heroin, which is bullshit. So I have a theory as to why DMT is illegal, but we'll get to that in my thoughts and theories section, so we won't touch that right now. So let's go ahead and move on to the machine elves. So Danielson, what can you tell us about these machine elves?
Machine elves is a term coined by writer and philosopher Terence McKenna to describe non-earthly entities that are often reported by individuals upon taking DMT. However, these machine elves date way back further. References to such encounters can be found in many cultures ranging from shamanic traditions of Native Americans to indigenous Australians and African tribes. So what is it like experiencing these machine elves?
Well, according to Terence McKenna, at about 1 minute to 2 minutes into the DMT trip, one may burst through a crystal-like mandala and find there's a whole bunch of entities waiting on the other side, saying, "How wonderful that you're here. You come so rarely. We're so delighted to see you." They're like jeweled, self-dribbling basketballs. There's so many of them, and they come pounding towards you, and they will stop in front of you and vibrate. And then they jump into your body, and then they jump back out again. And this whole thing is going on in a high-speed mode where you're being presented with thousands of details per second, and you can't get a hold of them. And these things are saying, don't give in to astonishment, which is exactly what you want to do. You want to go nuts with how crazy this is. And they say, don't do that. Pay attention to what we're doing.
And what they're doing is making objects with their voices, saying structures into existence. They offer things to you saying, look at this, look at this. And as your attention goes towards these objects, you realize that what you're being shown is impossible. It's not simply intricate, beautiful, and hard to manufacture. It's impossible to make these things. The nearest analogy would be the Fabergé eggs, but these things are like the toys that are scattered around the nursery inside of UFOs. Celestial toys, and the toys themselves appear to be somehow alive and can send other objects into existence. So what's happening is this proliferation of elf gifts, which are moving around the signal, and they are saying, do what we are doing. And they are very insistent. And they say, do it, do it, do it. And you feel like a bubble inside your body beginning to move up towards your mouth. And when it comes out, it isn't sound, it's a vision. You discover that you can pump stuff out of your mouth by singing, and they're urging you to do this. They say, that's it, keep doing it.
At about 4.5 minutes into the trip, you speak in a kind of unknown language. There's a spontaneous outpouring of arrangement of words and phrases unaccompanied by what is normally called meaning. After a minute or so of this, the whole thing begins to collapse in on itself, and they begin to physically move away from me. Usually their final shot is that they wave goodbye and say, deja vu, deja vu. Now, this is Terrence McKenna's interpretation of what he's seeing when he's referring to machine elves. There's a lot of different interpretations of what people are seeing and all that. And Terrence McKenna's story about these beings is not unique. Many other people have experienced very similar things. So now we're going to cover some personal stories of individuals experiencing these so-called beings. So this first listener submitted experience is from someone very close to the show. Me and Danielson are going to split up reading this one, so I hope you're ready. That's just a little FYI for you listeners. So Danielson, you want to start it off for us?
Yeah, all right. I took one deep drag off the pipe, held my breath, and waited for a second. After taking a second, I started drifting into the visual flow of the DMT practice. I was almost fully immersed into the DMT universe, but was still able to get off my final third drag for it. Just then, I had this immense ringing in my ears, and a buildup of pressure in my head that burst. I was immediately blasted out of the thin fabric of the visual factor fantasy that I was in and into a new life. It was like walking from a dim night into a brightly lit casino in Las Vegas. I felt like I had walked behind the scenes into a series of rooms. Everything was colored but cranked up to its fullest potential. The images were clear, crisp, and vivid. 1,000 times more vivid than they had ever been.
I was in a bright, colored series of rooms. There were two people, a man and a woman. They appeared to me like simple computer-generated images. As soon as I took a step, they glided up to me and spoke directly to me. They kept saying, "Welcome back," and words like, "The big winner, he has returned. Welcome to the end and the beginning. You are the one." As I looked around the room, I felt the sense of some huge celebration upon my entry to this place. Bells were ringing, lights were flashing. These gliding, computer-generated individuals began to lead me around the room, showing me how all my life they had been preparing me for this moment. I was shown dozens of experiences simultaneously in my life that had led up and been clues to this exact moment. I was shown in a flood and an onslaught of images, thoughts, situations, raw feelings that everything had been building to this moment, that this moment had been planned.
They told me it was a gift, that I had been selected to be the one. I felt feelings of huge relief and excitement, but I also felt a fear in the individuals. At this moment in the experience, I became afraid for my life. I felt that this gift would cost me my life. I did not want to be the one. The gliding computer-generated individuals felt this fear in me and began to hold my hands and arms, rushing me deeper into their world. I felt their fear, and I began to believe that I had stepped out of the dream, out of the drug, out of my body and mind, and into this super world. I began to believe in the transformation.
As I walked deeper, I saw an object in the middle of these rooms. This object was similar to an hourglass. It was slowly turning over. I became aware that this vessel, as it tipped over, transferring its contents, it was actually transforming me and my feelings. I felt my humility slip out as I filled with this new powerful light, a light of greater perception, of clarity. It felt like returning home. It felt familiar. It felt like I was waking up from a hollow-held dream of reality. I felt godlike. I realized that this gift was not only a gift, but equally a death sentence for my physical body. I felt like Christ at the moment of realization of godhood and the inevitable moment of his crucifixion. I also felt like all this knowledge and perception, was far too large to be processed by my physical mind, and that death was the obvious transition.
As this moment of realization hit me, I felt the individuals who had been guiding me all along smile and step back. At this time, I felt a collapsing feeling as I gave in to the experience accepting my fate. I remember thinking that the hourglass had turned a little farther and I was pouring out of this life into a new. I said out loud, I am dying. Then I lost the support of my body, myself, and my existence, and I began to drift. My friend, who was my trip sitter, then touched my leg. I remember being drawn back into my body and thinking, to hell with this. I'm not going to die, not yet. And I felt the individuals smiling around me and looking at me. I felt the fear. I felt the exhilaration in my visions. Even though this place was vibrant and psychedelic, my mind had an extremely hard time trying to comprehend what I was seeing. The individuals kept saying to me that I was the one, and the one. I then said out loud again that I'm dying, to which my friend, aka the trick sitter, responded, only 3 more minutes and you'll be alright. As soon as I was able to believe that in 3 more minutes I would be normal again, and everything began to fade. And finally, I started to feel in control of my body and my life. Slowly, I drifted out of their world, back through the gauzy world of colors and patterns. With a little extra coaxing from my friend, I was able to wake up and separate myself from that moment. I still vibrate from the experience. And that's it. So that was the first personal experience. Now that was a little long. The rest of them are nowhere near that long. They're usually 1 or 2 paragraphs. Just a little FYI. That's pretty crazy, man.
Yeah, pretty interesting. So let's go to the next one. You want to cover the next story, Daniel?
Hell yeah. This next story is from a listener named Shannon. I am now just realizing what I encountered could be called machine noise. I personally didn't get an elvish vibe, however, they did seem machine-like, very similar to worker bees. They operated on their stomach. Overall, I feel like they ate hatefulness during the universe's will. For me, they were cloaked figures filled with the brightest white light, and they communicated and worked via the energy they were made of. When they talked to one another, it sounded like deep yet high-pitched beeps that reverberated heavily and echoed. They were very direct in all actions. I feel like they wore cloaks over their brightly lit bodies so it would not blind me, and so that it could also give them a focus. I saw 4 operators. I was paralyzed the entire time. I also saw one fly over us as it made its way to complete whatever mission it said. This was just one aspect of my ayahuasca vision.
It's an interesting story that Shannon had, that they'd be absolutely terrifying, being worked on by something or someone, not knowing what it was, and them other ones flying over you.
And you're like completely paralyzed. You couldn't stop them what they were doing. You were just there.
Kind of makes you think about the alien stories you hear in the 50s and 60s and 70s. You know, people getting abducted and getting probed and getting worked on. It almost makes me wonder if...
What it kind of reminds me of? You know when people talk about like when they're sleeping and then they wake up and they're like paralyzed and they see like computers down there?
Yeah.
That's kind of what it reminds me of. Hopefully it's not real.
Yeah. No, but what I was going with mine is what, you know how the United States government back in the day, they in the 60s and 50s, 70s, they took LSD and they gave it to people and they had no clue that they were actually getting LSD. I can't remember if that was in the human experimentation episode or what episode. It was a really early one, but we covered that, and makes me wonder if these alien encounters were actually people on DMT unknowingly, and the government was like, hey, we need some test subjects. Let's go inject some random people with DMT and see how they react. Yeah, all right, so we'll go to the next one. So this next story is from a listener that goes by the name of Etherbound. I have witnessed an entity on DMT. They can be as human as you or I, or as alien as anything you have ever witnessed in a sci-fi movie. Then other times, you vault past trivial things like aliens of jesters, and your reality is wiped away. and replaced with the source field. By that, I mean you enter a place where everything that ever was, is, or will be. We are limited by our senses. They give us this illusion we perceive to be reality. There is nothing like the DMT breakthrough. Nothing. Well, maybe death. We are God experiencing itself subjectively. I didn't mean to get off on a tangent. I witnessed a craft of some sort once, but was under the impression from the crew it was organic. Not metal and steel, but living tissue that could hold any form they wanted. All communication, if you want to refer to it as that, is in pure emotion. I don't know what to call it. They are in your mind and you theirs. It is a level of understanding that only can be understood with the experience. Our puny language has no words for the things you will go through. It's very interesting.
Pretty much whatever you imagine it is.
Yeah. If some people think, it's all in your head and that's what you imagine. I mean, yeah, that would be one thought to it. But okay, so this next story we're going to go over, and then we'll go into theories and start discussing it and start theorizing and stuff like that. So, you want to cover this next one?
So, of course, if you listen to podcasts, then you know of Joe Rogan. Yes, the Joe Rogan who hosts the Fear Factor for a million years. He was also a commentator for the UFC. Anyways, he talks quite a bit about DMT in a few of his podcast episodes. He had mentioned using DMT on two occasions, but he said that his experiences of what he saw was not quite machines, but something different. He said, and I quote, "Reality dissolves and we don't. The last DMT trip that I had was very strange. There was these gestures that were giving me the finger. They kept giving me the finger. I think it's their way of telling you not to take yourself seriously."
Can you imagine that being the first time you take DMT and you're like wanting some really emotional breakthrough, right? You're wanting to strip yourself of your ego. You're all prepared, ready to go. You've been getting your mental state good for months, and you go and you smoke it or whatever. You think you're gonna have this breakthrough. All of a sudden, you see these jokers dancing around, giving you the finger. It's like, what the? Somebody gave me some bad DMT. Oh man, that's gotta suck. That's gonna suck. All right, now we're gonna go over some potential theories, and this is a fun part. This potential theories as to what these entities could be, right? So the first one we're gonna cover is that there are no alien or spiritual entities at all, and it is just merely a hallucination. Reading that.
I mean, it's possible.
Yeah. Brain is pretty crazy when it comes to being able to cope and deal with things and what it can come up with. So I can see that. So what's the next one?
Next one. DMT allows awareness of processes at a cellular or even atomic level. Maybe even of quantum mechanical processes at the atomic or subatomic level.
Whoa, that's deep.
Yeah.
It allows you to, I guess, tap into a different level of awareness. I could see that. That's another possibility. So, okay. This next one is, as a neurotransmitter, DMT causes the older parts of the reptilian brain to dominate consciousness, resulting in a state of awareness that appears totally alien. Now, okay, so I could see this because our brain has a section called the pre-reptilian or the primal part of the brain. Basically, it drives such things as like self-preservation, the preservation of the family, reproduction, and it's all like the primal drives. And it helps us distinguish between threatening and non-threatening stimuli. I can see the argument being made that DMT somewhat, maybe, let's say, enhances that red part of the brain, and then it overflows, and you become what a friggin' wolf or a lion or whatever thing else sees. It's just me just free balling it, I could see it, but I have no scientific proof to back that up. So that's just a theory. All right, what's the next one, Daniel?
The next one is psychedelic tryptamines are the biochemical means by which we contact the creators, the divine, God.
I don't know. Possible. I don't discredit much stuff. I think anything's really possible. So, okay. The next one is DMT provides access to the afterlife or world of the dead, and the entities are the souls or personalities of the departed. Now, my personal thoughts and theories is this, so I'm going to save my thoughts on this when we get into personal thoughts and theories here in a minute. So keep that one in the back of your mind. So do we want to go ahead and move to the next one?
Yeah, we're going to move to the next one. See, the DMT entities are beings who have mastered the art of time travel and can communicate with humans without physically materializing.
I like that one. I always love me some time travel.
Yeah, you can move the Montauk chair.
Yeah, I think they've far surpassed the Montauk chair. They probably, okay, imagine computers back in the day, right? A Montauk chair is huge, okay? A Montauk chair is like the early 80s computer, so it's huge. Now, people in the future, their Montauk chairs is just going to be like a little computer chip, a very small computer chip the size of your pinky nail. And they just like touch their pinky nail, and then that's how they time travel. See, that's what we need to get, Daniel.
Man, I love my Montauk chair.
Yeah, it is comfy. All right, so this last one is the entities are probes from an extraterrestrial or an extra-dimensional species set out to make contact with organisms such as ourselves, who are able to manipulate their nervous systems in a way that allows the communication to take place. Holy shit, that is deep. I like that. I like that. I never even thought about that. These entities that you're visualizing are basically workers from these other interdimensional species sent out to make contact with us, or whomever. Like, hey, go make contact with the people in the third dimension, or we're up here in the fourth dimension. And then tell us how it goes. Tell us what they're like. Oh, they're down there bombing each other still over religion? No. Okay, leave them alone. We'll come back. Yeah, we'll come back in a couple hundred years. Anyways, those are some of the theories about the entities. Now we're going to roll into personal thoughts and theories. All right, so my first theory is what I call the ghost theory. It's similar to one of the ones we talked about earlier, okay? But what if, when an individual takes DMT and experience these quote-unquote beings, that they're actually being blasted off into another dimension, like their soul is being, now this is under the assumption you think that we have a soul, is being blasted out into another dimension that we are unaware of. They walk around in that dimension, but are seen as ghosts, right? Okay, now this is where it takes a turn. What if, when people in this dimension, like when we see ghosts, they're actually other beings from other dimensions on a DMT trip that end up in our dimension in ghost form? So we aren't seeing ghosts, we're seeing ghosts, we're seeing species or other beings or other people on DMT trips from other dimensions.
That's all useful.
Yeah, that was a good. I was sitting there thinking, that's a really good theory. That's something I've never even really considered before until now when we researched this topic. Was what if that's what it was? It's interesting to think about, you know. So, what theory do you have?
Well, I was, like reading and listening, and listening to Lady on YouTube videos and such. One thing that comes across my mind is when everyone took DMT, they had the out-of-body experience, and they were all experiencing some kind of sort of death. Most of them. DMT seems to give you that feeling of passing away, death, the euphoria of being released from your physical form. And then, these machine elves, since there is no true form to them, and they're all different to different people, I can only assume that the feeling of passing on, maybe these forms are representations of your own self throughout your life, or whatever you decide to picture them as, imagine them. So pretty much kind of like a hallucination. And the one lady was saying, she was like machine logic, and that kind of just made me think of, with them, pretty much them being different forms of your former self, I guess, future, past, present, whatever, past lives, that maybe they're going back to different memories of different lives and such, which,
And that's why it seems unfamiliar to them.
Yeah.
Or somewhat familiar, but somewhat unfamiliar, right? She said there's a sense of, deja vu, that there was a sense of like being familiar with being in that place. Daniel, always going deep with his theories. I do agree that you experience a DMT quote unquote trip when you die. You know when you like lay down for a nap and you go to sleep and you wake up and you're like, damn, how long has it been? It's felt like it's been 5 hours, but in reality it was like 5 to 15 minutes, right? Yeah. There's a theory that your pineal gland releases a small amount of DMT, and what this DMT does is actually slows down time and only for you. So whenever you start to die or you realize that you're about to die, your body dumps all of its DMT from the pineal gland, and then it's so much that it slows down time for you, and you live in this bliss of euphoria, which feels like to you for thousands and thousands and thousands of years or even an eternity. But for others, it's a second. You're already dead, you're already gone. But for you, you're still in your euphoria. You're still in your death state of your ego is stripped away from you and you're gone, right? But that's just one theory that I've heard of before, which I don't know if I truly believe, because
see, only reason I think I kind of came up with that is because, I personally swear to myself, but, they say that when you're pretty much on your deathbed, you start to go, you seem to start having these flashbacks of your life. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Where pretty much your life plays back to you and all that. And that kind of made me think of the DMT because, like you said, the Neo brain releases lots of it. So maybe it's just, it connects with, of you passing away, that euphoria that it gives you from being released.
Yeah, I mean, it all fits. I like that a whole lot. Okay. All right, so this next theory I have is called "They Are Everything" theory. Machine elves are the architects and technicians of the universe, working around the clock to bring you this reality. They are ancient and timeless. They always have been and always will be. They are our higher selves. The elves are ourselves, just in a higher dimension. Did I go a little too deep for you there? It's actually us words. It's similar to yours, right? Yeah. About how but these elves are just a higher dimension of ourselves. So,
I went to the elbow to push the I pushed the elbow. You were always in short.
Oh yeah, and I'm about to jump all the way. No, I'm just kidding. Now, you got any theories you want to add before I go into the legality theory that I have?
Let's jump into it.
Okay, so I know we spoke about DMT being legal, illegal, and I said I would go back on to why it's illegal. So let me explain. DMT is not illegal because of any scientific research which states that it's dangerous. DMT is illegal because LSD was made illegal in the United States in 1968, which then catalyzed the United Nations blanket ban on all psychotropic compounds in 1971. The United Nations Convention put LSD and DMT into the Schedule 1 category. Now, this is even higher than morphine or amphetamine, which are in Schedule 2, stating that these compounds in Schedule 1 pose a serious risk to public health and have no therapeutic value. LSD is not dangerous as many people think it is, as extremely few people who take it actually die, compared to a very large amount of people who are taking it globally. However, the establishment in the United States clearly considers LSD dangerous due to its cultural disabling effect. So under its influence, like during the baby boomer era, a lot of people took LSD. And these individuals began to reject the status quo. They started to protest against the foreign wars, like Vietnam and all that. And so LSD was perceived to promote social unrest and upheaval. That's why LSD is illegal, which put a blanket ban on psychotropics, which covered DMT as well, which is bullshit. But there are no reported deaths from anyone smoking DMT. And neither have I heard of anyone becoming physically injured from smoking DMT. DMT is a non-addictive and no physical harm has ever been shown to be demonstrated with the administration of DMT. So why is DMT still illegal? Now, it is my personal opinion that I would say it is still illegal because it is presumably easier and convenient for governments to maintain its illegality, and there is a lack of lobbying to make DMT legal. DMT is illegal, in my personal opinion, because drugs are illegal, and most governments maintain a redundant and backwards-ass policy against drugs. End rant. Pretty much, that's my take, okay? Got me all worked up, Dan.
That's what this show's about.
Getting worked up.
Getting worked up and discussing shit.
Yeah. Alright, so you got anything you want to add before we wrap up the DMT and machine elves?
I do not really want to try this shit. That's getting anything. But, like the one person stated, they had a trip sitter. So I guess if someone were to come across this, I guess I would highly recommend those rooms.
Yeah, I would highly recommend having a trip sitter. Now, this is not promoting you taking it or you doing it. What you do with your body and what you choose is yours. We're not trying to influence you in any way. We just want to make you aware of what it is and the studies behind it and stories behind it. So what you do is your decision. And I respect whatever you do and whatever decision you make. But if you were to do it, I highly suggest, like Dan said, a trip sitter. And that's someone who sits there and watches you while you go under. All right. I guess that's the end of the DMT and machine elves. I guess let's move on to voicemails. You want to go to voicemails?
Let's do it. Love me some voicemails.
So we have 2 voicemails today. Both of them are from an individual named Kyle, and we're going to play them back to back. So we'll play those right now.
My name is Kyle, and I was just listening to the podcast, and I realized that that it's not anonymous, people that really had it. So there was a Vice interview, and child sex trafficking, and then they showed a video of them catching them in the act that they lured them. And then they showed on a computer screen a map of the US, and there was like little dots that would pop up, and they said it was every time that somebody was victim of child porn or adult trafficking in the US. So it's obviously not. It's obviously trackable, but they were able to find it and track everything, and then the video's not gone, which makes me think that they realized that they messed up. So, and maybe that's just what I wanted to say. Hey, sorry, your college, there was this weird thing. I was just at McDonald's and a water didn't so not a chef or anything. So I started in the water, and it tasted really weird. I didn't know what was wrong with it, but it felt thick and salty and hot. And it turned out it was just slimy. So I looked at the ingredients. I thought it was just a water, but there were a whole bunch of different ingredients. I can't remember what happened. I was like, threw that away. It was so bad. But it was gross. There was salt in it. There was some other thing, other chemical in it. And that chemical is like a thickening agent. And I don't understand why that would be in water.
All right. First, thank you, Kyle, for voicemails and stuff. I guess let's cover the first one that was mentioned, the dark web. Now, we did state in the dark web that it was made by the United States government, so it's not surprising that it is entirely trackable. Yeah, I mean, that sucks, but it's good for the people trying to catch the people who are looking at that kind of disgusting stuff, It's interesting that the Vice interview disappeared after it was on for a little while. Yeah, they probably saved it somewhere. Let me do a quick DuckDuckGo search. Vice interview. Okay. All right. So, Dan, see if you can pull this up. See if it will pull up for you. Tell me what comes up when you pull it up.
It goes to the Vice on TV, and it's just like that.
It's exactly what it does for me. Okay, so we came across the vicetv.com, and you go to their topic, dark web. And when you go to that web page, all it has is dark web in bold letters, real big, and nothing else on the web page, which tells me the video was pulled. But let's see if we can go to internet history. Wow. This Wayback Machine doesn't have that page archived. That is very weird because vicetv.com has been archived ever since it was made in 2013. But for some reason, that topic was pulled from the archives. That is odd. It'd be something for us to look into. Thanks for that, Kyle. That's weird. That it would get pulled off the internet archive. All right, so I guess let's move on to the second topic, the Dasani thick and salty.
That's odd. Actually, no.
That's very odd. You know, whenever a couple months ago, I guess a month ago, whenever people started doing the panic buying for this coronavirus, the one bottle of water that seemed like everybody could find was Dasani, and nobody wanted to buy it because of how disgusting it was, or is.
The entire family avoids Dasani. They said they hate it. No matter what they'd rather drink from the faucet or they'd rather do all that before they buy Dasani.
Yeah, Dasani is disgusting. But that's something we're going to have to look into to get real scientific with it, to figure out if, what's in it and what's causing that thick and salty taste.
Coca-Cola uses tap water from local municipal water supplies, filters it using the process of reverse osmosis, and adds trace amounts of minerals including magnesium sulfate, which is Epsom salt, potassium chloride, and sodium chloride, which is table salt. So they don't really have salt in that shit. Which makes you thirsty, right?
Yeah. Yeah, Coca-Cola, we do an episode with Coca-Cola and what they do.
Add to the list.
They're added to the list. Alright, so so thank you, Kyle, for the 2 voicemails. Keep sending more. We'll find out more information about that design thick water and all that for you.
Yeah, at first it sounded like something else was in the room.
I guess they didn't everybody was thinking it.
It popped in there. Sorry.
It's nothing personally for you, Kyle. It's what everybody thought. All right, so now we're going to get into these reviews. Let's see. So this first review was left on April 7th, and it is from Great Britain. It is from the user Lonely Wanker. It is 5 stars. With the subject line that reads "Great show." It's going to say, "I don't really like podcasts, but I never miss an episode of yours. Keep up the good work. Much love from an obnoxious and English laughs." Thank you, Lonely Wanker, for the 5 stars and for the love. We love you. Thank you. All right, this next one was left on April 7th, and it is by Ruben, and it is back in the United States. It is 5 stars, and the subject line that reads, "I love it." They're going to say, "This was very entertaining. I was captivated the entire episode. Mel's Hole was my first episode. Keep it up, you guys. I'll have to go back and catch up on all the prior episodes." Thank you, Ruben. It was all because of Daniel. There's the master.
Yes. Especially talking about an imagine.
Yeah. Come on. You feel it.
So soft.
All right. Thank you again, Ruben, for the 5 stars and love. We love you. And just keep in mind, whenever you go back and catch up on our prior episodes, our early episodes, the quality is not that great. So just giving you a heads up. All right. So this next review was left on April 8th. It is from AGTG. It is 5 stars. The subject line is, "So lucky to have found you guys." They're going to say, "So I'm a huge conspiracy, paranormal, everything, weird, strange fan, and you guys do just that. Love this podcast. Putting it on my top list. Keep it up, guys." Lizard, Chupacabra, Bigfoot 2020.
That's what I'm talking about. Bigfoot 2020.
Yeah. Anyways, thank you AGTG for the 5 stars. Thank you for the love, and I agree. Bigfoot 2020. All right, this next one is from Dusty Peg. It was left on April 9th, and it is from Canada. It is 5 stars. The subject line that reads hard. Yep. They go on to say, well done, everyone. Stumbled upon this podcast a week ago and have been very entertained so far. Love the intros and the topics you touch upon. The tip of the hat to Art Bell during the Mel's Hole episode was great. Missed that. Started from the newest episode and worked my way back in time. No cheer needed. It's great when a group of like-minded people can make you laugh and make you think at the same time. Thank you for all the content. May all your worship continue to bow waste and mind the gap, my friends. Much less. Thank you, Dusty Peg, for the love, for the 5 stars. And I like the no cheer needed reference. We can do it, man. I like it. All right, well, thank you. And hey, since you're in Canada, you need to scoot over, Dusty. Make room for me. Let me go for it. Yeah, well, all of us are. All right. So moving on. This next one is from Penny Hayes. We're back in the United States, and it was left on April 9th. It's 4 stars with the subject line which great content. They go on to say, this is my new favorite podcast. It's got great content. I like the laid back feel. The only thing that could be better is if Kate stopped saying, like, or like, you know. All right. Well, thank you, Penny, for the 4 stars, and thank you for the love. We will pass that information on to Kate and let her know. Good. All right. This next review is left on April 10th. It is from EYGXBSKE with the subject line that reads awesome. It is 5 stars. They're going to say, you guys are great. I'm always telling people about this podcast. Well, thank you, EYGXBSKE. You're awesome. Thank you for your love and your support. Ooh. Yeah. Oh, I didn't even. EYGXBSKE and DVD. I didn't even realize that was the rest of the screen.
When was our buddy left the voicemail? Saying the one word that's not said now?
Kneecaps. All right. So this next one is left on April 10th. It's 1 star from the user DEAS79 with the subject line that reads Lane. They go on to say, you guys cover all the topics I love, but your delivery leaves much to be desired. Hope you improve. You will check back later. P.S. Your jokes are lame AF. Yes, that means that as well. Yeah. Well, thank you for your critique. I will keep the jokes to a minimum, as I always try to do. Yeah, if you have a Twitter or Facebook or an Instagram, shoot us a message and let us know what we can improve on delivery-wise, and we'll see if we can adjust. Thanks for leaving a suggestion, and thanks for saying you'll come and check us back later. Get a hold of us and let us know what we can improve on. All right, this next one was left on April 10th. It is from Kylie63738363737. All right, it is 5 stars. The subject line that reads, thanks for bringing back my childhood and podcast. They go on to say, honestly, I've tried to find a podcast like this for a long time with no luck. I'm not sure how I stumbled upon this one, but I'm so lucky I did. You guys are amazing. My dad is a truck driver, and when I was younger, I would sometimes ride with him on long drives. We would always listen to Coast AM. I'm sure that's where my fascination for the unknown started. I love how fun you guys make it with the noises, and even in the last podcast, when you read like a real Miss Country bumpkin. Very fun. I don't have many friends who are as fascinated with the unknown as I am, so I felt great to be able to listen to you guys talk about things I'm very interested in. Keep up the good work. Love you guys. Love you guys all. Well, thank you, Kylie, for the love, for the 5 stars, and for the support. And your dad is awesome for introducing you to Coast AM, and you're awesome for riding with him on the long truck drives. Yes. And you know, you were right, Daniel. I don't think I got any hate for being like the Roman's country bumpkin.
Yeah, I had a feeling that they might have him did it. Because you have a funny country bumpkin voice.
Well, thank you.
And that is a compliment.
All right, so thank you again, Kylie, for the love and for the 5-star and for everything. All right, this next one is from AK from the 215. It was left on April 10th. It is 4 stars. The subject line reads solid show. They go on to say flows well and seems well researched beyond Wikipedia by the hosts. No one talks over each other, and it's pretty well organized too. The shout out review section I usually skip over as they're kind of long. They do luckily come after the subject presentations. Pretty good stories and some unique topics too. Well, thank you, AK from 215, for the love and support. Yeah, I guess we got 4 stars out of 5 because of the review and shout out section is pretty long, but yeah, that's all we can stick it at the end. But I'm glad we can still present you with some good research. You know, we don't talk to each other, and we're organized. If you got any suggestions, shoot us a message that we can improve on.
He said beyond Wikipedia, because you know, we do look at Wikipedia, but that's not our number one base.
No, it is not. But there have been people that thought we just use Wikipedia, which is not true at all. But thank you for realizing that. From the 215. All right. So this last review was left on April 11th. It is by Bobster6669. It is 5 stars. The subject line that reads, y'all are amazing. We're going to say Assalamu alaikum, brothers and sisters. Well, I take back the sisters part because Kate is my love. Aaron, Dawn, and Daniel, hope you don't have a brother by the name Danny. LMFL. You guys are amazing. Keep up the fantastic stuff y'all are doing. Google Ayurib Al-Farid. He's the man who is bigger than Pablo Escobar, and his involvement with the U.S. government. Can't wait for the next episode. Thank you, Bobster6669, for the suggestion, for the love. 5 stars. Love you. All right, so that's all the ratings and reviews. I guess now we move on to shout-outs. So do you have any shout-outs on Twitter?
I do have one. We asked a question. It is from Bobby at I am Talamahi. It says, what if all the minor league agencies are really just catalogs for the elites and they get to choose what they want to quench their and others' thirst? We saw an episode of this. So I think we kind of touched on that on the training, I guess, but we never really went in depth on it.
Mm-hmm. That's something we're going to have to dive deep into, and maybe they could be one of our thoughts and theories. We should throw that on our thoughts and theories list. That's really awesome. Thank you for that. So I guess we'll move on to Instagram shout-outs. I want to shout out CB3, JSauceGG, Matthews3594 sent us a message that said is Epstein still alive. Of course he is. Shout out to Turloaf, to Lucky Breeze 381, Zach Attack, Goodness Rebels, and Sydney and Chipperton Advantage. So thank you guys for shooting us messages. Still playing catch up on all of that as well. On the Facebook shout outs, so I want to give a shout out to Libby P, Colleen F, AE, obviously P, Connor M, Tracy, Gary L, Mike T, Emmanuel D. I'm not saying you guys' last name for private reasons. Jacob V, Sean H. Sorry it took so long for those shout outs, guys. We're super backed up on Facebook messages. So I apologize it took so long for those, but just know that we love you and we appreciate the messages and the love. And keep them coming. All right. So, Dan, you got anything to add before we roll this out?
Yeah. Jake Fan, I know you sent me an email with probably a month or so back. I was going to reply, but then the email was deleted. So that's one of the emails for.
Yeah, we have to switch our email program. Our email thing we're using is freaking prehistoric. So,
yeah, so Jake Fan, if you want me to send me another email, I'll try to reply back to it. I didn't forget about you.
All right. So with that being said, thank you for joining today's show. If you guys want to get a hold of us, you can find us at theoriesofthethirdkind.com. That website has links to all of our social media stuff and to our email addresses. Thank you again for joining us. We love you. Stay safe out there. So with all that being said, Daniel will roll us out.
All right, guys. It's okay to be out of this world with your thoughts.
Because you're not alone.
You're turning on traffic below 5,000 feet. No traffic. Needs to be around your top below 5,000 feet. Seems to be playing some sort of game. He's flying over me. Stop the aircraft. I'm just flying past the long shape. What it's doing right now is orbiting. The thing is just orbiting on top of it. It's also got a green light and a sort of metallic light. It's shiny on the outside. It's just vanished. That shows you that color that color red, right? The color red, but it's not an aircraft.
Welcome to Theories
Of the third kind.
Welcome to Theories of the Third Kind. My name is Aaron, and I am your host today. You're probably wondering where Danielson's at. Well, he had some stuff to take care of, so sadly, he will not be joining us for today's episode. I want to apologize ahead of time. It's going to be a fairly short episode. I kind of debated if I was even going to put out this week's episode. I had a family member who passed away, but I decided to go ahead and at least put something out for you guys this week. But this is an action-packed. There's just so much stuff going on with this UFO encounter that we're going to discuss with actual audio from the UFO encounter. So it is going to be a great episode. Make sure you stick around and give it a listen. So before we start, like always, let me do a quick announcement. We don't run any ads on this show, and we don't take any money from any corporations. So if you would like to help us out, a written review on iTunes would help the show tremendously. If you don't like squirrels, aliens, reptilians, Bigfoot, Sasquatch, Alvarez, Ghost, Illuminati members, whoever or wherever you are, to enjoy the show. Also, if any of you would like to reach out to us, you can shoot us a message on Instagram, Twitter, or Facebook, or you can go to our website, which is theoriesofthethirdkind.com, and you can click on the contact button, and there you will find our email addresses. Also, on our website, you can leave us a voicemail with your phone anonymously, and we will listen to it. So with that being said, let me go over how today's episode will work. We'll start off with talking a little bit about who Frederick Valentich was. Then we'll talk a little bit about the UFO encounter, the search and the investigation, the strange facts and findings, and then, of course, we'll wrap it all up with my thoughts and theories on the whole entire case. So let's go ahead and discuss a little bit about Frederick Valentich. He was born on June 9th, 1958 in Melbourne, Australia. He attended Keilor Heights High School up until his 10th year, when he decided to continue his studies at a private college. So Frederick wanted to have a career in aviation really bad. So he applied to enlist in the Royal Australian Air Force, but he was rejected. Not once, but twice. A little side note here. The reason he was rejected was because of his inadequate educational qualifications. And there's also some other things that happened during flight school, which we'll discuss later on during the Strange Facts section. Anyways, so Frederick was a member of the Air Training Corps, and on February 24th, 1977, at the age of 19, he received his student pilot license. Then, in September of 1978, at the age of 20, he received his private pilot license. So that's just a little bit of a backstory of Frederick, and it's not much, but it kind of sums it up to where we can get into the event and what happens. On October 21st, 1978, Frederick fired a flight plane at Moorabbin Airport in Melbourne, Australia. Now, real quick, if you don't know what a flight plan is, it's basically like a document that is filed by a pilot with the local air navigation service provider. This is done prior to the departure. It pretty much just maps out the flight path, destination, and the reasoning. And they can do that anytime before their flight. So on his flight plan, he stated that he was to fly to Kings Island in the Bass Strait via Cape Otway to pick up passengers and then return. Now, something to keep in mind while we go over this. The flight to Kings Island was around 125 miles. So it wasn't that long of a flight. So at 6:19 p.m. on October 21st, 1978, Frederick hopped into his Cessna 182 light aircraft and departed Moorabbin Airport. He quickly climbed to a cruising speed of around 160 miles an hour. His visibility was good and winds were light. He was excellent flying well. So everything seems good so far. So now into the encounter. At 7 o'clock p.m., 41 minutes into his flight, Frederick contacted the Melbourne Flight Service to inform them of his presence, that he was in the area, and reported reaching Cape Otway and that he was on his way to King Island. Now that's all normal, right? He's just relaying in, hey, I'm on the same route that I'm supposed to be, I'm heading to the same place, everything's fine. So then 6 minutes later, at 7:06 p.m., Frederick radioed into the Melbourne Flight Service. And this is like where the air traffic controllers were. Air traffic controller Steve Roby picked up the radio. Frederick asked him if there are any other aircraft in his area of 5,000 feet. Traffic controller Steve responded to Frederick and said that there was no known traffic at that level. Frederick said that he could see a large unknown aircraft, which appeared to be illuminated by 4 bright landing lights. He was unable to confirm its type, but said it had passed about 1,000 feet overhead and was moving at a high rate of speed. The radio fell silent for him, and then Frederick responded. He said that the aircraft was approaching him from the east, and said that it was probably another pilot purposely toying with him. Then, at 7:09 p.m., air traffic controller Steve asked Frederick to confirm his altitude and if he was able to identify the aircraft. Frederick gave his altitude at 4,500 feet. After that, Frederick stopped transmitting for about 30 seconds, during which time the traffic controller, Steve, asked for an estimate of the aircraft size. Frederick said the aircraft was long, but it was traveling too fast for him to describe it in more detail. After that, Frederick stopped transmitting again, this time for 28 seconds. Then Frederick said the aircraft was orbiting above him, and it had a shiny metal surface and a green light on it. And the radio fell silent for a moment, and Frederick reported that the aircraft had vanished. There was a further 25-second break in communications before Frederick reported that the craft had appeared and was now approaching from the southwest. 29 seconds later, at 7:12 p.m., Frederick radioed that he was experiencing engine problems and was going to proceed to Kings Island. There was a brief silence until he said, "It is hovering and it is not an aircraft." This was followed by 17 seconds of unidentified noise, described as being metallic, scraping sounds. Then all contact was lost. Now, I tried I mean, I looked and looked for the audio transcripts of the air traffic controller and Frederick. There's a couple of them on YouTube, but they're all remakes. The official audio from that night was never released. The only thing that was released was the sound, 17 seconds of the unidentified noise, that metallic scraping sound. So I'll play that right now so you guys can have a listen to it. So here we go. So that's the sound. I tried using Adobe Audition, the audio program, to enhance the quality of it and see if there's anything that I can make out in the audio, and I couldn't really make out anything in that. Besides, it sounded like whatever it was underwater. But it's weird that he said, Frederick said it was hovering and it's not an aircraft. And then you heard that sound, and then you heard that sound. So let's move into the search and investigation account. At 7:12 p.m., immediately after air traffic controller Steve had lost contact with Frederick, a search and rescue alert was issued. Two RAAFs, P-3 Orion aircrafts, and 8 civilian aircrafts searched over a 7-day period. Now, if you don't know how big the RAAF P-3 Orion aircrafts are, they're humongous. So the search encompassed over 1,000 square meters. During the search, a fuel slip was found roughly near where Frederick had last radioed in at. This gets you thinking, oh, fuel slip, this must be him. And not so fast. A sample of the fuel was taken and analyzed. The results came back that it was not aviation fuel. Probably the BP oil spills. So vessels and aircraft continued to search the area, and no trace of his wreckage was ever found in that area. The search efforts continued for 4 days straight until October 25th, 1970. That is when officials stated that Frederick likely crashed and that it was presumed fatal. After that statement, all search efforts ceased. Now, there's still people out there searching for him, try to find his aircraft, but these are the official, government searches and everything. They presumed him dead, buried him, called it good. So, on the outside, the story is pretty obvious. Two of your typical Bermuda Triangles, airplane goes missing, right? But this has a hint of UFO thrown in it, just because of what Frederick had said. It's something that approached him, that it was bright lights on, it was not an aircraft, and it was traveling at high rates of speed, and that metallic sound. So there's a lot of strange facts and findings in this story. I mean, a lot. So let's go over those. And we'll start from his childhood and kind of work in a timeline of these strange facts and findings. So at the time of his disappearance, Frederick lived at home with his parents and 3 siblings and worked as a shop assistant at an army disposal store. Frederick was studying part-time to become a commercial pilot, but had a poor record, to say the least. This is the best part. He had failed all 5 commercial license examinations. Frederick had been involved in a lot of flying incidences. For an example, I read that he actually strayed into a controlled zone in Sydney, Australia, and he received a warning for that. But he got in real bad trouble twice because he deliberately flew into a cloud. I didn't know that during flying lessons you weren't supposed to fly into a cloud, but apparently he did it twice deliberately. So that's just a nice coincidence. Here's something else that I found, which was odd. So on October 21st, 1970, of course the day that he disappeared, Frederick told his family and his girlfriend and a few friends that he was leaving to go pick up crayfish, which on his flight plan, of course, he wrote down that he was flying to King Island to pick up some individuals and stuff like that. But he told his family that he was going to go pick up crayfish. kind of odd. So during the accident investigation, it was learned that there was no passengers waiting to be picked up at Kentucky, and that he had not ordered any crayfish. So it just adds to the mystery of the story itself. Something else that was odd. Days after Frederick went missing, his father, White Owl, he did an interview with the Associated Press report. In this interview, Guido said, or I'm sure it's not Guido, said, "I hoped my son was taken by a UFO and not crashed." Who would say that? The fact that they found no trace of him presents a possibility that UFOs could have been there. I mean, that is strange, right? Well, it gets a little weird because Frederick's father then says in another interview his son used to study UFOs as a hobby, using the information he had obtained from the Air Force. He also said that he was not the kind of person who would make up stories. Everything had to be very correct and positive for him. And that Frederick was a firm believer in UFOs. And prior to his disappearance, he had, quote unquote, worried about attacks from UFOs. Interesting. Now, keep that in mind, that strange fact, because I touch back on that again in my theory section, where I think I solved this case, but we'll say that. Let's move on to the next one. Now, you guys remember the 17 seconds of unexplained noise, right? Described as being metallic and scraping sounds. So there was a researcher, Paul Norman. He received a copy of this recording from the authorities, and he had it analyzed by the Royal Melbourne Institute of Technology. And another was taken to the United States for analysis by Dr. Richard Haynes, who is a former researcher with NASA and an associate professor of psychology at San Jose State University. So he was very accredited. He knew what the hell he was doing. So after Dr. Haynes analyzed the sounds, he said the sounds were 36 separate bursts with fairly constant start and stop pulses bounding each one. He also said that there was no discernible patterns in time or frequency in the noise. So the significance of the sounds, it still remains undetermined, and nobody really can say, hey, that's what it sounds like. Me personally, I think it sounds like a microphone going underwater, which if I had an extra microphone laying around, which I do not, I would stick it underwater and let you guys hear it, which I'll do that. But hey, you gotta do stuff for the show. Alright? So we're talking this out in the studio. So on the day of Frederick's disappearance, there was a plumber named Roy Manifold. And this guy just happened to be setting up a time-lapse camera and tripod on the shoreline in order to photograph the sun setting over the water. So Roy took a whole bunch of pictures of the sun, and when he got the pictures developed, he noticed that they appeared to show a fast-moving object exiting the water near Cape Otway Lighthouse. So Roy gave the time that the pictures were taken as approximately 6:47 p.m., 20 minutes before Frederick reported having difficulties. I did get a copy of this photo. I was able to retrieve it, and I will post this photo on our Instagram under the story highlights. But for the listeners who don't have Instagram or unable to look at photos, it is a picture of the sunset, and in the upper right-hand corner, there is what looks like a bug up close. Now, that's just my personal opinion. It looks like a beetle with wings. It could be something else. It could be something else. So there's a lot of different photographs of this image. But I was able to obtain this one. Now, there was a group, a UFO group called Ground Saucer Watch, and they analyzed all these photographs of this object, whatever it is. And this UFO group argues that the distance that the object moved between frames and relative to the clouds in the background indicate that the speed that the object is moving is 200 miles an hour. So they did some math. They mapped the shit out of it, and that's what that's what it is. But it wasn't really sitting well with people. People were like, I think you need somebody more credible. Well, do you remember the Dr. Haynes, right? That NASA guy who analyzed the metallic sounds? Well, he got the pictures as well. And he said, based on computerized data of the pictures, the images represent an unknown flying object of moderate dimensions, apparently surrounded by cloud-like vapor or exhaust residues. Now, when I look at the picture, and I only have one, it looks like the wings are on the back. It looks like a bug with wings. But if he says it's an exhaust, and he has computerized data that analyzes photograph, then I could see that being an exhaust. It's an odd-shaped UFO if it is one, because it's more so of a square shape rather than the typical round, flat UFO. So let's move on. So another strange thing worth noting is that after news of Frederick's disappearance became public, a number of individuals reported witnessing unusual activity in the area. Some people claim to have seen, quote unquote, an erratically moving green light in the sky. And in one instance, witnesses located about 2 kilometers west of Apollo Bay, Victoria, stated that they saw a green light trailing a plane, which was a Cessna, that he said, and that he was in a steep dive at the time. That's eyewitness accounts, but still, it's odd. Now, some more UFOologists came forward and said that there was a large amount of reports of UFOs being in that area several years prior. So the last strange fact was that in May of 1983, 5 years after Frederick disappeared, an engine flap from a Cessna 182 aircraft, which was the same one as Frederick was found washed ashore on Flanders Island, which was located in the Bass Strait, which is the area near Frederick. The flap featured a partial serial number. The range that this partial serial number fell into, well, it was the same range as Frederick's serial number. Something to add to this, though. Steve Roby, that air traffic controller guy, he doesn't believe it is from the same Cessna. He went on record saying, if it was much closer to the area where he went down, I would consider it. But it's an extremely long way, to the point that I discounted it completely. Also, Roby said that there was nothing in what Frederick said over the radio which indicated a hoax or disorientation and loss of memories. You find a piece of a engine cover with a partial serial match, and it's the same aircraft that Frederick was flying. I would kind of lean more towards that just based on that, but I would like to see more engine parts appear, or at least an entire plane found. Anyways, so those are the strange facts and findings. Now we're going to get into possible theories as to what happened. There's quite a bit of different theories, some more popular than others, which we'll still cover those, but we won't touch on as much because they've been hammered on ever since Frederick disappeared. But the first theory we're going to go over is Frederick staged his own disappearance. Now, this isn't an unreasonable suggestion. For example, during his disappearance, his aircraft still had enough fuel to fly over 400 miles. Also, no time was the aircraft plotted on radar. So this casts doubts as to whether it was even near Cape Cod. And something worth noting here is that the Melbourne police received reports of a light aircraft making a mysterious landing not far from Cape Otway at the same time as Frederick's disappearance. Now, I don't know anyone who has called in to a police department and said, hey, there is a light aircraft making a mysterious landing. Unless the aircraft is landing on the road or where it's not supposed to be, then I can see people calling. It's just a landing in a field that's a designated landing spot, then I don't see that as an issue. But that's one of the theories. So now this next theory we're going to go over is the most common and talked about one when it comes to Frederick Valentich and his disappearance. This one is titled The Graveyard Spiral. So an astronomer and retired U.S. Air Force pilot, James McGaha, he proposed this theory. He said the inexperienced Frederick was deceived by the illusion of a tilted horizon for which he attempted to compensate and inadvertently put his plane into a downward so-called graveyard spiral. So the G-forces of this Titan spiral would decrease fuel flow, resulting in the rough idling reported by Frederick. This downward spiral ended up ultimately sending Frederick into the ocean. But what about the bright lights that Frederick saw? Well, McGaha said that they were likely, I'm not making this up, I did say this, he said that they were likely the planets Venus, Mars, and Mercury. I did see an astronomical map on the day and time where exactly Frederick was, and they do line up. Those planets do line up to where they're close by and they're extremely bright in that area and at that time. So, him being an astronomer and him being a U.S. Air Force fighter pilot, he's got all the credentials to make this theory. So that's what a lot of the news media still to this day go with and say what happened first. We'll go to the next theory. This one theory is called abduction. This one, of course, is the theory that Frederick was abducted by a UFO. The unexplained aircraft with the green light that he reported was a vehicle of some kind, which in turn either abducted him or caused the destruction of his plane in some fashion. I mean, look at the reports of individuals in the area seeing the same thing around the same time, as well as the strange metallic sounds in the photograph that Roy captured. It kind of lines up, right? But why would aliens abduct him and an entire plane? That would all be completely out of date for them. And maybe not, maybe I don't know. It's just one of the theories. Now, this next theory is pretty interesting. This one is called Not the Whole Story. I found an online rumor from an anonymous source that it claimed to have worked as an air traffic controller at the actual Melbourne airport. And he said, or she said, that they were the ones who actually took the call from Frederick, not Roby. This anonymous source said that they spoke with Frederick for over 30 minutes, that the Australian government did not release the entire transcripts, and that they are not telling anyone the whole story who happened. This source also said that just what was left out of the transcript was that Frederick said he was engulfed in a green light, and he felt as if his skin was burning off his bones. Ooh, that's pretty scary if that was true. All right, so now I guess we're going to go into personal thoughts and theories. I think I solved this case, and I sat there and I thought, as I was reading and researching this case, I thought about what could happen. And this theory may be a little bit out there, okay? But I want you to hear me. All right, so the title of my theory is Government Cover-Up. A secret branch of the Australian government was developing a new high-tech aircraft, one that had capabilities of flying at high speeds and extremely high-tech weaponry on board. Everything was going good with all of the testing and everything, but they still needed to test their high-tech weaponry on a human subject, but couldn't or wouldn't ask for permission from their overseers. So then here comes along Frederick. Now the government already had records of him, since he had applied multiple times to the Royal Australian Air Force, right? And he was denied. But he was the perfect scapegoat for them to be able to try this new weapon. So picture this. Weeks before his flight, Frederick gets contacted by officials from the secret branch of the Australian government. These officials tell Frederick that they are government officials, and they're part of a secret program, that they want Frederick to be the pilot for saving the world from UFOs, but to not tell anyone. Frederick accepts, and these officials tell Frederick to fly to Kings Island on October 21st for his first mission, but to just tell everyone that you're picking up friends, or you can tell them that you're buying crayfish, or whatever you want. So weeks prior to his first quote-unquote mission, Frederick starts studying UFOs personally. Now, this falls in line with what his father said in the interview, how his son used to study UFOs as a hobby using information he had obtained from the Air Force. He was not the kind of person who would make up stories. Everything had to be very correct and positive. He was a firm believer in UFOs, and prior to his disappearance, he had worried about attacks from UFOs. So that's what his father said, so keep that in mind. So Frederick goes out on October 21st for his flight to Kings Island for his first mission to quote-unquote save the world from UFO attacks. Frederick gets on his plane, starts flying. The secret government officials are not at Kings Island, but are monitoring Frederick's plane. They deploy their new high-tech aircraft. Frederick sees it and relays the information to the air traffic controller, who has no idea what the hell is going on. The pilot of new high-tech aircraft isn't used to it, hence why he was all over the place, going back and forth, orbiting above, orbiting below, and then he accidentally slams into Frederick's plane, which caused the metal screeching sound. Case solved. I say case solved, but it's just it's a crazy theory. It's fun to think about. It is fun to think about. But overall, it was a pretty far left out there. I kind of reached out for that one, but a really interesting theory. So I just wanted to say one last thing before we close this up, is that there's some things that I do know. That the Bass Strait, it's an extremely rough piece of water, one of the roughest in the world. Actually, there's one that's rougher, and that's the Strait of Hormuz, but the Bass Strait is the second in the world, is the second. When boats or planes, when they crash in an area, it's not uncommon to never find these things due to the currents, and the currents are extremely unpredictable in where they take things. For an example, in the year 2000 or 2001, I want to say 2000, yeah, 2000, the Margaret J, she sank on the west side of the Bass Strait. The search was carried out around the west side of it, but their life raft had washed up on a small uninhabitable island in the east side of the strait. So that's just an example of how unpredictable the waters are. So overall, while this story is definitely a great mystery, I doubt we will ever get any closer to a formal resolution unless some definite part of Frederick's aircraft is found. So with that being said, that is the end of today's episode. We're going to say reviews, ratings, voicemail, shout-outs, all that great stuff for next week, since I'm the only one here today. And I don't think it'd be right reading it alone, because there are some reviews and ratings that are about other individuals, so I'd like for them to hear it too. I think it's very fair. But I want to thank everybody who's left a review, a rating, who's contacted us on Instagram and Facebook. Like I said earlier, we have a lot of stuff going on today. So, that being said, I apologize again for this being so short. Thank you guys for all your love, support, and remember, it's okay to be out of this world with your thoughts, because you guys and girls and aliens are not alone.
I don't have a whole lot of time. I've kind of been running across the country.
what we're thinking of as aliens. They're extra dimensional beings. An earlier precursor of the space program made contact with. The disasters that are coming. They want those major population centers wiped out. They are not what they claim to be.
Welcome to theories of the third kind.
Welcome to Theories of the Third Kind. My name is Aaron, and I'm one of your hosts today. And the other host joining me is Danielson.
Hello guys, what's up?
Today's episode is the Area 51 call. But before we get into it, first let me do a quick announcement. We don't run any ads or take any money from corporations. So if you'd like to help us out, a written review on iTunes helps us out a lot. If you don't want to leave one though, it's totally cool. We just want you guys, girls, aliens, reptilians, Bigfoot, Sasquatches, Chupacabras, ghosts, Illuminati benders, whoever or whatever you are, to enjoy the show. Also, if any of you would like to reach out to us, you can shoot us a message on Instagram, Twitter, or Facebook, or you can go to our website, theoriesofthethirdkind.com, and click the contact button, and there you will find our email addresses. Also, on our website, you can leave us a voicemail with your phone anonymously. So how today's episode will work is that we will go over what is the Area 51 call, the call itself, what happens after the call, the theories about the call, and then, of course, we'll wrap it all up with the personal thoughts and theories about it. All right. So, Daniel, are you ready for today's episode?
I am ready. I am intrigued.
Okay, awesome. Little side note, did you go Bigfoot hunting last week? Because it was rumors that you went Bigfoot hunting this week.
All this stuff going down. I'm trying to get Bigfoot to make sure that he's ready to run the presidential campaign.
Oh, okay.
Right. Bigfoot 2020.
So you're like his campaign manager?
I wouldn't say the campaign manager. I'm probably like the guy below the campaign manager. That's below that guy.
All right, well, that's good to know. Let's hop into this Area 51 call. So what exactly is the Area 51 call? Well, it all starts with an individual named Art Bell. Now, we've talked about Art Bell before. We covered one of his calls a couple weeks ago on the Mel's Hole episode. But if you don't know who Art Bell is, then let me enlighten you real quick. He was a radio broadcaster in the 80s, 90s, and early 2000s. And he ran a show similar to ours, which was conspiracies and paranormal and all that stuff. And his show was called Coast to Coast AM, and it was very, very popular. So that's a little bit about who Art Bell is in Coast to Coast AM. So Dan, can you go into what happened with the Area 51 call?
Of course. So on September 11th, 1997, on the Coast to Coast AM radio show, Art Bell was taking live calls on air from random individuals. All the phone calls were fairly normal, just asking out questions about UFOs and theorizing about certain stuff. But then, everything changed. Art took a call from a man that said he had previously worked at Area 51. The man's voice was frantic. He was terrified for his life. The man made claims of having top secret information and describing extra dimensional beings and plots by the government that would drastically change our world.
Yeah, it was a very scary phone call. I was able, of course, to find the phone call. So instead of us talking about it, I figured we could listen to the real thing. Now, this call is only a few minutes long, so keep that in mind. So it's going to be pretty quick. So let's play that right now.
You're on the air. Hello, Art. Yes. Hi. I don't have a whole lot of time. Area 51. Were you an employee or are you new? A former employee. Former employee. I was let go on a medical discharge about a week ago, and I've kind of been running across the country, and I don't know where to start. They're going to go triangulate on this position really, really soon. So you can't spend a lot of time alone, so give us something fixed. Okay, what we're thinking of as aliens are, they're extra-dimensional beings that an earlier precursor of the space program we had contact with. They are not what they claim to be. They have infiltrated a lot of aspects of the military establishment, particularly the Area 51. The disasters that are coming, the military, the government knows about them, and there's a lot of safe areas in this world that they could begin moving the population to now. But they're not doing it. They're not. They want the major population centers wiped out, so that the few that are left will be more easily controllable.
All right, so that's pretty weird, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the guy, in my opinion, he sounds believable. I mean, what do you think about it, Daniel? Do you think he sounds believable? Like, does he sound like he's in a frantic mode?
Like his frantic call does sound believable. He's really into it. Just than that, he's definitely into this. He does seem like he's scared for his life.
Yeah, it's kind of a scary phone call, to be completely honest.
Gotta keep his cool though. Just go along with it.
Yep. So what else? What happens next?
This call on its surface could be blown off as your typical prank call.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
But there is something that has a dimension to it. Now, what makes this call so unique and odd is that during that call, satellite transmission carrying Coast to Coast AM, well, it was off. It was 100% completely shut off with no explanation as to why it was. So Art was able to get his show back up and running in about 30 minutes. When Art came back on the air, he was absolutely baffled as to what happened. And of course, all the people listening live were like, what the hell is going on? Even Art Bell's technical engineer was clueless as to why the show was off the air. And he said he'd never seen anything like it in 30 years.
So when we stopped that audio, that call, they went off air completely. They lost, the satellites went down, the whole show went off air abruptly, and nobody knew why. So that's what makes this scary. And something also pretty weird worth noting here is that Art said that when the disconnection happened, that the caller had screamed in what Art perceived as genuine terror or affright. Now, that scream was not broadcasted to the listeners since it apparently occurred after the disconnect from the satellite airing the show, but not before the line of the caller and Art was shut off. So Art was still on the phone with the caller, but the satellite was kicked off air, so it wouldn't broadcast anymore. And then Art heard the caller scream, and then the caller hung up or the phone.
Do we have that screen?
No, so that was never broadcasted, and he wasn't able to record that because the satellite and all of his recording stuff went off.
That's crazy. I want to hear that screen.
Yeah.
I mean, just that normal phone call, his acting in that phone call, I'm going to call it acting. Dude, that screen had every believable if I was, David was genuine.
Most definitely. Anyways, so what happens after the call, man?
On April 28, 1998, 7 months after this Area 51 call, Arthur received another call by a man named Brian. Brian claimed to be the Area 51 caller and that the initial call was a hoax. So we have that call, and we can take a quick listen to that.
The East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi, this is Brian. Hi, Brian. Hello. You didn't disconnect me before, did you? So that appears obvious with sometimes I go to a line and it's dead and nobody's there, and that's what's happened. You know, we just were on the cusp there. Anyway, I'm glad you made it back through. Yeah, you got all my paranoia buttons running. I always get very nervous when I call you. I'm Brian. I hung up on you last week. I see. And I just figured, damn the torpedoes. I'll just do this and let the chips fall where they will. All right. Everybody, I am the Area 51 caller. That's my statement. And let you or whatever tear it apart. You claim you're the Area 51? I am the man. How do you count for the fact, Area 51 caller? Okay. That part of the way through your spiel, the satellite went down. I had no idea, and it scared the heebie-jeebies out of me that night. I've called a number of times on your specialty line nights doing different kind of wacky characters, and that's all that one was supposed to be. And if the call had been completed, it would have been ancient history by now. Has it occurred to you, as Barbara Marx Hubbard suggested tonight, that perhaps, if you're really what you say you are, you created the reality of the rest of the situation and took down my satellite? That scares the heebie-jeebies out of me because it means that what I was saying was somehow correct, and it was fabrication, kind of creating a reality. Yeah, if that was the case, I humbly apologize to you because I love your show, and the last thing I would ever want to do is knock me off the air. So what can I do to prove my claim here? Well, I guess you could give us a little of what you gave us then so that we could hear it and know it to be you. Are you sure you want me to do that, Art? I'm positive. No, Art, please. I don't want you to ask me to do this. If I start doing that, I die.
I mean, they sound similar, right?
Sorta. I mean, kinda.
I think when he called up the second time and did it, you know, he was going to do it as an acting, so he just sucked at it. I just didn't get the same feel from it as the first one. On the surface level, it sounds pretty convincing when I was researching this topic. I saw a lot, and I mean, a lot of individuals discrediting the first phone call by using this second call as proof.
Yeah, I seen the same exact thing. A lot of these individuals were saying, hey, this phone call, this Area 51 frantic call was completely fake, and they cite this second caller calling in as the proof. It didn't sit right with me, so I decided to go on a journey to find the truth again. And I was able to actually find some evidence that may point in a solid direction. But we're going to save that for later. Anyways, there's still to this day a lot of debate about these calls. Were both calls the same person? Was the first call a hoax? Was the second caller actually a government person trying to cover the first caller's tracks? Needless to say, there's a lot of theories behind both of these phone calls. But before we discuss those, let's talk about some strange facts and findings. So Dan, can you cover the first part of this strange fact and facts?
So before the Area 51 caller that night, there was another caller noted. It was actually the first caller that night. It was a man who simply called himself Steve.
Steve claimed he was a current Area 51 employee who was higher on the food chain than the infamous Men in Black. He said he was ordered to call in and discuss certain key events that were logged within a book that were related to Area 51. It gave times and dates of past events, as well as generalized inconclusive information to future events in his timeline. Steve also gave information about the Illuminati, an alien base on the moon, first contact, and the origin of extraterrestrial species, which from Steve's explanation that they were in fact humans from a parallel dimension.
No, still into Men in Black topic real quick. You've seen the Men in Black movies, right?
Yeah, well, I've seen the first two.
Oh yeah, the first one. Where Jay, they had to burn his fingerprints off, pretty much, so he had no like identity moment.
I don't actually recall that certain part of the movie.
He pretty much put his hands on like this round globe thing, and he's just like, "What is this dude?" They're like, "Oh, we're gonna get rid of your fingerprints." And literally, they just burned him off. Well, I just got a new grill, had it going and all that, and temperature thing was kind of like, not centered right. I didn't think about it. I grabbed it with my thumb and the next thing to try to turn it. And I should have realized that temperature thing already said like top 150. So I should have realized how hard it was.
Oh, so you're halfway to becoming a Man Black Asian.
Yeah, do you think they'll help me finish off the rest of my fucking fingers and I can join them?
I mean, we could do it right here. Come on over. Let me singe off the rest of your fingers.
My index finger and thumb, when I run together, it is so smooth right now. Nice. Anyways, so this Steve guy ended up becoming a semi-frequent caller during the next year or so on Coast to Coast 11. At one point, Art did ask Steve what he thought happened to the Area 51 caller. Steve said that the distraught Area 51 caller probably had been captured by authorities, but was not killed, as many listeners assumed, but rather was taken and reprogrammed or brainwashed to call in once more and proclaim the entire event to be a hoax. Which, of course, several weeks later, a man claiming to be the Area 51 caller called into the Bell show to state that the call had been a hoax, just as Steve had predicted would happen. Weird.
Yeah, it's a little weird, but I mean, they put it in prediction. Yeah, it's a pretty easy prediction if you talk about predictions. It's not very specific. Anyways, yeah, that was strange. So, what's the next strange thing?
There's a very popular alternative metal band called Tool.
Ooh, I love it.
I've honestly never heard their music.
What? Hold on. You've never heard of Tool before? You've never heard their music?
Honestly, I can't recall the name Tool, but I may have heard the thing.
Oh my god! After we get done recording, I'm gonna send you links of about 10 songs you can start off listening to. I love their music.
But in 2001, they released the album Letter Rise. On that album, there's a song called Fa'id. The song is the actual recording of Area 51 caller with music overlaid behind it. I searched to try and find the translation of the Fa'id. I finally found that in Enochian language, it translates to voice of God.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that Fa'id. Anyways, all right. So now that we've covered those strange facts, let's get into the good stuff then. Let's get into the theories. So this first theory is called actual warnings of disasters to come. So let's theorize. So the call was made on September 11th, 1997, right? The initial Area 51 call. And the caller talked about the disasters that are coming and that there are safe areas to relocate people. That sounds like a prevention for something related to war or terrorism, perhaps. So this theory is that what if the caller was genuine? That he was actually trying to warn us about events of 9/11 and the upcoming slaughter of humans in the Middle East that's been happening from that very point and continuing to happen even to this day. I mean, it's a good theory. The date's line up. I mean, exactly 2 years before 9/11 Twin Towers attack happened. But it poses the question, if this theory was true, why? Why would these interdimensional beings, as he states in Paul, want some type of 9/11 event? Well, it rolls us into our next theory. So you want to cover us on the next theory? Because, I mean, this is a possibility of why they would want it.
Population control. I'm pretty sure we heard a lot about that so far. Lately.
Yeah.
This theory is called population control. So what if the colony is actually real? That the entire world is controlled by aliens or extra-dimensional beings that would primarily stay near Area 51 or have been conjured up in Area 51. That the whole goal of these beings is population control, that the human race needs to stay below a certain limit of humans or everyone will start to starve off. So these beings enforce wars, 9/11, viruses like COVID-19, to help kill off parts of the population so that the other parts thrive. What do you think about that one?
You know what? I like that one. I like it because it kind of plays him as the good and the bad guy. They're kind of like Thanos in this, right? They're making sure that the human race stays below that population limit so everybody doesn't die of starvation. And how they keep them below it is this viruses and rewards. You know what that makes me think of? And this is going to go a little off topic. Well, not really off topic, but it's something worth mentioning when we're talking about population control. And that's the Georgia Guidestones. Are you familiar with those?
I'm not.
Okay. So I'll give you a quick rundown. So the Georgia Guidestones are like these granite monument stones that were erected in the 1980s in Georgia, of course. The structure, it was commissioned by a small group of Royal Americans. Literally, that's what it says when it was commissioned by a small group of Royal Americans. And on the stones is a set of 10 guidelines inscribed into them. And they're inscribed in 8 modern languages. The guidelines are maintain humanity under 500 million in balance with nature, guide reproduction wisely, improving fitness and diversity, unite humanity with a living new language, rule passion, faith, tradition, and all things with tempered reason, protect people and nations with fair laws and just courts, let all nations rule internally, resolving external disputes in a world court, avoid petty laws and useless officials, balance personal rights with social duties, prize truth, beauty, love, seeking harmony with the infinite, be not a cancer on the earth, leave room for nature, leave room for nature. Those are some weird guidelines, especially the first one. They basically want to keep humanity under 500 million, and it keeps it balanced.
How do they know that that's the balance? I don't know. That's the balance that nature.
I don't know. I don't even know who these small group of Royal Americans are. They're probably the Illuminati. Probably those guys. They're really big on erecting monuments and stuff like that.
I'm doing something over
Oh, all right. Sorry, I kind of got off on a tangent there with population control, but still, it was something worth I thought noting while we were talking about the population control.
That's a good one.
Yeah. So I guess we can move on to the next theory. You ready for it?
Yes.
It was all a publicity stunt. Okay. So this theory is that, of course, it was all a publicity stunt, and the proof to back it up. So immediately after this happened, Art Bell's program, which of course was Coast to Coast Anchor, it gained quite a bit of attention in the mainstream media. This had some people thinking that all of it was just a publicity stunt. The evidence that they point to is that the evening this call happened, there was a writer for Penthouse Magazine in Art Bell's home studio who was actually interviewing him for a column in the paper. I mean, interviewing him, and then he takes this Area 51 caller, and then all of a sudden the satellites magically go out. I mean, I glanced over your theory, Dan. I think your theory kind of touches this, so do you want to hold off on your opinion until we get to personal thoughts and theories? Yes. Okay, all right, we'll hold off. And I'll hold off my opinion too until the personal thoughts and theories for that discussion. So do you want to go on to the next one?
Yeah. So the next one is all a hoax. First thing we automatically think about when we talk about it being a hoax, of course, is the guy Brian who called Art Bell 7 months after the Area 51 caller first called. And he claimed that it was all made up. Remember we talked about that when we listened to the audio? So this guy's full name ended up being Brian J.L. Glass. He is a comic book writer and won multiple awards for his works. Even today, he's still going on with the story that he was the original Area 51 caller. He's doing podcast shows and other gigs where he explains his story of being the original Area 51 caller. But he has no proof or way of proving that he was the original caller or explanation for the loss of satellite transmissions during the original call.
Yeah, so I sent out an email to him, tried to get a hold of him and see if he wanted to come on the show. Of course, her credibility still isn't there, but one day we'll get there. People will respond to her.
Once Bigfoot gets in the White House, they're going to recognize this shit.
It's going to be mandatory law that you must listen to. Anyways, So of course he didn't email back, and I wasn't expecting him to. But I spoke earlier about going on a journey to find evidence that points into a certain direction, right? And that was part of the trying to find the evidence, was trying to get him on the show, but I couldn't. But I did go an alternate route, and I think I happened to find that evidence. So I just happened to come across an expert in the field of voice identification. This expert was gracious enough to take both calls, the original and the call 7 months later, the one that he was claiming that it was. Yeah. And this expert ran both of them through his vocal imprint program. And this is what the expert had to say about both things. So, do you want to cover that part, Ben?
Should I do an accent? Do you know what this guy's accent is?
No, I guess just your regular voice.
I'm a part-time independent record producer. I went to the studio and ran both recordings through the recording gear. The second call passed with flying colors in every category except for one, vocal imprint. Vocal imprint is exactly what it sounds like, a readable print of a person's voice, just like a fingerprint. No two are alike. The police and the FBI use commonly vocal imprints as a means to identify a speaker in audio recordings. I'm no conspiracy theorist and have no reason to lie, but after analyzing and viewing the vocal imprint in both of these callers, I have reached the 100% certainty that these two voices are not coming from the same set of vocal cords.
What do you think of that?
That's exactly what I thought. They just didn't sound like, they just didn't sound the same.
No, they did. I mean, they sound similar, sort of similar, but something was off that I couldn't put my finger on. And that's what it was, the vocal input. Keep that in mind when you go to personal thoughts. So, do you want to cover this last theory?
Yeah. So the last theory is the satellite knockdown. So as for an explanation to why the satellite got knocked off air, I did come across an account that claimed the satellite being knocked off air was because of an event that the satellite's Earth sensor lost line. And the satellite rolled into an altitude where it no longer wanted at their uplinks, causing 50 channels to go off air for about 30 minutes. I looked at this happening to other stations on the state, and I just couldn't find it.
I did the same thing. I came across the same theory, and I looked, and I couldn't find any other reports of other satellites that day or other channels going off there at the same time. Anyways, I guess this moves us on to personal thoughts and theories. So I'm really interested in yours.
Mine's nothing special, but I definitely believe it was just a publicity stunt. It got people interested, and it gave Steve. He became like a regular calling in. We like hearing from our listeners. Bring some time to the show and get people to interact more. It's entertainment. That's what podcasts are for. It's entertainment and knowledge. That's what we hope to bring to our listeners. Our Bell Show, it's entertainment and knowledge. It gets you thank you and everything. It just worked out all too well.
Do you think the caller notified Art and Art was in on it as well? Or do you think Art cut the program and was like, oh, here's a good chance. I recognize this as a hoax, but I'm going to cut the program to get publicity. Or do you think he was already in on it from the get-go?
I think he was already in on it from the get-go, because you have a frantic caller like that, I feel like his reaction should have been different. Like, he should have been, more excited, I guess. Be like, hey, man, come on, man, hurry up, give us the info then, or something like that. But he's just like, well, all right, come on, man, give us information quickly, before they get you. It's whether he didn't believe it or he already knew about it. I think he already knew about it, and what's easier than stopping the program and getting satellite, orbit or some shit like that.
I don't know, man. It's a tough one.
It is, but I don't know, man. Bigfoot 2020, man. He's real. He's ready to take charge and lead us into unknown like himself.
That's a good. Did you create that campaign slogan yourself?
I did.
That's a good campaign slogan. He's ready to take charge and lead us into the unknown like himself. We're gonna make a T-shirt for that.
Oh yeah. Let me hear your theory.
Okay. So I do believe the caller believed in what he was saying. Now, whether he was delusional or paranoid or psychotic or telling the truth, we don't know. He could have been all of those. But then again, what if he wasn't? So if I had to take a guess and I had to point in a certain direction, I don't believe the call was a hoax. I genuinely believe the person, he was either mentally unstable or he was really saying some real shit. Because that type of acting is not, that was 100% fright and terror and something not right in his voice. The second call, we already proved that was a hoax, so we can put Brian aside. Just by hearing the first call, I'm thinking it's real, and I'm thinking what happened with the satellite thing. This is what I think. Previously, before this call on Coast to Coast AM, Art Bell, of course, was dipping his toes into the unknown. He was dipping his toes into places where it should not have been. I think maybe, and this is just me theorizing, what if Art Bell had been previously visited by certain government officials saying, these are the topics you need to steer clear of. So Art Bell's like, okay, I'll still talk about some other things, but I'll tiptoe around certain topics. He gets an Area 51 caller, this frantic caller. Art Bell is trying to judge him out, trying to get a feel of him. He starts using terms like triangulate the position, starts mentioning the military and Area 51. I think Art Bell recognizes, holy shit, because you got to think, Art Bell took thousands and thousands of phone calls, so he's very good at it. And I think he was like, this is legit. Oh my God. And pulled some cords and cut it offline, not to get him more attention in the media for this, but for his own safety and his family's safety. That could be possible. And that's what I kind of lead to this.
I can see that theory actually working because I believe in his first call he said that he was let go for medical reasons.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean he could have had some kind of psychotic episode or mental breakdown, you could say.
Yeah, and Art Bell recognized that maybe he is mental, but something he's telling the truth about something, or he truly believes something. And I have to protect my family, and I've already been visited once. I can't let it happen again, and then close the book.
See, the only thing that I have a problem with, though, he got let go because of the problems, and the fact that they just released him. Because, I mean, Area 51 is supposed to be a military-based type thing.
Yeah, top secret manager.
Yes. I don't think they would just release someone just like that.
That is a good point. I mean, to get clearances at that level, you have to go through, of course, the MMPI, right? But I mean, hey, he could have passed it with flying colors and then got into Area 51, and after months and months being subjected to things he never thought existed, he had a mental crack, and then was told to go home, and at home he sat there and thought about it, and it just exploded. And you know how some mental disorders develop over time as the more you age. Maybe that was the case too, and it was this perfect storm. I don't know.
You know what you're saying, I believe. A lot of people can pass the MMPI at one point and then, not even like, a month or so later, after doing certain jobs and all that, fucking break down. Job's too much for them. And I'm pretty sure working at Area 51 could definitely be a job that could, just beat you down or probe you. You never know.
Well, that is the possibility of being probed. I mean, aliens. You never know.
And I mean, he could have been a test subject for him. And then testing, see what happened when they released him. First thing they did was try to spill the beans.
Yeah. I forgot about this thing that I thought about the other day when we were researching this. What if they are aliens? What if there's some type of extra? I mean, we've talked about this before. These dimensional beings. Like, what if that's what Bigfoot is? Some dimensional being, sort of like how Stranger Things is.
I thought you'd bring them in.
Yeah, and they're these what we call humans, but they're actually beings from somewhere other dimension that come through, and they try to conquer other worlds. And Area 51 just happened to be a place where they were conjured up, right? That's just theorized. They had a Stargate there. The military brought them in, and these beings took over the military, and these guys seen the plans and everything about what was going to happen in the future, and took a mental break. I don't know. That's just another little theory, So whether or not this call was real, I mean, we can't really say. We'll probably never know the truth. But what we can say is that the urgency and seriousness in the first caller's voice, as well as the satellite going on, it all certainly made for a compelling broadcast and show for our bet. Got to give them props. He was. So, I want to thank everyone for joining us for today's episode, and I'm glad Daniel's back. We are saving voicemails, reviews, ratings, shout-outs for episode 50, which is next week. And we have a big announcement, but I guess we'll go ahead and say it now. The end of season 1 is next week. Yes, we will have more things to come, announcements in the future regarding season 2. And I can tell you this, though, season 2 will not nearly be as long as season 1 was. Season 1 was more of a fill-out, right? Yeah. And we can better the show and the audio and all that stuff. But I think we got things figured out. And we'll keep improving. We'll make a lot more announcements regarding season 2. But next week is the end of season 1. We'll have all of our voicemails, reviews, ratings, shout-out. And I hope you join us for that. And I want to thank everybody again. And I love you all. And Daniel, you got anything you want to say?
Yeah, I mean, this is just for my enjoyment. I want to see like some drawings of Bigfoot. Like, Bigfoot 2020. It's like some campaign ads. Some funny ones.
Ooh, campaign ads. Yeah, okay. If you draw something good, we'll have a surprise for you. So, there you go. Anyways, with all this being said, I love all you guys. Thank you again for joining us. If you want to get in contact with us, all of our social medias, you can shoot us a direct message. With all that being said, Daniel, you want to roll us out?
Sure will. All right, guys. It's okay to be out of this world with your thoughts.
Because you are not alone.
Welcome to Theories
of the Third Kind.
Welcome to Theories of the Third Kind. I am one of your hosts today, Aaron, and the other host joining me is Danielson.
What's up, guys?
So today is episode 50, Theories Thursday. But before we get into it, of course, I gotta do a quick announcements. We don't run any ads or take any money from any corporations. So if you'd like to help us out, you can leave us a written review on iTunes, and then it'll help us out a lot. If you don't want to leave one though, that's cool. We just want you guys, girls, aliens, reptilians, Bigfoot, Sasquatches, chupacabras, ghosts, whoever or whatever you are, to enjoy the show. Also, if any of you would like to reach out to us, you can shoot us a message on Instagram, Twitter, or Facebook, or you can go to our website, theoriesofthethirdkind.com, and click on the contact button, and there you'll find our email addresses. Also, on our website, you can leave a voicemail with your phone, and we will listen to it. So, today's episode is Thoughts and Theories Thursday. Episode 50. Can you believe it's been 50 episodes, Daniel?
Our episodes, man.
It is 50 straight weeks. I love it. So, how today's episode will work, of course, is that me and Daniel, we each have our own theory that we're going to be discussing and talking about. And then at the end of the show, we will be covering voicemails, reviews, and ratings. So make sure you stick around for those because we have a lot of good theories and things that we're going to discuss. So who should go first with their theory? Me or you?
I'll let you do the honors.
Okay. My theory this week is called The Sounds of Hell. I came across this theory and I thought it was super interesting. This whole story behind it, I started digging into it, and I was like, whoa, I have to tell everybody about it. I figured I would cover it. So my story starts way back in 1989. So in 1989, there was these Russian scientists, and they were wanting to do some studies of the Earth's crust. They decided, well, let's go to Siberia and start drilling some boreholes. So when they got there, they immediately set up their equipment and started getting to work. They started drilling a hole, and after a while of drilling, they drilled 14.5 kilometers or 9 miles deep into the earth. Good job.
9 miles?
9 freaking miles into the earth. Yeah. So at that depth of 9 miles, the drill ended up breaking through into this kind of like open cavity. And the Russian scientists, they were intrigued. They're like, hey, what is this unexpected discovery? Let's stop the drilling and let's investigate what the hell it is. So they decided to pull the drill up and out of this hole, 9 miles, which I'm sure took a long time. And they hooked up this heat-tolerant microphone and other equipment, such as temperature probes and a bunch of other stuff, to figure out what was down there. Now, they lowered this temperature probe and the heat-tolerant microphone down, and the temperature that they picked up on the probe was around 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. But that wasn't the real shocker. What the real shocker here was what the microphone ended up catching and recording. Now, when it finally got down there, the heat-resistant microphone only captured about 17 seconds of audio before the microphone melted. Now, I do have the audio, so let's go ahead and listen to the sound, and I want to warn you ahead of time. It's kind of disturbing, so we'll play that right now. That was pretty scary, right? I mean,
That definitely kind of woke me up a little bit more.
Yeah, so I'm going to give you a little backstory real quick before I dive into this details of the audio and stuff. I was doing some research over this during my night shift run, and I decided to listen to this audio on the drive home. Like, I hadn't listened to it at all. I've just read about the story and all that. I'm like, okay, well, I'll listen to the audio on the way home. It was pitch dark, me driving home from night shift, and I cranked the volume up because I didn't think my audio was loud enough in my car. I blew the damn speakers out of my car. So yeah, it was scary to say the least. So after the scientists heard this recording, some of them were convinced that it was sounds from hell, and there was reports that a lot of them decided to quit. But there were a few scientists who did stay there, and these scientists told of a story that happened that night. They said apparently in the middle of the night, a big gas burst out of this borehole, this flame, and the scientists went out to look to see why it was doing that. And they said this shape of a gigantic winged demon was formed out of these flames coming out of this borehole, and then it dispersed, and the words "I have conquered" in flames formed in there. Which is really weird. Anyways, so as a final touch to this weirdness, medics were reported to have given everyone on site a dose of a sedative that erased their short-term memory, but apparently not well enough for these scientists to blow the lid on this story and go to the tabloids about it and all that stuff. But I thought it was a pretty interesting story, but it didn't feel right to me, Dan. I wanted to do some digging, right? Yeah. I wanted to know if there was an actual hole in Siberia that was around the same time frame as this, and I found no evidence of such a borehole in Siberia, but I did find this, and it's kind of odd. So the deepest borehole in the world is the SG3, which is part of the Kola super deep borehole. So let me explain this real quick. In 1970, Russia started drilling this super deep borehole, and they named it the Kola borehole. This was like the main central hole that they were digging. And then eventually they started branching off this main hole and digging other holes. one of the branches off of that was the SG3. So Cola was dug in 1970, but get this, the SG3, that was done in 1989, the same year as supposedly the story of the hole in Siberia. It's a little odd. I mean, it wasn't in Siberia that the SG3 was at, but it was in 1989, and to date, it is the deepest hole dug at roughly 7.6 miles. It's not the 9-some miles that was reported in Siberia, but it is 7.6 miles. It's a deep-ass hole. And I couldn't find any reports of these sounds or whatever coming from SG3 hole or anything weird coming from the Cola Super Bowl deep hole or anything like that. So my track stopped there in regards to that. But then I had a next mission there. My next mission was to find the origins of this story. Who reported it first? Now, this would tell me a lot about if the story was actually true, because that's what I was digging down to. I wanted to know the truth of this, right? So I found out after digging that the appearance of this story, it first appeared in a Finnish newspaper called Ammanitasia. It is like the longest word. I looked it up to try to find pronunciations of it. I could not find it. It turns out that this Ammanitasia was not a scientific journal, but was a small evangelical libertarian magazine that was published in Finland between 1974 and 1989. So in 1989, an evangelical minister in Texas named R.W. Shandor, he ended up coming across this Finnish newspaper article that talked about this hole. And he sent this article to the Trinity Broadcasting Network. And this was in 1989. So this Trinity Broadcasting Network was a huge Christian network that had television shows, newsletters, and huge audience, right? This network decided to run a story in late 1989, both on their TV broadcast networks and newsletters about the super hole that they heard sounds from hell from. And they title it Scientists Discovered Hell. So that's how it started, in a Finnish religious article newspaper, and then a minister in Texas found it, sent it to Trinity Broadcasting Network. They made a story about it in late 1989 and ran it on the broadcast networks. But when looking this up, this all happened without anyone ever hearing the alleged audio recordings of the sounds. Nobody ever presented one or broadcasted one or anything. That leads to the question, where the hell did the audio come from, right? If they didn't have it, where did it come from? Well, I did some more digging there, and I figured it out. 12 years later, in 2002, after the story had come and gone of these scientists discovering this hole, someone emailed. You want to take a guess who? Okay. Oh, God damn, he was so good. Yes. Someone emailed Art Bell, and they said, and I quote, "I just recently began listening to your radio show and could not believe it when you talked about the sounds from hell tonight. My uncle had told me this story a couple years ago, and I didn't believe it. Like one of your listeners who discounted the story as nothing more than a religious newspaper fabricated account. The story about the digging, the hearing of the sounds from hell, is very real. It did occur in Siberia. My uncle collected videos on the paranormal and supernatural. He passed away fairly recently. He let me listen to one of the audio tapes that he had on the sounds from hell in Siberia, and I copied it. He received his copy from a friend who worked at the BBC. Attached is that sound from my uncle's tapes. Art, of course, then played the recording, and that's what we heard earlier. That's where they came from. And ever since then, they've been widely circulated and attached to this 1980 story of that Russian scientist finding. So, Dan, do you believe this hole actually exists? And do you believe the sound is authentic and real?
They said that it was close to like a mile, but the only point that you found close enough to it is a record of what, 7 point something?
7.6 miles. Well.
Yeah. So I'm thinking about the whole, but I mean, those sounds though.
They are odd sounds. I ran it through Audacity, did some tweaking on it. It is a looped sound. I did find that out, but I could not find a source for the sound.
I mean, the main noise I heard was it sounded like a wooden sword.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I could easily reproduce something like that. But in 1989, could I have? Probably not with their technology. I don't think I could. The thing that gets me is it's starting in a Finnish newspaper that was a part of a religious group, and then Trinity Broadcasting Network picking it up and spreading it. Was it just a plot for the evangelical Lutheran magazine in Finland to kind of push people more towards their church? Possible. Yeah. But could they have honestly found this hole and found these sounds and said, we need to protect the public from this, and we don't need to open it up, because if we do, there could be demons from hell coming out or something, or some other beings coming out and invading Earth. That is another possibility of why they didn't look into it further. But overall, I thought it was a good story. I thought it was a good conspiracy, and I wanted to share it with you, and I hope you liked it. All right, so I guess we'll move on to yours. What do you have for us today?
I'd like to bring up my man, Mr. Bigfoot.
Dude, you got to bring him in on episode 50. Of course, you're his campaign manager, so you kind of promoted.
Yeah, I'm trying to promote him, but I found a couple videos that I feel like they're just slander against him.
Slander? What do you mean slander?
I mean, this is like the Bigfoot I know, and they're trying to make it sound like it's him.
You talking about the beef jerky commercials?
No, that's how my man usually is. He loves his beef jerky. He loves messing with people for fun. But no, man, these videos, they have him just like screaming at people, hiding in the woods and screaming.
What do you mean hiding in the woods and screaming? You have some? Well, obviously you do have some.
I have a video. The guy was out mushroom hunting, and then supposedly says he caught. Well, he doesn't say it, but all the comments for it say that it's Bigfoot.
Okay, hold on. So let me get this right. You have a video of a guy who's mushroom hunting who caught Bigfoot?
Caught him screaming.
Does it show Bigfoot, or is it just the sound of him screaming?
Just the sound, because of course you're not gonna find my man out there like that.
Okay. And in the comments of this video, I'm guessing it's on YouTube.
Yeah.
And on the comments of this video, they're saying that it sounds like Bigfoot.
Pretty much.
Is this a popular video?
No, it's not.
Okay.
It is actually less than 3,300 views.
Whoa. 3,300 views?
Pretty much.
Ooh. You may have discovered something that is very interesting. So I said we take a listen to that. Yeah. Let's do it. Shoot that baby on over.
I'm gonna play it for you guys right now.
Well, there's certainly more shortage that doesn't have mushrooms out here. So here's one. Actually has a bunch. And then the slog over here has a bunch. It's going to be about 12 inches across. This one looks like I'm going to bite out of it. And this one. And there's one over here. Take some water.
Whoa. I've never seen that video before. What the hell?
I admit, that sound is scary. Sounds like something's mad.
Whatever it is has a pair of lungs on it.
Yes,
because it screams for a while. We'll link this video on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, all that stuff. I'll leave it in the comments of the post for episode 50. Do you want us to describe the video? I mean, there's not much to describe. It's just a guy mushroom hunting, and then he hears. Well, I mean, you obviously hear what he hears, and then he walks away. Personally,
yeah. So the video happened May 9, 2015. The guy was out mushroom hunting, and he's looking at some nice mushrooms and all that. He did find the mushrooms that did have a bite in it, but it was a small bite. definitely one of my main Bigfoot. But he's just out hunting, and the next thing you know, you hear this loud ass scream pretty much.
I've seen a lot of Bigfoot videos and a lot of sounds, and they're very similar to this one.
I did find another video that sounds sort of just like that. I think the guy was on a hunting trip with his wife. The video is on YouTube as well. It's about 149,000 views on it. It happened actually November 20th, 2019. So pretty recent still. So yeah, it was pretty much almost the same kind of.
You have a link to that?
I do.
All right, so we'll I guess we'll listen to that one as well. Play that one right now. That is an odd sound. It's similar to the one in the first video.
But like you said in the first one, so whatever it was, kind of set lengths. This one, the yell's shorter, but more constant.
I'm reading the comments that some people think it's a mountain lion, but it's clearly not a mountain lion. That's what the person's saying. That a lot of people think this is a mountain lion. The second video, the people think it's a mountain lion, but it's not a mountain lion. Or a moose or any animal that they can identify. I have no idea what it could be besides Bigfoot or some creature that is getting killed or raped by another animal. I don't know.
I've never heard that make that noise. And mountain lions, I can't really say I've heard too many of those, but I always thought that's what it sounds like.
Somebody should analyze the first audio. See, that one hasn't gone viral yet. It's only 3,200 views. If I heard that in the woods, I'd tell you I'd be booking it out of the woods. I'd run.
I'd be running my ass out of the woods.
He's coming after that ass. That's what it sounds like he'd be doing. I'd be scared. Man, that's some good stuff you found there, Dan. Damn.
Sounds like slander that.
Well, who's slandering against us?
Can't say any names. They're big political figures.
The other big political figures running for office as well in 2020.
They try to make Bigfoot sound scary, but he's an awesome guy.
Makes me wonder what the hell he's doing in the forest.
Honestly, I think they're trying to say that Bigfoot's doing some mushrooms, especially in the first video.
Could you imagine that? Him eating some mushrooms and then it finally hits him. Like it finally hits him and he just screams out like that.
Sounds like we found some DMT somewhere.
It would be insanely scary to see Bigfoot.
I don't want to see it.
Anyways, I guess that's all the theories we have for today. I mean, we only have 2 for Theories Thursday. We're kind of cutting it short because we're going to be discussing a lot of other theories and stuff. Let's start voicemails first.
Yeah, let's go to voicemails.
All right, so this first voicemail we have is from Kyle, and we'll play that right now.
Right, did this thing earlier before, and I found a new one. This one I found the other 2 I can make myself. But for this one, it says that CNN the August 11th, 1994 Larry King episode from Google Play, the episode featuring a call from Terror Weeks Mall. CNN was actively creating a problem campaign for the purpose of bisexual sex. So I didn't know if this was true, so I went to Google Play and I went to the Larry show. And it goes, August 10, 1993 was Susan's 54th episode. August 12th, 1993 is the 55th episode. So every day before episode 150 is the day before episode 151. Except for on the weekends were never recorded, but August 11th, and usually not hard that this was recorded. So I don't know what's going on with August 11th. It was strange.
Are you familiar with what he's talking about, Dan? Okay, so I'm pretty familiar with this because I looked it up and started researching it a couple of days ago because I came across it in one of the conspiracy forums that I wrote. All right, so Joe Biden, right? He's a Democratic nominee that's running against Donald Trump. I usually don't like talking about political stuff, but for this we will, okay, in political sides on either of this. And I just want to let everyone know that I am Republican, I'm a Democrat, I'm a party of the people. I just want to make that clear, okay? So anyways, Joe Biden is a Democrat, not officially yet, but he's probably going to be because there's nobody else right now. Anyways, so there has been reports from an individual named Tara Reid that she was secretary or something for him, an associate with him in 93 or 92 or 91 or somewhere around there. And she was sexually assaulted by him. And she came out and was telling individuals, hey, Joe Biden sexually assaulted me. And everybody's ignoring it. Well, back in 1993, Larry King was doing his talk show, and he got a phone call from Tara Reid's mother, who claimed that Joe Biden sexually assaulted her. Well, fast forward to now, the media is pretty much ignoring her claim. Or as of a couple days ago, they were ignoring Tara Reid's claim, which is odd because you look at the Kavanaugh stuff and what happened. But the interesting thing is that you can go and purchase or rent old Larry King episodes of Larry King, right? And Google Play is one of the only places where you can rent it from or buy it from. If you go on Google Play and you look up Larry King Live and you go to season 3 in 1993 and you scroll all the way down to episode 150 something, there'll be an episode August 10th, it's 154, and then episode 155 is August 12th. August 11th episode, where Tara Reid's mother called in on Larry King Live, that is missing. Google removed that episode and renumbered all of the episodes. They renumbered the episodes. They renumbered them, removed the one, and renumbered them. I looked it up myself, so I know exactly what I was talking about. That is so odd that Google is doing that. You got to think how much power Google has to influence people, and now they're actively helping one side of the campaign cover up or quote unquote silence someone by doing this. Doesn't feel right. It's kind of messed up. Actually, it is messed up, and I don't really have much else to say about it besides that. But thank you, Kyle, for sending us a voicemail. Keep sending them. We love hearing from you, and we love your theories. So thank you. All right, so this next voicemail is from Brentley. Play that right.
Hi guys, it's Brentley from Ontario, Canada calling. I just wanted to call and tell you about something odd that happened last night, April 18th, around 10:15 p.m. My daughter and I were sitting outside, just soaking in the fresh night air. We noticed a distant light going over top of us. We assumed a satellite or an airplane. Then we noticed 3 more small lights at separate times that were taking the exact same path as the prior light that we had seen. These lights were super small and seemed quite distant. Then we did see an airplane fly over us, and there was no denying that it was an airplane, as we could see the lights on the wings and the tail, plus the red flashing light, and it was much closer than the other lights. Weird, but okay. Then we were looking out towards the northern star and noticed the same type of small lights that we had previously saw fly above us, but now they were flying over the northern star and across the sky until they disappeared. But this time, we kept watching the light and counting them. There were 29 small lights. Some were barely visible, all taking the same path and spaced the exact same distance apart. They were so small and barely visible. I believe they must have been extremely far away. I find it so strange, especially considering that there are not very many airplanes even flying right now, let alone 29 or more. Maybe we didn't see them all, flying in the exact same path and perfectly spaced. And on top of that, definitely not the same lights as what we had saw on the airplane. Anyways, I thought it was pretty intriguing and wanted to share the experience, as I really do not know what to think about it. My daughter and I were in disbelief as these lights just kept flying, and as we were watching and counting them, we did not expect to see that many. Anyways, take care, I love your show, and I look forward to the new releases more now than ever. Peace.
That is a lot of UFOs. That was UFOs.
Great vibration.
So first off, can we just say how good her voice and microphone sound?
It was so crisp. I'm jealous.
Yeah, Krispy Kreme is how her voice and microphone sound. I'm jealous. I wish I had that type of voice. But man, that is odd to see what she said, 24 in a line. That many on April 18th. I tried looking up for anything that had happened April 18th or any sightings, couldn't find anything. Couldn't really find any military activity happening on that day. Which kind of leads me into the theory of this whole COVID-19. This is going to be a little out there, okay? But the COVID-19 being a way for them to keep us inside so that what if there is an alien invasion going on right now? Or if there's aliens in our active solar system, they're like, we got to get people inside and away from the outdoors and seeing all these things. I mean, there was the video that came out here recently. Did you see that of the UFOs going by the moon?
Yeah, was that released by the government?
I don't think that one was released by the government. The one released by the government was the ones that Tom DeLonge with Blink-182. He released those a while back, and then the government just kind of said, "Oh yeah, those are authentic. Those are real." Which, did you see those?
I saw a glimpse of them.
It's definitely some crazy aircraft or something. Man. But anyways, what do you got any theories about what it could be?
I mean, maybe a bunch of people playing drones.
Those are big ass drones, though. I don't know. It could be. I don't know.
I mean, that's just crazy, though. That's a lot of them to be traveling like the same path.
Yeah, it is. It would be. I would be very interested to, if it happens again, for you to get out a camera and maybe try to take some footages of it. Oh, you know what it could have been? It could have been that. What's the thing that Elon Musk shot up in the air? All those satellites, Starlink. It could have been those. It could have been this as well. I don't know. I'd have to get more details if those were just straight up lights that were going through the sky. If so, then it was most likely Starlink satellites.
May 4th. So far, I think it's only some 420 satellites have been touched, but they plan on launching 12,000.
Oh, good God. Yeah, it could have been that. Go to DuckDuckGo and look up how many Starlink satellites have launched, or Starlink satellite pictures. You can see them all in a row.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so Brinley, if you could, go on DuckDuckGo and look up Starlink satellites, and you'll see pictures of them in a row, a whole bunch of them. They're extremely bright. If you could, look at that and then write us an email and let us know, either an email or Instagram message or wherever. And let us know if that was similar to what you saw. I would be very interested in knowing. But thanks for the voicemail. Love hearing from you. Love your voice. Love your microphone. It's great. All right, so now we're going to move on to the last voicemail. This is from Jake Farm. And I have not heard, I didn't hear Burnley's, and this is my first time hearing this one. I think it's both of our first time hearing this one, right? Yes. All right, so we'll play that right.
What's up, George? Long time listener, first time caller. It's your boy, Jake Farm. You may be wondering why my voice sounds like a kidnapper asking for a ransom. Well, it's because I hear how high-pitched it sounds, and I don't want to do it on the podcast. I'm pretty self-conscious about it, so let's just leave it there. Anyways, I think we'll go nice and give a deep tone to the story. Like I said, I held a few points to pick with you. First of all, I need my shout-out first. Tommy is off finger popping his asshole and said, "Don't throw off the grid, we need more in my Facebook messages." I miss you, man. They're the fellow that hates me now, even though he gave me that gay-ass Jake Farm nickname. Which, by the way, I want to start a shotgun every time someone gives me that clever State Farm reference. All my fellow Jakes will understand the struggle. That's like a anyway. But I'm going to stick with it, because that's how the face of my favorite podcast knows. Hey, listen, I love you, but I'm not doing this later. I appreciate the shout-out on the DMT episode. Now all I need is cake to respect. Congrats on an awesome first season. Don't keep us waiting too long for season 2, please. Until we see you guys in the reason why the Pentagon officially needs your forces. Keep up the good work. That's all for now. Stay woke, nerds. Bigfoot time time.
Kneecaps. Oh my God. I love you, Jake. I'm sorry for giving you that nickname. I'll just call you Jake from now on. But you know what? Don't be ashamed of your voice, man. You gotta own it. You know, I got a high-pitched voice. I can make it low sometimes. But man, you just gotta own what you got, you know? Be proud of your voice. If anybody hates it, so what? You know, who cares? But thank you for the voicemail. I love the deep sound of it, I guess. We won't leave you guys waiting long for season 2. Next week, we're going to be releasing a short clip that will go over details about season 2 and what you can expect and when you can expect the start date and when that will be. Thank you again, Jake, for your love, your support. And I've kind of taken over the Facebook role, and I've done horribly trying to balance the two between Instagram and Facebook. Instagram is packed with freaking messages that I'm still trying to recover from, I'll admit. And I'm sorry. I'm sure Donnie doesn't hate you. I don't hate you. I love you. And that's it. That's all I got to say. What do you got to say, Donnie?
I mean, I understand about not wanting to get Twitter. I am still trying to figure out Twitter. I don't post a lot on there. I do try to respond as much as I can. But man, Twitter moves at a faster pace than I do. I'm just trying to keep up.
Yeah, I don't have a Twitter. I have no idea how to work it. So I'm ever so grateful for you doing that, Daniel.
It's crazy.
Yep. Okay, so those are the voicemails. I guess we'll move on to emails.
How many emails do you have?
You really want to know that number?
No, not really.
We have quite a bit of emails to go over. That's all I'm going to say. Okay, so this first email comes from Johnny, and the subject line of odd Pizzagate connection. They go on to say, these celebrities are said to love pizza. The first one, Lena Durham, from the show Girls, was the creepiest one because she wrote in her book that she fingered her little sister when the sister was a baby. She got a lot of flack from that and was being called a pedophile even though she was a child herself when the incident happened. It's just spooky as heck. Love the podcast. I'm almost caught up. Listening to Shapeshifter Ranch at the moment, I think it's creepy as hell, but I'm a bit skeptical of it. It kind of sounds like the government may have had a hand in disturbances around that area, so people would leave in fear and drive down the price of the land. Keep doing what you're doing. I'll be sure to keep watching my surroundings and questioning happenings. Awesome. Thank you, Johnny, for the email. It's so weird about Lena Durham. I don't know why she would do that in the first place.
I wonder if she had to ask her sister if it was okay to put that in the book.
How do you even go about asking something like that? Hey, I know you don't remember this, but can I write in my book that I fingered you? Oh my God. Disgusting.
Family event's supposed to be awkward after that.
Yeah, very awkward. But anyways, thanks for the email, Johnny, and love you and keep sending it. Okay, so this next email, I'm not going to read off, but it's from an individual named Bobby Fuck You, and their email address is suckit@asshole.com. But I just wanted to acknowledge that I did get your email, Bobby, and I'm not going to read it off. It's not very nice. This next email is from Skylar, and the subject line that reads Trump time travel episode. They go on to say, just listened to this last night. Great show. I'm stoked I found your podcast to listen to at night. I had an idea when you were discussing the logistics of time travel with the position of Earth within the solar cycle comes into play. I realized this is likely why ancient builders around the world aligned megalithic structures with the solstice. What do you think? I never really got the ancients' obsession with the solstice until now. Thanks, Scott. That's a really good connection. It makes sense, right, Dan? Yeah. That could be why. Maybe they were into time travel, and that's why they aligned their megalithic structures with the solstice. And those structures allowed them to time travel. It would be. Thank you, Scott. And we'll have more episodes in season 2 about structures, and we'll do some more time travel stuff. So, I love it. Okay, this next email is from Zombie2099. Subject is Ouija board, yes or no. Hey guys, first of all, great podcast. Love it. I listen to it every week. New listener and still trying to get through all the podcast. Love you all. Zombie2099 goes on and tells us a Ouija board story that they have, but I'm going to actually save that Ouija board story because we're covering Ouija boards in season 2, and we may even use one live stream. So that's what you have to look forward to. But thank you, Zombie2099. We will cover your story during Ouija boards. Thank you for the email. Thank you for the love. This next email is from Joe A. I just found your show, and I think it's great. I had an idea for a topic you could cover, and I'm honestly surprised I haven't seen more on this in conspiracy circles because it covers so many things. It's mind-boggling when you really dig into it. On YouTube, there are some videos that were posted, and there's supposedly a whistleblower who calls himself Orwell. Did a video titled Multiples and one on the conspiracy facts concerning symbolism in particular, documents that are available online. I think you should look into it, and I really think that's what's being said. It would make for a hell of a show. If you would like my interpretation and meaning of it, I'll get that back. All right, we'll add that topic down for an episode. I'll have to write that down. Thank you, Joe, for the email. Yeah, and shoot your interpretation on over to us. We would love to hear it. It's good hearing other people's perspectives. All right, this next one is going to say, just wanted to send you a message saying I love your podcast. The dynamics between you all are great. It's hilarious. Not many things make me laugh at night, but you guys do it every time. I already said this on the review, but the time machine bits are genius. I love it. I discovered this podcast over a week ago, and it's become my favorite. Keep up the good work. Sorry, Emily. You sent that email on March 7th, and it has taken us almost 2 months to get to it. So I apologize.
Oh, we got stuck time traveling.
Oh, yeah, we got stuck time traveling. Sorry, Emily. Thank you for your love, and keep sending the emails. Keep sending the love, or keep sending the heartbeat to you. All right, this next one is from J Baby. The subject is Lord of the Tiny Pops. They go on to say, I think you guys are fucking awesome. Don't let anyone tell you guys otherwise. I listen to you guys every day at work, and I recommend you to everyone I talk to. You guys give me information and make me laugh. What more could I ask for, other than a big foot slide across the face? Thank you, Chip Baby, for spreading us around, for sending that great email. We love you. Next one is from Rodney Dangerfield. Subject line, off the motherfucking chain. They're going to say, thank you guys so much for all the info you bring upon us woke individuals. Do you think the government doesn't tell us the truth about aliens because they don't want us to find out they're working alongside the aliens? Maybe Illuminati is feeding the aliens the right kind of energy in exchange to allow the government to use their technology? Maybe an episode about that would be awesome. But again, thank you guys. 5 stars. Sweet, thank you for that email, Rodney Dangerfield. It's interesting you mention that subject and that topic because very, very, very soon on season 2, you will hear us talk about that. So look forward to that because it is coming to your ear soon. To your home. Mm-hmm. All right, this next one is from Azo. They go on to say, third kind podcast creators. I just want to say that I appreciate the high production value of the side effects that adds excitement to the podcast. I have also got my whole office listening to your podcast. It's the first one we listen to Friday morning. Thank you for the great podcast. P.S. Dawn, I apologize for asking for a dick pic. I sometimes am on the wrong side of the Me Too movements. All right, hey, shout out to your entire office. I want all of you right now to stop what you're doing. And your boss is going to come inside you and say, hey, what the hell are you guys doing? You should be working. You look at him and you say, hey, we're taking a moment of silence right now to reflect on season 1. Okay? Now, I want you all to join in a circle together with your hands together. And Dan is going to lead you in this shamanic trance announcement. So go ahead, Dan. All right, that's it. You guys can hook in the hands. Make sure that you love one another in that office. You're good to each other, and always stick it to the man when you can. And thank you for listening to us, and we love you a whole lot. For sure. And I hope we can provide your ear holes with entertainment.
Likewise, shamanic chant doesn't get you drunk.
All right. Let's see. This next one is from Parker. You guys kick fucking ass. All the opinions and views make my latter part of the workday and commute to work 10 times better. I just discovered the podcast last Saturday while sitting on my ass trying to find something to do at work. I'm going to say that after starting listening, I spoke from the very beginning. Reptilian episode of stuff with me most. Also, the Lake City Quiet Pills episode was good as fuck. If there's any way I could contribute with money or something to help you guys grow, just let me know. Thank you, Parker. As of right now, we don't really accept money from anyone, but I appreciate the offer. Here in the future, season 2, we'll have some, maybe have some merch roll out. I know we keep saying it, but in a couple of weeks, we'll see. Maybe Patreon, maybe something. Again, all the money that we do get will go back to the show and helping us grow. And we still will never run ads, and we will never take any money from corporations. So that's how it's always going to be. No matter how many times they send out emails, dude, I swear, I get so many emails from people wanting to run ads. It's ridiculous. They're like, hey, we have a connection with these advertisers. I would like to have a phone call with you before we talk to our advertisers so I can get a good feel about your show and run it across it. You guys don't even listen to the show. If you did, within the first 5 minutes, you would know. We don't run any ads, and we never will run any ads. So fuck off. That's what I tell them, and they still don't get it. So, anyways. Oh, man. Okay, this next email is from James. Subject line is profits. They're going to say, you guys predicted Epstein's death and predicted the COVID-19. You should rename your podcast to the Profits of Podcasting. I think I mentioned this email before, but thank you, James. And I agree, Profits of Podcasting. Yes, it does. All right, this next one is from Alan. My name is Alan. I would like to pay you money via PayPal to post content on your website. How much would you charge for something like that? Alan, I'm sorry. No. I didn't mean to read that wrong. I usually skip those, but I just had that pulled up. And that's it for an example. That is what I'm talking about. Right there. That is a fine example of what I'm talking about. People that don't listen to podcasts, they just don't have class. Yeah. All right. This next one is from Simmy B. Don't have iTunes, but definitely 5 stars. We're going to say, found you guys the same week truth about once our food was put on. And since I've not missed a single episode. So you've been around since the very beginning. Damn. Before I didn't get it off. Yeah. They're going to say, just one more thing I'm annoyed about. Where's the fucking merch? I would wear the shit out of a TOT3KT. But other than that, good shit, guys. Keep it coming. Thank you, Simmy. The merch, like I said, season 2, a lot of things are going to be changing for the good. Okay? So, be on the lookout. Remember that shirt I got you wearing? I kind of wear it for myself now. I'm the only one in the universe right now that has a Heroes of the Third Kind shirt. But here, very, very soon, there will be more individuals that have the ability to get one. So, thank you for that email. Simmy B. This one's from Rebecca. She says, hey guys, been listening to you for about a year now. Just got done listening to the DMT episode. What? Wow, I enjoyed it. Very intriguing. I heard the comments at the end, and some weren't very nice. Bless you for taking it all in stride, but seriously, don't change a thing. This show is awesome and is set apart from others by you just being yourselves. Wishing you all the very best from Illinois. Stay safe. Thank you, Rebecca. Kind words from you. I love you. Next email is from Josh. We'd love to hear you all discuss Agenda 21. Love listening to all of you. We have Agenda 21 on the list. So, yeah. Oh my God. This next email is from John. Found your podcast today. Got to with the reptilian people, and I didn't hear any mention of Hillary Clinton taking a coughing fit at one of her speeches and dropping something into the glass. There's a video on the internet about it. These things, I believe, are 100% whatever they are. Just a little more proof if you haven't heard or mentioned it. If so, I'm sorry to waste your time. Keep up the good work. Hey, you didn't waste my time, John. I've already heard about it. Dan, you've seen the video of Hillary Clinton, right? You looked it up. Yeah. What the hell is that? It's something that she's coughing up. It was a big lump, but that's for sure. Freaking disgusting, whatever the hell it was. But thank you, John. In the email, you didn't waste her time. Hillary Clinton is a reptilian, so I'm sorry I left her out as a reptilian. But make no mistake, she's a reptilian.
I'm just trying not to be Clinton here.
So this next one is from Joannes. I listened to your podcast, 2 so far, and I am not too sure what your female host's name is, but can you please let her know that her phrase, while trying to inform the public, first stating, you know, is not a phrase to be said when explaining any topic, especially when the topic is new to the listener. She repeatedly says, you know, and it's not only that is annoying, it's a phrase that is irrelevant to any topic that is new to a listener. Plus, her voice is very octave and very piercing. She needs a filter on the mic. I'm not trying to be offensive, just informative. You know, I agree that she does need a pop filter on her microphone. I think she used to have one on her microphone. I've told her, I think before, to get one, but I'm not sure if she has. But I'll relay the messages, and I appreciate it. Appreciate the feedback. This email is from Adam W. They're going to say, started listening to your podcast about a week ago, and I've been listening to damn near every episode. Eyes have been opened thanks to all of you. And then he says his Instagram, and he says to send him a message on his Instagram. So Dan, he can send you a picture of his 1-inch meat.
Nice, I'm ready.
So thank you for all your work. Every week literally makes my day better. We'll shoot your best on Instagram, but please do not send a picture of your meat on Instagram. I run the Instagram. If you're going to send it to anybody, send it to Twitter. That's what Dan does.
And if you send it to me on there, I will make sure to blast the phone next time.
Okay, this next one is from Kyle. Please make a Discord. Please, please, please. The Discord is coming. It is coming with the Patreon. So, yep. This last email is from Rex, and it is subject line cryptids. They're going to say y'all should definitely do an episode series on cryptids around the world. My favorite podcast by far. Keep it up, guys. Thank you, Rex, and I want to thank everybody for sending in emails. I enjoy them. Yeah, I enjoy them too. All right, so now we're going to go over ratings and reviews with quite a bit of these that we haven't covered. So stick with us because we're going all the way back to April 15th. So here we go. This first one is from Jay Hi Boo. It was left on April 15th. It is 5 stars. The subject line that reads left from Colorado. We go on to say, recently stumbled upon your show and I'm in love with it. You've gained a new following. Thank you, Jay Hi Boo, for your love and 5 stars. This next one is from Hellrider 2. It was left on April 16th. It is 5 stars. The subject line reads spanking the bank. We're going to say, so here I am spanking it while delivering in Oklahoma. Thought I was starting an Audible book with some sexy British dude, but nope, I heard Daniel's voice, and I had to come to the right spot in many more ways than one. Love the topics, good talking. Remember, always spank the man. Thank you, Hellrider.
Thank you. You just made a very good dish. The next review we got from Skunked1, titled Pure Element 115. It is 5 stars. Salutations from Arvada, Colorado. The reason the third time has been a game changer. Not only do I get Bukaki podcasts, I am also deep with hilarity and mind-bending views. All of the hosts are incredibly entertaining. The shows are very well thought out, executed as well. Wishing Kate and Don a complete recovery, but hopefully this coronavirus is just a government cover-up to get all of the adrenochrome drinking lizard eats. Please continue to make the bed curfew. Hashtag trust no one. Hashtag question everything.
Nice.
Alright, the next one. I seem like I picked up the one again. Yeah. So this one is from Goal Difference. He's from Great Britain, Dr. Very 2020, titled Brilliant Podcast, D&T episode Being Mind. He has 5 stars, and it's rare. Chris from England. Hi guys, I've really got into a podcast over the last few months, and I've binge listened nearly every episode whilst traveling to and from work. Your latest DMT episode blew my mind with what the people interviewed after their experiment had to say. It was really intense and had me gripped on their every word. Ghost stories are my favorite listen from the episodes. I can't wait for Ghost Stories 4. I know you have a huge list of episodes, but have you thought of an out-of-body experience episode? I hope Don and Kate are back with you soon. I'm missing her interns, and I hope you're all well with what's going on. Skol Vikings. Keep up the great work, guys.
Thank you, Go. All right, this next one is from Taken, and it is from Great Britain as well. It was left on April 18th. It's 5 stars. The subject line that reads interesting, quirky, and well worth the listen. They go on to say, just came across this a couple days ago, and I'm really enjoying it. You actually make me laugh out loud. Loving the subject matter, the lively banter, and different personalities all bringing something individual and refreshing to the table. Keep up the good work, you guys, as I'm telling everyone about you. Still working my way through back episodes, but have you read any Dolores Cannon and Nostradamus channel? It's worth a read. He supposedly talked with her in real time from 1555 and explained the quatrains. Anyways, you're all amazing. Keep all doing what you do. Lisa from the Rose UK. Awesome. Thank you. I've never heard that before. All right, this next review is left by Mount G Bob, or MTG Bob. It's from the United States and left on April 19th. The subject line reads DMT, and it is 5 stars. And they go on to say, the most trippy podcast out there. Hashtag better than Coast. Well, thank you. That's, I don't know if we're better than Coast, but thank you for that, and thank you for the love. It means a lot, because Coast is one of my favorite shows. So.
The next one we got is from Lil Dirty from the United States, left on 4/19/20, titled Love This Show. It's 5 stars and is read, the show is great. Listening quality is really good, especially the more recent episodes. And they cover most of the major topics within the world of conspiracy. It's a fun listen, I highly recommend. Also, I love the goofy intros, I hope they return. The people that don't like it can skip it. P.S. I think it might be in love with Yes, I think I might be in love with Kate's voice.
We'll let her know.
See, then the next one is from SBell2808, and they're from the United States, left on 4/20/20. Titled Great Podcast, left us 5 stars. Read, I really enjoy listening to you guys. I like the order in which you guys present the info, the story, interesting facts, and theories, and your own thoughts at the end. Keep on bringing the great topics.
Thank you. Nice. Thank you, Esbel. All right, this next one is from the Silent Parrot. It was left on 4/20. The subject line is hot dog. They gave us 5 stars, and they go on to say, y'all boys are fantastic. I listen to you fellas at work, and it makes the time fly by. Great job, fellas. Keep on it, doggone it. Well, thank you, Silent Parrot, and we love you. And thank you for listening to us at work. And I want you to take a break right now from work. Okay, sit down, get a nice drink of tea, and reflect. Thank you. All right. Oh my God. Yeah, I read this next review earlier, and I laughed. But this next review is from Inertia Spinner. It's left on 4/20. It is 5 stars with the subject line that reads Saint Randy Savage. Should I do the Macho Man Randy Savage voice?
Yes, do it.
Oh yeah, I have returned from the beyond the abyss to teach humanity how to embrace this madness. This podcast is what I listen to while taking risky battles against pure evil, the Vince McMahon. Yeah.
Thank you, Inertia Spinner. It's always good getting reviews from Macho Man. Rest in peace.
Next one we got is from Johnny Bato, 1994, in the United States, left on 4/20, titled Very Enjoyable, left 5 stars. Read as, hey guys, really love the podcast, it's super easy to listen to and overall enjoyable. You guys' chemistry seems really genuine and portrays a group of buddies just hanging out talking about Bigfoot's junk. Also, if I can make a suggestion, recommend redoing the Nostradamus 2020 predictions episode and update what predictions came true. Anyways, keep up the good work. Hopefully Kate and Don recover my back soon.
Ooh, Nostradamus. That's, oh yeah, thank you for the 5 stars, but that Nostradamus idea is a good one. You need to write that down.
Man, I really do good progress. This one is from Advocates Behave. I guess I said that right. From the United States, left on 4/20. Titled Love You Guys, left 5 stars. Listen to most of you guys' episodes, always quite interesting. I get a laugh while being able to think and theorize about topics I rarely get opportunities to discuss day-to-day life. Your guys' episodes on Pizzagate is by far the best. So much knowledge about it, insight to lots of it. None of the facts of the matter make any sense, It is a very suppressed, dangerous topic that's being scrubbed off of the online community, whether it be YouTube, Facebook, MSN, Google, or wherever the mass population goes for discussion. In addition to many other things that arm the mass population with the tools to investigate, scrutinize government agendas, fear for your guys' life and the lives of those who shine light onto this harsh reality. Journalists are killed and investigators are silenced when it comes to this topic. Please archive it. I've used this series of links, websites, and documents that expose it is for what it is. Best podcast around, and really appreciate the work you guys put in.
Thank you for that. Thank you. Yeah, we're going to archive some of our episodes going into season 2, but we'll still have them available. People will still be able to get them and listen to season 1 episode. Just some of them will be archived away. Just a heads up, but we'll keep you informed. Anyways, this next review is from Granny Hauser. It was left on 420. It is 5 stars. It's such a client who's loved you a long time. They go on to say, love the podcast. It helps me get through my workday with ease. Was interested if you guys could do an episode on monoatomic gold and its connection to the third eye, not to be confused with the brown eye, and the Anunnaki and the ancient Sumerians. All of these topics are also connected to James Mars, who is an American hero and conspiracy theorist who died mysteriously in 2017. If you're interested in this, I would refer you to YouTube and just search Jim Mars, monoatomic gold. Much of the story is covered in that lecture. Thank you guys. Keep up the great work. Thank you, Granny Pounder. Love you, man. We are going to have an episode over the Anunnaki, ancient Sumerians, and the monoatomic gold. So be prepared for that. It's coming fast and it's coming right at you. But thank you for the love. Thank you for the 5 stars. All right, this next one is from Madman Willis, left on 420. It is 5 stars. The subject line that reads, keep up the good work, Skinwalkers at Hit. They want to say, thank you for the thoughtful, fun, Art Bellion Scooby-Doo podcast. You all take it to the next level. It's so cool to feel like I'm back in college chatting with friends about life and all its freaky what-ifs. Serious, but not too deep. The dialogue balances the terror with a light-hearted good nature. All your personalities are distinct and complement one another. Innovative, refreshing, entertaining, dare I say, ghastly improv. Thanks for the fun. Thank you, Madman, for the 5 stars and for the love, and I really do appreciate the love.
Definitely. Next one we got is from Giovanni, and that says left on 421. Titled Love the Reviews, got 5 stars, and he says best reviews and love the subjects. Short and sweet.
Thank you, Giovanni.
All right, this next one, I don't think it's really a name, but I'm gonna read the letters off. It's from UHLYITDHKGE. United States, left on 421, titled Get Rid of the Chick, got 3 stars. Reads, Kate needs to go. Every time she speaks, I have to skip over her annoying voice and end this nonsensical rants. She doesn't even know what she's talking about half the time. I'm not really sure why she's even part of your podcast.
All right, we'll let her know.
Yeah.
All right, so this next one is from Elyssie CM. It was left on April 22nd. It is 1 star with the subject line of The Girl Ruins It. They go on to say, would be much better without her. She sounds uneducated. All right. You people are brutal, man. Back to back. All right. Move on to the next one, I guess.
All right, the next one's from Love Kate XOXOX, left on 423 from the United States, titled Eddie. They got 5 stars. It reads, hey guys, love your podcast. I hear it at work and I mentioned it to my friends and now their stuff on it. Keep up the good work. Love Kate's voice. Have you guys heard of spirit cooking?
Yes, I have heard of spirit cooking with Maria Pavlovich or something like that. Maybe something that we'll cover in the future. Something that we have to cover in the future, really. You know? But
I'm down for it.
Thank you for the love.
All right. The next one is from Olive UXO26. The United States, left on 423, titled 5 stars. I guess, you know, they got 5 stars. This podcast has been keeping me company during the pandemic and quarantine. It's so interesting.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you for the love. I'm glad we could keep you company. Next review is from Snow Penny. It was left on April 24th. It's 5 stars and subject line that reads very good. They go on to say, just found you. Love the episodes. So informative and interesting. Thank you, Snow Penny. I love you. All right, this next one is from Stereophonics Fan 2. It was from Australia. It was left on April 24th. This 5 stars, a subject line that reads amazing podcast. They go on to say, I'm a coast-to-coast listener, and I found this podcast while searching around iTunes. This is now my favorite podcast. All the hosts are excellent, and the content is always interesting. 5 stars. Thank you, Stereo. Thank you. Definitely for love.
All right, the next review is left from Wade Splits, left on April 24th, and he is from Canada. Entitled Sam's Watch, left us 5 stars. Great work on the podcast. By the way, there's a documentary out there about a real Sasquatch, Bigfoot. His name is Sam, and he has been spotted around the Sunnyvale Trailer Park in Nova Scotia. Google Sam the Sasquatch and check it out. And again, best podcast I've heard in a while. Keep up the great work. Check that out.
Yeah, we're gonna have to look that up. But thank you, Wade Splits.
Sam's Watch. All right, the next one is left from Ball 2, I Fall 2, left on April 25th from the United States. Titled Awesome, left us 5 stars. And he says, great show, look forward to hearing more. That was sweet. Short but sweet.
Yep, thank you. All right, this next one is from Tez Render. It's from Australia. Left on April 25th. It's 5 stars. The subject line that reads favorite show. They go on to say, my husband and I started on Mel's Hole and got hooked. Haven't missed an episode and now making our way back to where it all began. Well researched and great delivery. Love the Montauk cheer. Only thing is I wish the episodes were a little longer. Love from Melbourne, Australia. Thank you, Tez. Glad we could provide you and your husband with your whole enjoyment. And our episodes will be longer as we grow, as we get more hosting. Our episodes will be longer. You know?
I'm just glad that people actually like the Montauk Show. I'm like so glad I actually brought up that episode.
Yeah, the creator of the Montauk Show. Interesting. It's gonna get a lot of use in season 2. Montauk Show is gonna be worn out by the end of season 2.
So we look forward to it.
Yeah. All right, this next review is left by Minty Skills. It is from Canada. It was left on April 26th. Its subject line reads pretty good. It's 4 out of 5 stars. They go on to say, you guys put in the time to at least somewhat understand the topics you talk about. I hope you don't seriously believe in lizard people, though. Thank you, Minty Skills. 4 stars. And recognizing that we put some time into some of the stuff we researched. Love you.
Just kidding. Thank you for the review there. All right. Our next review is left by Exercised, left on April 26th from the United States. Titled Good Podcast, left us 5 stars. I like listening to these guys and seeing them grow. The format is getting streamlined and all the work is starting to show. I want to see these underdogs win. Aaron keeps tempo well and moderates the discussion with a straightforward temperament and navigates episodes very well. Kate, Don, and Daniel are all very independent in their thoughts and views and showcase individual diversity in thought. It is quite simply a group of friends discussing a subject of interest and having a good time. Please keep recording and growing. I know these times are odd, but it's good to hear seemingly normal people joking, laughing, and having good conversations. Awesome. Thank you. Yeah, that's what it's about right there. Just be able to have a good conversation and get your mind blown. Yeah. All right, the next one is from Camper 23, left on April 27th in the United States. Titled Got My Attention. Left us 5 stars. I'm not really a conspiracy theory guy, but this podcast has opened my mind to many theories. Now I look forward to every episode and can't wait until the next one's out. The only thing I would ask is each episode have their own stories. Instead of having to clip the stories until I found the picture I was looking for. Thanks for the hard work. I know you guys put a lot into this.
Yeah, we're making some changes. So I switched over on Instagram the stories, put season 1 stories. So when we start season 2, which is not going to be 50 episodes, I can tell you that. Season 2 is going to be not 50 episodes. We're going to have its own little stories. So when we talk about something, we add them to the Instagram stories. It will be under the season 2 stories. And if you want to go back and listen and look at other pictures, you click on the season 1 stories and click through those. But thank you, Camper. You 5 stars and love you. All right, this next one is from Ash D News, left on April 28th. It is 5 stars. The subject line is super entertaining. They want to say, love listening to the show while driving to work. Thank you all for the research you do. Also, your intro is incredible. Thank you, Ash. I love you.
I didn't work hard on that intro.
Yep, I Sat there for weeks creating it, and I finally got it. I was like, oh, that's it. That was over a year ago. This next review was left from Rex D. It was on April 30th. It is 5 stars, subject line that reads entertaining as heck. They go on to say, nothing better to listen to while I camp out at Skinwalker Ranch. Also, look into the Texas Thunderbird. Pretty interesting topic. I saw this and I DuckDuckGo'd the Texas Thunderbird. There's a fucking velociraptor, not a velociraptor, a pterodactyl. It's flying around in Texas, supposedly. Really? I did not know this. So we're going to have to do an episode of that.
This is awesome. The next one is from Johnny Blaze, titled Great Podcast. Left us 5 stars. These guys produce a great type of podcast. They present the information in a way that is more like an extended group of my friends telling me a story, not as someone talking at telling me things. It's very interesting, educational, and fun. I love these guys, and as long as they do this podcast, I'll be a subscriber. Aaron, Dan, Kate, and Don, you guys rock. We love y'all here in Kentucky. P.S. I happen to be in that 15% of people that are RH negative. Even more rare, I'm actually AB negative, which I guess is the most rare blood type in the world. Maybe that's why I'm so into the topics each week. Maybe not. Just thought.
Thank you, Johnny Blaze.
Thank you.
Love you.
The next one is from SKZ Felix, left on April 30th from the United States, titled Amazing Podcast. 5 stars. I was looking around for a good and interesting conspiracy theory podcast when I came across this one. The first episode I listened made me fall in love with this podcast because it was interesting and funny. I would definitely recommend this podcast to anyone that loves conspiracy theories and funny things. Thank you.
Thank you, Felix, for that. Love you.
Next one.
This next review is from Strong Arm 209, which was left on April 30th. It is 5 stars, a subject line that is one of the best. They're going to say, love this podcast. I love hearing about all the conspiracies and learning new things. Keep up the great work. Thank you, Strong Arm. Love you. This next review is left by Grateful Ed. It was left on May 1st. It is 4 stars, with a subject line that reads, love this podcast when. They go on to say, love listening to this podcast. Exploring theories and pondering extraordinary events is something that can always keep my attention. But Adam and Kate seem to be trying too hard all the time. Keep it simple. Bring interesting and weird topics into your listeners' ears. Personally, I don't need some girl trying to make a sexy voice and a dude making sex jokes when I'm trying to hear conspiracy theories. If the episode has Daniel and Aaron, I will listen all the way through. The others are the hard time getting through. No hard feelings, and I'm trying not to be rude, just letting you know how it is. Keep up the great work. I assume when you said Adam and Kate, I assume you meant Donnie and Kate. I have no idea who Adam is. So, but thank you for the love. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the love and thank you for the support.
Thank you. Our next review is from David H1983, like it's David H1983, left on May 1st in the United States, titled Thank You for 5 stars. So due to all this craziness, I recently started listening to podcasts to make it through the graveyard shift. I've never been a conspiracy guy, but the format of the show with the facts you're able to verify the fairness of your own that you conclude at the end has really opened my mind to all kinds of possibilities. One other thing is that after I listened from the first episode all the way through to the new episodes, I found it really amazing how a lot of episodes tie into other episodes, whether it be groups of people, individuals, sightings, cults, and other government agendas. With that said, keep up the good work and thanks for broadening my mind and ideas. David H.
Thank you, David. Thank you.
The next one is from JQF89 on May 1st in the United States, titled True Females. Cheers. Left us 5 stars. Interesting topics and unique comments about great chemistry with all the hosts.
Thank you, JQF89. I love you. This next one is from Awesome Matt. It was left on May 1st. It is 4 stars. It means awesome podcast. They go on to say, when you guys did the DMT episode, I had a thought or theory. What if heaven is the effect of the DMT releasing in our brains? It would make sense to me since most of the descriptions of taking it feel like you've just passed on. I think that was your theory, Dan, right? That's what you said.
It pretty much ties into my theory that, pretty much the whole DMT effect is feeling like passing on and whatnot.
Yep. Awesome, but thank you for the 4 stars. Thank you for the love, Matt. You're awesome. All right, this next review is left by 153638261, and it is from Canada, left on May 1st. It is 5 stars. The subject line is sick. They go on to say, I've only listened to a couple episodes, but I like how you really go in depth on every topic. It's awesome how you include proof and give a conclusion from many different views. Keep doing what you do. Y'all are deadly. Thank you. Love you. And I love Canada.
Next one is from Michael, May 2nd in the United States, titled Great Podcast, with 5 stars. This is one of my favorites. Good content. These guys are great. Highly recommend for conspiracy theories. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
The next one is from Jason, left on May 2nd in the United States, titled Amazing Podcast, 5 stars. I started a DMT episode, so I'm a little late to the party. I work at a production factory and listen to the podcast to pass the time. I love every host and how they have their own theories in every podcast. Overall, I have listened for 4 weeks now, and I played 10 hours in a row every workday. I love the podcast, guys and girls. Don't believe in the hate people need to just listen and get out. I love the podcast. Have a good day.
Thank you, Joseph. Dang, 10 hours a day, every day in a row, past 4 weeks. Woo. That's a lot of conspiracy in your brain, man.
It's a lot.
Yeah. All right, this next review is left by Duke Nukem 21. It was left on May 3rd. It is 5 stars. The subject line is looky here. They're going to say, if you ain't got haters, then you ain't poppin'. Riveting subjects with new takes. You can absolutely tell the research and work we put behind every subject. It pays off in the format of wonderful podcast episodes and humor that I find enjoyable. Most importantly, you guys and girls are a genuine group of free thinkers to the core. That's the greatest quality I think you get in a review, and something this world is in desperate need for more. Talkers have a wonderful chemistry on the microphone, great back and forth. It really gets better with each episode. Peace out, Skull Viking Hater. We'll let Donnie know. But thank you for the 5 stars and the love, man. I really appreciate it. This next review is from page 34. It's left on May 4th. It's 5 stars. Subject line is love it. You're going to say such a fun podcast. These hosts are funny, and I love how they state all the facts, theories, and then give their own thoughts. Thank you, Paige. Love you.
The next one's from NEVDMSJS, left on May 4th in the United States, titled thebomb.com, with 5 stars. I missed the intros, but loving the extra time for the content. Love the information and humor mix. You all have great voices, which makes it even better. I've been hooked since listening to the first episode a few weeks ago, and I finally got caught up to the curve. Honestly, kind of sad I can't binge the podcast all night at work anymore. My boyfriend laughs at me whenever I come home and just rant on about the information you all bless my ear holes with. He loves it though, as he's big into conspiracy theories as well. Keep it up, guys. Much love.
Thank you, Patty. Love you.
Season 2 won't be too far around the corner, so you get to be able to binge them again.
Oh, yeah.
If you waited it.
Yeah, it's right around the corner. You're going to have a lot more stuff to talk to your boyfriend about, so be prepared.
The next review is from Penny 8, left on May 4th in the United States, titled Great Content, 5 stars. I'm editing my previous rating. The recent episodes have been awesome. The 4-host setup was really dragging me down. After the roundup, please keep it to the 2 hosts. It's improved your show enormously. Aaron and Dan are very interesting and intelligent. Don't listen to all the thirsty dudes drooling over Kate's sexy voice. She's actually very annoying, not only her voice, but her speaking style. She doesn't have a clear thought. I love sex jokes just as much as the next person, but there's a time and place. It's not a conspiracy theory podcast. The other guy needs to go too.
Little rough, but I appreciate the 5 stars. I appreciate the honesty. Thank you, Penny. In the future, we'll talk more about some stuff, but as of right now, we'll just leave it at that, you know. But I appreciate it.
Yeah, definitely appreciate you having me there, grading from the floor and keeping us up in criticism.
All right, this next review was left by Skylar Lambert on May 4th. It is 5 stars. It's engaging and riveting. They want to say great podcast. I jumped around episodes a little bit, but now I'm working through them in chronological order. Especially love the theories around the Mandela effect. I remember Bernstein. Human experimentation, the Bohemian growth, and the Denver airport. If you want to open your mind to new possibilities and think the powerful elite are shady, this is an excellent podcast. You're never alone. You're never alone in your thoughts. Thank you, Skylar, for those kind words.
Those were actually one of my favorite episodes as well.
Yep. Oh, man, that's good stuff. All right, just two more reviews, and then that's it. This next review is, oh my God. Qwerty UIOPASDFGHKLLXZZVBN from Great Britain. It's up on May 4th, and it is 5 stars. So far, it's a brilliant podcast. They want to say recently started listening. Fantastic. Not listening to a bad podcast. Love all things weird and creepy and conspiracies. Thanks, guys. Thank you for the love and the 5 stars.
I'm actually impressed. He actually went across the keyboard, then down, across the keyboard, then down again. Our last review, I know you want to know this. Last review is from Nicholas Avalon, left on May 4th from the United States, titled Great Content with 4 stars. Well-researched and fun material. I only knocked off 1 star due to dangerous jokes continuously interrupting the narrative every 20 seconds. I'm not saying they're bad, it's just a tad excessive.
Damn it, Daniel. I guarantee you he meant Donnie and not you. I would put any amount of money on it that he was meaning Donnie and not you.
Well, I was ready for the Daniel.
No, I guarantee you he's meaning Donnie. But thank you, Nicholas, for the 4 stars. I'll let Donnie know.
Yeah, and if it is me, I'm going to try to calm it down.
All right, so that's pretty much the end of the episode for today. I know we didn't have much content at the beginning, and a lot of it was going over messages and stuff. We had to play catch up with all that stuff. But next week, we're going to be releasing an episode. It's not going to be an official episode, but it's going to provide you with information about season 2 and everything you can expect and what you have coming down the pipeline. We aren't taking a humongous break between season 1 and season 2. We're just taking a small, necessary break to make the changes needed to the website and to a couple other things. It won't be long at all. Trust me. Just tune in next week. We'll release an episode giving you all the details. And I'm so excited for how the season 2 is going to play out. And again, I want to thank everybody who stuck around and everyone who's listened to us and all the love and support. It really means a lot. I really enjoy doing this. I love it. I wouldn't change it for the world. But yeah, thank you guys a lot.
Yes, thank you. When I first started the podcast with them, I was only out as a guest. Literally, I just asked to join in just to listen while I was playing some games. And they pretty much got me involved with it. It was on the
Dominican Republic resort bets.
Yep, they got me on that. And after that, I was just like, man, this is actually kind of fun. And so, it's pretty much for you guys.
Yeah, and a lot of things happened. I mean, a lot of things have happened since we first started. We've made a lot of changes, and we'll have more changes to come, but all of those changes are all for the betterment of the show. We're just going to keep on improving and keep on getting better and keep on giving you guys interesting things to listen to. And I just want to say I love you all. Thank you for your support. And you want to roll us out, Daniel?
All right, guys. It's okay to be a little surrounded with your thoughts.
Because you are not alone.
Welcome to series
of the third audience.
Welcome to season 2. My name is Aaron, and I'm one of your hosts. There are 2 other hosts that will be joining me this season. One of them, all of you are familiar with, is the Asian sensation who is returning from hunting Bigfoot in Southeast Asia, Danielson.
Hey guys, what's going on?
We also have a new host who is joining us. She is the sensation from a different nation who is Croatian. Everyone welcome Anna.
Hey all you cool cats and kittens.
I am very excited for season 2 and what we all have in store for everyone. We have a ton of surprises, twists, and turns. So before we start today's episode, I have a few exciting announcements for everybody. But before I say them, want to say, like I always do, we do ads on this show or take any money from any corporations. So if you would like to help us out, there's a few ways that you can do that.
One of the ways is Patreon. For only $5 a month, which is only 16 cents a day, you could sign up for our Patreon and get an extra episode a week. These Patreon episodes are exclusive to Patreon members only. Today, we actually released 2 Patreon exclusive episodes. We did one on dreams, everything about them, including us telling our most memorable and personal dreams. Also, the other Patreon we did was the Clinton body count. If you're into mysterious deaths and suicides, then that episode is perfect for you.
Another way to support the show is through merchandise. Today we officially launched our merchandise for sale. T-shirts, hats, socks, all that good stuff. And then feel free to go to our site, there'sathirdkind.com, click on the shop button, and there you can find it all.
I just wanted to say that the money we get from Patreon and merchandise sales goes to bettering the show. For an example, better microphone, better audio interfaces, more audio hosting so that we can have room to record longer episodes. So it just goes right back into it. Also, I know things are tough out there right now, so if you can't afford a shirt or a Patreon membership, but you want to help us out, then you can leave us a written review on iTunes, and that helps us out a lot. If you don't want to leave one, though, that's fine. We just want you guys, girls, aliens, reptilians, Bigfoot, Sasquatches, Chupacabras, ghosts, Illuminati members, underground lizard people, whoever or whatever you are, to enjoy the show. Also, one last thing. If any of you would like to reach out to us, then you can shoot us a message on Instagram, Twitter, or Facebook. Or you can go to our website, theoriesofthethirdkind.com, and click on the contact button, and there you will find our email addresses. Also, on our site, you can click on the voicemail button and leave us a voicemail anonymously with your phone, and we will play it on the show each week. Ooh. Man, that was some long announcements. I'm sorry. They won't be that long in the future. So how today's episode will go is that we will quickly go over what are aliens, a brief history of aliens and the first encounter of them, maybe take a trip in the Montauk chair, and then the different types of aliens, individuals, encounters, and stories with them, as well as listener-submitted stories, and then we will jump into strange facts and findings, theories about them, and then we will wrap it all up with our own thoughts and personal theories behind it all. So, with that being said, Danielson, can you tell us what are aliens?
Aliens pretty much are what we describe to be living beings not of our world, but from outer space and beyond. While alien encounters and abductions did not achieve widespread attention until the 1960s, many similar stories are known to have been circulating decades earlier.
So that brings up the question, when was the world's first alien encounter? Many say that they came to help the Egyptians build pyramids. Others say that Jesus or other religious prophets were actually aliens. While all of these are intriguing and interesting to think about, we get the first actual description of your typical gray alien in 1896.
So instead of us talking about the 1896 encounter, let's go experience it ourselves. All right, Dan, me and you, we're just going to have to wipe the dust off our Montauk chairs. Anna, yours is brand spanking new, thanks to Danielson.
Yeah, I had Bigfoot coming out a little bit. You know, he owed me big time.
So mine's like extra magical. I love the glistening purple color you gave me. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, if you haven't noticed, Daniel added velvet seats to yours. So it's a lot more cushiony. We got these plastic seats. So,
yeah, prototype still.
Well, I'll definitely test this new model out for you, and I'll let you know how it goes.
Okay. All right. So everyone hop into your Montauk chairs and set the location dial to Lodi, California. And then make sure you set the date dial to November 25th, 1896. All right, everybody got their dial set?
Just in time for Thanksgiving.
And go. Is everyone okay?
I'm golden.
Yeah, that was a lot smoother than I thought it would be.
Yeah, ours was all shaky. I want yours. Daniel, you're gonna have to build me one of those.
I'll get big for the hook again. I'll probably have another broken hand.
It's like a Cadillac. There's something smooth about a Cadillac.
Oh, we got a roof dealer. Ours is falling apart. Anyways, all right, so you're probably wondering what the hell we're doing here. Standing on the side of a dirt road at around sunset. Well, we aren't here for the sunset. I'll tell you exactly what we're here for. If you look to your left, this dirt road that's in front of us, it leads to a wooden bridge that is about 100 feet away from us. And if you look to the right, you will see in the far, far distance a horse and carriage slowly heading towards us. You guys see that?
Yeah, I could see that.
That's old school.
Yeah, we're back in the day. There's no cars here. All right. So there are two individuals that are riding in that horse and carriage. Those two individuals are Colonel H.G. Shaw, along with his friend Camille Spooner. Now, what they are about to encounter is mind-blowing. So when they get to right where we're standing on this road is where all of this goes down. So we have to hide in some bushes to watch what happens. So there's some bushes right there. Let's jump in and let's watch what happens.
Colonel H.G. Shaw and Camille Spooner are riding in their horse-drawn carriage heading to Fresco, California, to put together an expedition to be displayed at the Fresco Citrus Fair.
Well, I tell you what, Camille, this is a mighty fine horse you got for us here.
Well, I say thank you, Colonel. I'm just worried about us crossing that wooden bridge up ahead. Do you think it will hold up?
I've crossed that wooden bridge quite a few times. We'll be just fine.
All right, if you say so.
As the horse and carriage get about 100 feet away from the wooden bridge, the horse comes to an abrupt stop and freezes.
Whoa! What in tarnation?
Oh, did you hear that? It sounds like someone is in the bushes to the left of us.
As the Colonel and Camille look towards the bushes, three strange human-like creatures appear standing in the middle of the dirt road in front of them. The Colonel and Camille slowly turn their heads and look directly towards the beings. They are both in shock at what they see.
Colonel, are you seeing what I'm seeing, man?
Oh my God. What are they?
Are they human? I mean, they look human, like many respects, but they still are not like anything that I've ever seen before.
God damn. Whatever they are, they're tall as hell. I bet all three of them are around 7 feet tall. Look at them. They're super skinny. We can't take them in a fight. Let's get the hell out of here.
Get horses, get! They aren't budging.
Damn. It looks like we're going to have to get out and introduce ourselves then.
What?
Come on, Camille. Let's go say hi. If they try and whoop my ass, you got my back, right?
Oh, hell no.
Well, come on. Get out of the carriage.
Colonel and Camille step off the carriage and walk slowly up towards the three strange tall beings.
Well, hello. Where are you fellas from?
The Colonel asked the question, where are you boys from?
The three beings seem not to understand the Colonel and Camille. They started looking towards each other and began making warbling, monotonous chant-type notes.
What the hell? Are they talking to each other?
Well, it sure seems like it. I don't think it's going to do us any good to try to conversate with them.
Yeah, they keep staring at our horse and carriage. Do you think they want to eat our horse?
Eat? What the hell's wrong with you, Camille? Let's just watch and see what they do. But be ready. If they attack us, or our horse, then I'm attacking them back.
Three strange beings began walking around the horse and carriage, inspecting everything.
All right, now they are closer to us. They look super weird. Look at the hands. They're so small. They're kind of like straw beans. They're missing their fingernails.
God damn, look at the feet. The hell are those? Those things are super big. Yeah, twice as long as my feet. And the toes, God damn. Those things are like some long ass fingers.
What in tarnation? It looks like they have better use of their feet than their hands.
Similar to monkeys.
They don't have any clothes on either, but some type of growth covering them. It doesn't look like hair or feathers.
They don't have hair on their head either. Their ears, super small.
Their noses look like polished ivory.
Man, their eyes are so large, but their mouths so small.
Well, that's good for me. I don't think they got teeth.
The beings each had a bag that they carried under their left arms that had a nozzle attached to it. Every 5 or so minutes, one of them would place the nozzle into their mouth and breathe a type of gas, which made the sound of that similar to a person carrying up a football.
You see there, Colonel? It looks like they're breathing some type of gas.
Yes.
The three beings start to walk towards Camille.
Oh shit. Here they come towards us. Be ready.
The beings began to walk close to the colonel. They stopped directly in front of him.
Oh my God! You standing right in front of us?
I'm gonna touch that son of a bitch. I'm gonna touch him.
No! Don't do it!
I'm gonna do it. Watch this. I'm gonna touch him.
The colonel reached out and placed his hand under one of the being's elbows. He gently pressed upwards. The creature started floating up in the air, while at the same time trying to grasp the ground with his feet to prevent him from floating up.
These beings, they weigh absolutely nothing. Less than an ounce. Look at that. The skin is soft. It's like velvet. It's soft as silk.
I don't got a good feeling about this, Colonel.
One of the beings held up his hand. Something the size of a hen's egg was inside of it. The being partly opened up his hand and emitted the most remarkable, intense, penetrating light one can imagine.
Oh my God. That light is beautiful.
I can't stop staring into it.
The being closed his hand and motioned to the others. They surrounded the car.
Oh goddamn, here we go, boys. Here we go. Come on.
The beings began to try and lift the colonel.
They're trying to lift me up. Get your hands off me, you dirty. Get your hands off me.
The beings were unable to move the colonel. They appeared to have no muscular power outside of being able to move their own limbs. The beings stepped away from the colonel and turned in the direction of the bridge.
That's right. You better look away from me.
Colonel, they're flashing that light from their hands towards the bridge. What are they doing?
As the light beamed from their hands moved towards the little bridge, they're resting in the air about 20 feet above the water of an immense ship. It was about 150 feet in length. The three beings walked quickly to the ship. The door opened on the side of it, and they disappeared within. The colonel and Camille continued to stand there amazed.
I think I'm going to throw a rock at it.
Oh my God, I wouldn't do that.
The colonel picks up a rock and throws it at the ship. The rock struck the side of the ship, but gave no sound. And at that moment, the ship took off quickly and soon out of sight. Now back to Aaron, Monica, and Danielson hiding in the conditions.
So as you can see, that's pretty crazy, huh? Almost got caught.
It was a close.
Yeah, like they were looking right at us. So everyone please go find your chairs right now. Got it, found it. Find it. You good, Anna? You ready to go?
No, how do you get, I can't figure out how to make it uninvisible.
Yours is right here. Here, hop in. It's right here.
Oh, okay, thanks.
All right, and go. Woo. Man, I'm glad to be back in the studio.
And that got really intense real quickly.
Yeah, we threw a rock at the ship, man.
I know.
Man, that was crazy. So what we just witnessed was a true story of what happened in 1896. I almost couldn't believe it when I was reading about it, but it really did happen. I thought it was super interesting, a good way to start off today's episode. That was only one encounter. Now, before we get into some other ones, I figured it would be best if we went over the different types of aliens. So let's go ahead and start that and kind of describe, because there's a whole bunch of different types of aliens, and we could describe each type so you get a better feel of them when we go into encounters. So Anna, do you want to start us off with that?
Yeah, for sure. You're right, there are a lot of different alien types. The first one I teach us about are the Greys. These alien beings come from a star system known as Zeta Reticuli, which is a star system located somewhere in the southern celestial hemisphere, and are thought to be one of the alien races in contact with Earth. And a little over 40 light years away, they're practically our closest neighbors. If we had to pick out one particular race in the cosmos and call them the bad guys, it would definitely be these guys. Tall and humanoid, with a long head and distinctive gray features, they are the most commonly depicted alien life form in our media, and are also the beings that are most commonly described by alien abductees who have been returned to Earth. So the Greys have a great tendency to be involved in abductions because they like to stockpile humans. They think of Earth the way that you chicken farm, just brimming with all that they just can't wait to get their hands on.
All right, the next group of aliens we have are the Sasani. The Sasanis are a hybrid that was developed from reptilians and gray humans. Their development was found to be necessary after the Greys mutated themselves through genetic experimentation to a point where they could no longer reproduce using conventional means, alien sex, and were only able to spawn new generations by killing themselves. Cloning is well and good if you want to create new beings, however, it gives no genetic variation over successive generations, which leads to problems. So they came to Earth and convinced a few people to share our genetic information with them. From this genetic crossover, the universe was blessed with an entirely new type of being, the Sasanis, who in a way are like our interstellar cousins. They were then given their own planet and allowed to roam free and evolve into the best beings that they can be. The Sasanis have a stronger connection with their higher selves and are believed to be where humans will one day be. They are millennia ahead of us.
That's what I want to be, is a Sasani.
No kidding.
Yeah, maybe I already am.
I think you are.
I think so too.
So the next one on the list is the Arcturians. Of all the species known to inhabit the Milky Way, the Arcturians are the most ancient and the wisest. They are said to be one of the alien races in contact with Earth. Basically, if Yoda came from any one of these alien species on the list, it would probably have been this one. Theirs was the first system to be given the gift of life in our galaxy. They've mutated and evolved over time and now exist in many forms. The main race of Arcturians stand to about 5 feet, with green skin and large dark eyes. This race's development of their minds rather than their bodies make them small in stature, so you could probably take one of them in a fist fight. However, their advanced intelligence mean that if any alien species out there knows how to use the Force from Star Wars, well, it's these guys. Thankfully, they do have a reputation for being the most kind and loving beings in the galaxy.
They sound like they would be nice to me.
Yeah, I'd probably try to poke their good eyes. I would try to pull their teeth out. Yeah, something like this.
Well, you do have a fascination with teeth.
I do, it's a weird thing.
Yeah, okay, so the blue avians, they're a type of alien that have been known since ancient Egypt. And are said to be involved in some of the construction of some of ancient Egypt's architecture. They're 8 feet tall and have a resemblance to a blue humanoid bird. They tend to speak telepathically and tend to make introductions to dreams using a form of sign language. They may even use light and physical touch to communicate as well. They will typically make physical contact after they have been invited to appear in the physical reality. They use a blue sphere as a form of transportation and can teleport at will to Earth. Unlike with various other different alien species, they do not abduct humans and do not seem to have any intentions of invasion. They tend to simply want open conversations with people, acting as guides to human ascension and spiritual evolution.
Alright, the next one we have is the Yahyel. This is one of the alien races in contact with Earth, and is known to be kind and loving, and they have been touted as the best beings to make first contact with us due to their advanced and harmonious relationship with technology. The Yahyels know that we're not the friendliest beings out there, so they're taking their time to make themselves known by easing their way into our psyches with friendly UFO sightings such as the March 1997 sighting known as the Phoenix Lights, that they claim responsibility for. During that event, they gave thousands of people across the state of Arizona a spectacular light show in the sky, and it was emailed for anybody who missed it.
Yeah, and if you want to learn more about the Phoenix Lights, just Google Jeff White.
Good show.
Yeah.
The next race we're going to talk about is the Anunnaki. So if human beings were able to successfully colonize another planet, what would be the first thing we'd do? Well, of course, we'd pillage it for resources, which is exactly what the Anunnaki did when they arrived to Earth. They came from planet X, aka Nibiru, a planet that is believed to rotate around the sun on a very wide elliptical orbit that takes it far out into the expanses of space before coming back in for a close shave with our sun. This crazy elliptical orbit is what makes its presence so hard to prove. However, the presence of the Anunnaki has been noted down in texts that date back to Mesopotamian cultures. They are believed to be one of the alien races in contact with Earth. When Nibiru's last brushed with the planets of the inner solar system, it crashed into another rock, and the resulting collision created a planet that we now call Earth. While their planet was here, a few of the Anunnaki decided to hop off of the world and onto ours in search of a yellow element that they call gold. Have you ever wondered why gold is so valuable? Yeah, it's shiny, but it doesn't have anything useful, like it doesn't heal the sick or produce energy. So why do we as a species desire it so much? Maybe it's because of the advertising so much, and people will play it up and they try to get you to buy it. Or we desire it so much just because the Anunnaki desire it, supposedly. And while they were here, they enlisted us as their workforce slaves to mine it for them. That's right. Our entire existence is based on working our socks off every day so that our alien overlords can have their fix of gold and other precious metals.
Actually sounds pretty accurate.
Yeah. They're the shadow government. They're the cabal.
So when you said yellow element, I thought you were saying that they were after Asians. No! Yeah. Come get me.
Yeah.
They would totally snatch you up then.
Oh, look at that good yellow element right there.
He would be more like a pale yellow since he's mixed.
Yeah. You're welcome, Jonas. I'm here all week.
The Anunnaki were one of the alien races in contact with Earth, and we were not the first race involved in the racket of mining materials on our little blue planet. Before them came the Alpha Draconians, standing at up to 22 feet tall. These badass beings are made up of pure muscle and resemble dinosaurs and fucking dragons. As you can imagine, they were very unhappy when the Anunnaki showed up and took over. However, they're still active on our planet with puppets placed in high echelons of government as they bide their time in an attempt to take over once again.
My question is, where the hell are these 22 feet tall beings being held at? What, underground caves? Hollow Earth in the middle of Earth? On the edge of flat Earth?
Ooh, they gotta be somewhere. It's hard to hide that.
Yeah, imagine how intimidating that must be. You got some like transformer-looking beings coming out, pure muscle, and they're like, "Hey, we're about to fight the Anunnaki who's about to come by on Planet X. You guys ready?" What? We're just mining gold for them. You guys leave us alone.
That's like some of the reptilian shit you talked about in the early seasons, or early episodes.
Yeah. Which brings us to
our
next ones are the reptilians. Before the Anunnaki stopped by and genetically engineered a bipedal workforce to dig up dirt for them, there was a race of intelligent beings who lived here and is thought to be one of the alien races in contact with Earth. We know them as the reptilians. Scaly and standing about the size of a human being, They were driven underground by the Anunnaki, where they are said to still reside today, a network of complex underground tunnels.
Ooh. Now that we have a better grasp and understanding about some of the alien races, let's hop into the juicy stuff, okay? Let's get into some encounters. So the first encounter that we have is called the Gundia McKay abduction. This is probably one of my favorite ones because it's one of the ones that make you go, ooh, that's odd. So Anna, can you tell us about that one?
Yes, I will. In October of 2001, Amy Rylance, then 22, her husband Keith, and her friend Petra were at their home in Gundia, Australia. Her friend Petra woke up at 11:15 at night and went to the living room, where she was horrified to find Amy being carried in a sleeping position out through the window. She was on a beam of light, and it was taking her to a, quote, huge ship outside. Petra woke Keith, but by the time he entered the room, Amy was gone. The curtain was torn, the bushes outside were burnt. The pair called the police, who struggled to take the claim seriously. However, around 90 minutes later, Keith received a phone call from a woman in Mackay, Queensland, an 8-hour drive from Gundia. She said she was with Amy, who was at the hospital, dazed and dehydrated. No one could explain how she had traveled such a distance in just that little bit of time. Amy was uninjured except for red marks on her upper thighs and heels. She said she remembered lying on a bed with tall figures leaning over her, reassuring her and taking samples from her. When she was found, her body hair had grown considerably, suggesting that she had been gone for much longer than a few short hours that she was actually missing.
When I read that one, I was like, okay, number one, she snuck out, and this is the most plausible explanation I can have for this, okay? She snuck out when her husband went to sleep. Petra covered for her, okay? She snuck out, got into a private jet with her lover. They made sweet, sweet love in the bathtub. And it was really cold on the plane, so it caused her hair to grow fast. And then he just dropped her off in a random place where they parked to have dinner. He was like, see ya, I'm done with you. Drove away, flew away, caused her to go into shock because she was upset. Goes to the hospital and calls Petra and says, hey, you need to make up this story. And then Petra's like, I'm going to go burn the grass outside and then say you were carried off by an alien. That's believable. So to be realistic, that's some fuckery afoot, man. That's very weird. 90 minutes later and she's 8 hours away.
I don't know how that's possible, but I will say there's a good chance she had just got out the shower after shaving her legs, and the minute she got out, all of her hair grew back. Because let me tell you, that happens every fucking time as a woman who shaves her legs. It is smooth in the shower, and the minute you walk out, you already got stubble. Like, how did that happen? I literally took one step out the shower.
Same thing happens to me. I know exactly what you're talking about.
It's not even fair.
Oh, yeah. But anyways, I thought that was a good story.
That was pretty good. Yeah, interesting.
It's super interesting.
So what are the red marks on her upper thighs and heels?
From her fucking? No, I don't know.
Yeah, a new position.
How does they what? Right by the heels and by the thighs, get that thrusting, or she's in some kinky shit and that's part of the rope being tied on it?
Maybe.
Oh, yeah.
It could have been.
Fair.
Let's move on to Jesse Long. Alright, so this is the abduction of Jesse Long. Jesse Long was just 5 years old when he said he was abducted by aliens for the first time. He was exploring the woods with his brother when they came upon a round structure in a clearing. A tall figure appeared and paralyzed the boys. Jesse remembers being taken into a craft and placed on a cold table. He could feel the figures around him poking and prodding his legs. Over the next few years, Jesse said he was abducted repeatedly. He claims he was experimented on, including having his sperm extracted that was used to crossbreed with a female alien. In 1990, he says the aliens presented him with a baby, which they said was his. He also met 9 more of his 100 children. Jesse, now 65, says he knows many people won't believe his story, but he insists he is telling the truth. We're all wondering how they extracted this semen. I know you're wondering that, you perverts. I'm wondering the same thing.
I had to go back and think. He's 5 years old when they did that to him?
No. So the first time, oh my gosh, the first time they abducted him was he was 5. But over the next years, many years, they kept abducting him repeatedly. So this is no like Jeffrey Epstein aliens, okay?
Let's say pedophiles go all the way to the top.
All the way to space.
Yes. We can't escape them.
So, do you ever get a picture of this baby? Do they even have names?
You think he probably like, look, I don't want to pay child support or relative support.
I mean, could you imagine being those kids and then being like, yeah, I went to go see my daddy on Earth. He can't come. He can't come over here because he's just not advanced enough. Do you know what it's like to grow up without a father in an intergalactic world?
You are not the father. Oh, shit. That's a very interesting story.
Yeah. So we got a lot more coming.
All right, our next story. Betty and Barney Hill in 1961. The Barney and Betty Hill case is almost universally considered the most famous case ever reported of abduction. Barney and Betty Hill were driving back from a holiday in Niagara Falls in September of 1961. They noticed a light in the sky which got closer and eventually appearing as a huge shape hovering above their car. Barney got out, said he saw 11 humanoid figures in shiny black uniforms and capes that were just watching him. Terrified, the couple drove off. However, they both claimed to have experienced a buzzing sensation, and when they finally arrived home at dawn, the 4-hour journey had taken 7 hours. The Hills' clothes were torn in strange places, and Betty found a mysterious pink powder on her dress. She began having intense dreams about the experience, in which skin samples were taken from her and a needle thrust into her navel. Later, she drew a star map, which she said she had been shown by the aliens. Barney and Betty Hill were respected in their community. Barney was involved in the civil rights movement, and Betty was a social worker. No one had any reason to suspect them of lying.
Yeah, this is like the most well-known case of abduction.
For sure.
Imagine how crazy that would be, seeing 11 humanoids in shiny black uniforms and capes watching them.
The alien version of Men in Black.
Yeah, whoa. I would have booked it. I would do the same thing they did.
I would have been fucked up for life because I would have been sitting there looking at them thinking, what else is out there? If I just saw that, I know I saw that, then what else is there?
Yeah.
I'm interested in knowing what that pink powder was.
I know what it was. It was a powdered fudge dip. And she went to eat some of that with the stick, you know what I mean? And it got on her dress.
Got on her dress, and she totally forgot about it because you just saw some aliens.
Yes.
On her solving.
Shit.
You know, it's tradition because when Danny's son came upon the show and graced us with his Asian sensation, he solved the Dominican Republic murders. And so now, my time has come.
He solved the Betty and Barney Hill case.
Yes. So, we're going to get into Travis Walton's abduction. It was 1975 in November. 6 forestry workers in Arizona reported seeing their colleague Travis Walton blasted through the air in a beam of light from a UFO above the trees. The workers reported Walton missing, but 5 days later, Walton reappeared, claiming that he had been abducted by aliens. He described waking on a table, surrounded by small figures in orange gowns. Their skin was smooth and chalky, and their bald heads were too large for their bodies. They had huge, shiny brown eyes. Walton escaped through the aliens and fled through the ship. He eventually met more humans on board, dressed in blue uniforms. They didn't speak to him, but forced a gas mask onto his face, so he lost consciousness. Walton claims the next thing he remembers was waking up, shaky and confused, on the roadside in Arizona.
You think he was like walking or he woke up on the side of the road and he had these memories? Do you think he sat there and thought to himself, are they going to believe me when I tell them this?
Oh yeah. If you have the word alien in any sort of story, you're going to have to second guess saying it. Even though it may be real, at the same time, you may have a really vivid dream and swear that you were there, this happened, and it never actually happened. Or at least not in this universe. So, I don't know.
I think I know what happened here.
Let's hear it.
It was the very first, one of the first things she said. Forestry workers. These guys were out in the woods and they ran up on some fucking bad mushrooms.
Probably. Amanita muscarias. They probably ate a bunch of them.
And fucking Travis, he wasn't like flying through the sky or nothing. He was butt ass naked running through the woods. And they're just like, oh, there goes Walt. He's just flying through the air so fast.
Oh, I like your theory, Dan.
I like it too. All right, now let's get into the Jonathan Reed story. So let me start off by saying this is going to sound super crazy as I read it, okay? And it's been called a hoax based off of a TV show attempt at replicating it. So we will have a link to show you side by sides and let you come to your own conclusion on what you guys decide. But Jonathan Reed was a child psychiatrist in Seattle in 1996 and worked at the University of Washington. One October afternoon, Jonathan Reed was walking his dog Susie down a normal path that they take by the woods. Well, Susie took off into the woods, which wasn't out of the ordinary. She'd usually just go and investigate a sound or a smell and would always come back when Jonathan called her. What was different this time is that the dog was barking. It sounded like it was getting into a fight with something. So Jonathan ran into the woods where he had heard his dog, hoping that a mountain lion wasn't trying to kill his dear Susie. When he got to her, what he saw was her entangled with a creature trying to fight it off. Then the creature, warning, it doesn't get any better from here, grabbed Susie's jaws and tore her in two, ripping her spine out and all. Her remains ended up immediately turning to white ash on the floor. Jonathan was so anxious to kill the thing. So while this was happening, he grabbed a big stick and ran over and hit the being in the back of the head.
The moment that he did that, he became extremely disoriented and nauseous. He was recording the alien and throwing up at the same time. He had a camera on him because when he went on walks, he would often take pictures and videos of nature. That's what he loved to do. So, of course, he had his camera in his bag. So, all this information came from pictures that he's got posted, and we'll give you lots of links. But anyways, so during this encounter, he looked up to see a black floating obelisk. It was about 3 feet off the ground, just up the hill. He went and took pictures all around it and even did a 360 video. Ultimately, what happens is he puts this creature, who he calls Freddy, in his truck and takes him home. And then he records himself examining Freddy, moving the head side to side, looking at the wound that he had on the back of the head, he being Freddy. He opened up the eyes and was like playing in there, trying to like feeling out. And even in the video, the alien gets red eyes, which I don't know if you guys know how that happens in photos, but basically the only way to get a red eye in a photo is to have an actual retina, because the red eye is the light reflecting from the back of your eye, and that's what you're seeing. Hypothetically, you can't fake a red eye, I actually haven't looked into that entirely, but it makes sense. You'd have to have an actual eye to have an effect. Just something to think about. He also opened up this alien's mouth, and you could hear it making sound. It was super creepy, stuff you've never heard before. Highly recommend listening to the audio for this video. Later on, the alien becomes a bit less dazed, and the audio that was recorded from that is kind of terrifying to hear. It sounds extremely pissed off. You can hear it throwing a cup in one of the videos. So Reed ends up putting this alien in his freezer. And at one point he opens it, and the sound that the thing made, I swear it sounded like a demon if I ever heard it. It gave me chills to my bones hearing it in real life. I'm going to see if I can find that. I haven't been able to yet, but I'm going to dig a little deeper. But if I find that, I will 100% link that on the Twitter, and I'll give it to you guys, link as well.
Yeah, link it on all social medias.
So Reed ultimately had to leave his house, and when he came back, there were black vans in his driveway, and Freddie was gone. They told him never speak of this again, and to act like it never happened. He ends up having his whole identity wiped. They fucking Bob Lazard him. And he had no bank account, no college degree, no job. Some people have even come out to say that they were told not to acknowledge that he ever existed. The worker he had and a bank teller who saw him all. She even was reprimanded for arguing against the men. And was threatened for saying that she knew. She's like, no way, I know this fucking dude. He comes in all the time, he pays his bill, blah, blah, blah. No. So what he had left from this encounter were the pictures, the videos, and what we're going to talk about now, a link artifact. Link, L-I-N-K artifact that came off of Freddy during their fight.
A link artifact is a cuff, bracelet, armor-type looking device that is gold and has 3 small gold pins underneath with endless spears at the base of each pin that pierce the wearer's skin and 3 key nerves in their forehead. Weighing only 170.30 grams, it was found to be made of a composite mostly of a radical mixture of silicon polymer, beryllium, aluminium, manganese, copper, zinc, bismuth, gold, and some unknown elements currently unrecognizable by man's standards. Once put on, it forms to fit the wearer. Reed, of course, tried this out because, why wouldn't you? It's armor. Put that bitch on. Come on. You mentioned noticing issues he had with his body somehow been altered or changed.
He explained that every time he wore this link artifact, he was welcomed by a golden angel light, and it was named Elder. He's quoted saying, "It's amazing and so wonderfully tender. Each time I've been in its presence, it becomes almost painfully depressing when they send me back to our dimensional reality. It's almost impossible to comprehend this. I never imagined there would be such tender, yet powerful, unconditional, compassionate love. Just thinking of it now makes me begin to weep. I certainly do know we continue after this human condition is finished. I've been there. I've seen it. I've personally, physically experienced it. I know there is life after death. He's been shot. He's been threatened. People he cares about have mysteriously died and have gone missing. But at the end of the day, he says that his story is no one else's, and he doesn't care if people believe him because he knows what he saw." But I've just thought about the story for a really long time, and I've always believed it. And as I got older, I decided to research it again and found so much stuff saying about it being a hoax. And I don't know, after I looked into it, I saw a lot of misinformation. You had a TV show try to tell you that this wasn't real. I think you have to take that with a grain of salt.
Yeah, I'm always for people doing their own investigating, right? You look and you form your own opinions. Don't base your opinions off of other people's stuff. That's why we tell you on the show, look, we'll give you the information, but go verify it for yourself and then form your own opinion as well. We'll tell you our opinions, but don't base your opinions just off our opinions. Form your own, and if you think ours is the best and you come to the same conclusion, then that's awesome, you know? But that's why I don't really trust the media. I don't really even like, what's that site, Snopes or whatever? I don't really like that site. But.
Yeah, that Snopes will tell you that Jonathan Reed's story is a hoax too. I know, it's just...
Reading Snopes is like reading Reddit.
Ah! That's a good comparison. I like that.
Will they come after me now?
The Weatherman and Snopes.
Both.
Oh my god. Anyway. Like, this next story we're going to go over is Jessie Rustenberg. She lives in Staffordshire, England, and weirdly enough, same month of the year as Reed, October of 1954, she had her first alien encounter. One of the earliest recorded sightings in the UK. The family would ultimately have 6 encounters total. Honestly, we didn't think we could do her genuine storytelling enough justice, so we're going to this video of her telling the story, and we'll include a link to this with all of our social medias. So we're going to play that story right now.
Staffordshire had a whole crop of flying saucers, spots in the sky, lights in the sky, strange things. But the strangest of all was seen one day over this cottage. Mr. and Mrs. Rustenberg living there quietly out in the country, and, well, you just tell me what you saw.
Well, it was one ordinary day. I was waiting for my husband to come home from work, and my 2 sons went to cycle to school, and I was getting changed, and I heard this terrific noise. It was just like a giant cauldron of water being poured onto a fire, sort of noise, you know. And the first reaction was, oh, the children. I thought maybe a plane was crashing or something like that. And I slipped my jumper on and went outside to find my 2 sons lying flat on the ground in the garden in front of the house, shouting, "Mummy, there's a flying saucer." Well, naturally, I just said, "Come on, don't be stupid. Come in the house." But I felt sort of a strange sensation. Wended my way up the side of the house to where we had a pump where we used to get all our water from, and automatically looked up to see this, all I can describe, this huge Mexican hat. It was stationary, this thing, and it was bright silver in colour, and it had a dome. It was tilted to sort of, I could see the occupants in it.
You saw people in it?
I saw people in it. There were 2 people in there. These people were beautiful people. That's the only way I can describe them. They had long golden hair, like a pageboy bob, just like the old kings. You used to see photographs of the old kings. And the colour of the hair was golden. Now, I was really interested. They had a sort of a polo neck jumper affair, like a ski type suit, in pale blue. Now, these people weren't sat behind, one behind the other. They were sat together, but this, whatever it was tilted so that I could see them and they could see me.
Were you looking at them through windows, through portholes?
No, not portholes. It was just sort of like a cockpit, I suppose. But I had this perspective glass or whatever it was. They could see me and I could see them. And they had beautiful faces, and I shall never forget their faces as long as I live. Their foreheads seemed to be a bit larger than, you know, the bottom of their faces as normal people you would expect to see. But maybe this was just whatever they had around their heads, which was like a transparent fishbowl. And they just looked, and I was absolutely paralytic with fear. I couldn't move, although my mind was ticking over. And they looked so sympathetic that I was just mesmerised for what seemed to be ages, but it could only be seconds. And I turned to sort of look down at the boys, was unaware that they were with me because I was so absorbed. And the next thing, I looked up and it was gone.
How low had it been?
Would have been the height, I couldn't tell you. But the house that you've seen, it was just on top of the roof. It was hovering on top of the roof.
How big was it compared with the size of the house?
It swallowed the whole circumference of the roof. I couldn't see, the roof was completely blotted out. The chimney I couldn't see. I could see was this massive object that I was like a Mexican hat without a bottom.
Flew away sideways or upwards?
No, I didn't see. I just looked up and it had gone. But I assumed it went straight up. Because for a short while after in the sky, I looked around and I said to my two boys, well, can you see anything? Can you see anything? And they said, there it is. And they pointed up. And I watched it. It was just like a little cotton roll in the sky. And it circled us 3 times.